Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A powerful beam of energy shoots into the sky, shattering the surroundings. Narration explains that a mysterious gate suddenly appeared and monsters poured out. Various terrifying monsters rampage as the narration says humanity was powerless against them. More feral monsters charge forward menacingly. Armed humans counterattack the monsters with weapons and powers. The story says that over time humans with special abilities began to appear. These empowered humans slice through attacking monsters. People start calling the superpowered humans Awakeners. Awakeners battle huge monsters, including a giant cyclops. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. After battles, humans harvest valuable drops from slain monsters that can be sold for millions. The profit from monster drops leads people to become obsessed with money. Humanity's struggle for survival turns into a profitable monster hunting business, elevating Awakeners. Hunters continue slaying powerful monsters on the battlefield. These Awakeners eventually come to be known as Hunters. A devastated hunting field shows a lone worker approaching a large monster corpse. Narration introduces those who support hunters from behind the scenes as hunter assistants. A masked young man carrying a chainsaw is shown as one of these assistants. He states that he is one of the hunter assistants. He explains that his specific role is a cleaner who processes monster remains after they are killed. He says he works in the resources collecting department, salvaging useful materials. Sometimes this means working in grim places filled with bones. He psychs himself up, vowing to gain likes and level up everywhere for a reason he has in mind. The cleaner dramatically introduces himself by name as Jichiak Eum. Flashback shows young Jichiak eating ice cream with his grandfather, who warns him to eat slowly and not spill. His grandfather rests a hand on his head, looking at him fondly. The grandfather tells young Jichiak that something good will happen to him tomorrow, which Jichiak questions. Grandfather adds that until then Jichiak must obey the old lady and try to live a good life. Giving a thumbs up, the grandfather promises that tomorrow will be a golden day. He advises Jichiak to always be kind in the future, and the boy agrees. Suddenly Jichiak finds himself alone and confused, wondering what just happened. He realizes his grandfather vanished and starts calling out for him. Panicked, the child runs around frantically shouting for his grandfather. He keeps searching, asking where his grandfather is. As he calls again, he hears his grandfather's distant voice addressing him affectionately. The boy stops, panting and sweating, as he listens. Jichiak desperately screams for his grandfather to come back. Adult Jichiak awakens from the dream of his grandfather reminding him to live kindly, and wonders why he did not get lottery numbers instead. He begins his morning routine by going to the bathroom. Brushing his teeth, he repeats his grandfather's line that tomorrow will surely be a good day. He ponders whether the good day his grandfather mentioned might actually be today. Washing his face, he wonders what exactly the promised good thing will be. He dries his face with a towel. Looking at his eye, he questions whether he has truly lived a good life. A memory shows his grandfather kneeling and apologizing while a stern woman scolds them, with young Jichiak crying. The angry woman is shown shouting at them. The key phrase "live a good life" echoes in Jichiak's memory. He remembers his grandfather crying afterward. Young Jichiak recalls his grandfather telling him this after getting caught stealing yogurt from someone's delivery bag. Adult Jichiak visualizes himself as the crying child in that memory. He concludes that this incident became his grandfather's final lesson. Recalling that lesson, he narrates that he now helps people in small ways, like pushing an old woman's cart. He clarifies he is not saintly, but his grandfather's words simply nudge him to help a little. Walking through the city, he says these memories motivate him to spare some time or money for others. He falls silent, reflecting on this habit. Looking up at the city sky, he compares this habit of kindness to playing the lottery, hoping something good may come. A wide view shows modern Seoul. News narration mentions that parts of the expressway are closed due to damage from a gate that appeared yesterday. The broadcast identifies the time and place as Seoul in the near future and warns highway users to be careful and support fundraising. A city bus passes as the narration says many cities worldwide have been affected. On the bus, Jichiak listens as it is explained that barrier stones now prevent gates from appearing in city centers. The narration adds that people have adapted and resumed their usual lives. A caption marks the third Hunter Assistant Team meeting point. At a building entrance, an announcement orders workers to gear up and head to the newly reset dungeons in Area XX. Inside, Jichiak checks in as Hunter Assistant number 20431. The system confirms his identity and authorizes him to start work. Walking down the hall, he notes that dungeon occurrences seem to be increasing lately, and wonders if it is just his mood. At a job site strewn with monster corpses, assistants complain about the hunters and rush to finish so they can go drink. Two suited assistants spot their arriving colleague. Jichiak appears in full cleaner gear, chainsaw on his shoulder. He marvels at the size of a monster corpse as he starts cutting, noting that they clean up these remains in dungeons. Suddenly he feels a powerful sensation and tells himself to wait. A strange, intense feeling surges through him. He staggers as something overwhelms his senses. Bent over the carcass, he grumbles that the stench is so bad he will lose his appetite for days. He resumes work, cutting through tough, stone-like parts of the corpse. He finds it surreal that he handles monster corpses so routinely now. Nearby monster blood pools on the ground. Other assistants load chopped monster parts into containers and trucks. A senior praises the clean cuts Jicheok made, saying they are textbook examples for new workers. Jicheok laughs that compliments will not change anything, but the senior says he is proud and someone must stand up for workers like them. The man gives Jicheok a thumbs up, calling him courageous and better than the rest lately, which surprises Jicheok. He then rallies everyone to give Jicheok a thumbs up in appreciation. The crew enthusiastically agree, giving Jicheok multiple thumbs ups while he wonders why this gesture feels so familiar. As Jicheok cuts, blue screens appear awarding him points and announcing that a mysterious god has taken interest and awakened his hidden abilities. Startled, Jicheok jumps back, shocking his co-workers. Blue energy swirls around his body as the awakening fully manifests. Panicking, he asks what is happening to him. Overwhelmed by heat and energy, he recalls the message about awakening. As his chainsaw hits the ground, he asks if this means he has become an awakened. Co-workers rush over asking if he is okay, while he insists it is nothing. He claims only that his feet feel slightly numb. His colleagues joke about how hard he worked and tell him not to overdo it. Jicheok reminds everyone to be careful since accidents have been frequent lately. He scolds himself for overreacting and tries to calm down. He notes that he must stay composed because his chest-mounted body camera is recording. A definition explains that the bodycam monitors assistants in real time to prevent them from stealing monster resources. Looking at his glowing hands, Jicheok muses that actually experiencing awakening feels strange despite hearing so many stories. When called to wrap up work, he responds, still thinking that awakening usually happens to people in their early 20s. He remembers a 31-year-old who gained fame as the oldest awakener and compares it to his own age of 28. Handling more monster meat, he admits he lacks confidence, perhaps from hearing too many stories. He thinks that awakening with only a mediocre ability would not be very beneficial. Seeing a dead hunter's hand on the ground, he fears that with a weak ability he would quickly end up as monster food. He silently contemplates this grim possibility. Surveying the battlefield, he reflects on how many hunters have died and notes that they had to cut open a monster's belly to retrieve a hunter's torn body. He concludes that it is hard to stay sane doing hunter-related work. While he labors, more blue screens repeatedly urge him to check the status window. The prompt continues to hover as he keeps avoiding it. Annoyed, he wonders what this thing is and why it keeps pestering him. A co-worker asks if he is almost finished and urges him to hurry so they can leave, and Jicheok agrees. The status window pops up again, irritating him further. Elsewhere, 3 hunters converse quietly. One suggests they should keep something hidden from the government. Watching from afar, Jicheok thinks about how hunters enjoy privileges like immunity, pensions, and legal weapon ownership. Narration explains that despite these benefits, hunters also carry a duty to rush to gates appearing near their homes. It adds that such benefits are never free in this world. Later, Jicheok opens a locker room door. He thinks that becoming at least a C-rank hunter is necessary to survive, while those below D-rank are in constant danger. After work, his superior praises him for a job well done and Jicheok responds cheerfully. As they leave near a bus stop, co-workers say the team did well thanks to him and remark on needing young strength, while he modestly credits everyone. More blue screens grant him additional points for his sincerity, boosting his total. He sees his current point total displayed as 17 and is shocked. Riding the bus, he wonders what in the world this mysterious system is. At home, a caption identifies Jicheok's apartment as he looks for his medicine. Discovering he is out, he laments that each hunting trip leaves him bedridden for days. Grabbing his aching shoulder, he notes that hunting is dangerous and unpredictable, making regular work hard. A new blue message from the unknown god appears asking him to confirm something, leaving him stunned. He recalls that being directly chosen by a god for awakening is extremely rare and questions why he would be chosen. He remembers news about the world shock when the first entity identified as a god appeared. He narrates that people struggled to accept the existence of gods, and even more astonishing was that these beings protected and strengthened chosen awakeners. Opening the fridge and a drink, he wonders if his own awakening with a message is the same phenomenon. He drinks deeply from the can, thinking. Deciding to see what the system wants, he resolves to check it out. He raises his hand to invoke the system. Speaking the command to open the system, he triggers the interface. Light envelopes him as the system activates, and he excitedly wonders if he can now view his stats. Smiling, he says he already understands the basics from spending time with hunters. He expects the usual status display showing his name, job, level, and other information. Instead, a screen greets him with "Welcome to GodTube," confusing him because it is not the status window he anticipated. Another message states that he has been chosen as a GodTube social star due to a god's interest, and tells him to click help for instructions. He notes that this interface feels very different from the normal hunter systems he has heard about. He admits he has never heard of anything like this before. A video suddenly plays of a man giving him a thumbs up and cheering him on. Frustrated, Jicheok wonders why he keeps seeing thumbs ups from everyone today. Realization dawns as he connects the repeated thumbs up to his grandfather. He remembers his grandfather giving a thumbs up and telling him to live a good life, realizing that this might be the good thing promised in his dream. Setting his drink down, he falls silent, processing this connection. He decides it is still too soon to know if this development is truly good or bad. Determined, he taps the interface to access more information and understand the system. The system explains that GodTube's social star is a job granted by the god, and from now on Jicheok must gather thumbs up from other people. People cheerfully give thumbs up, introducing the idea that this gesture is important. A system explains that received thumbs ups become points that can be used to increase one's strength. The protagonist sees a massive number of likes appearing and is shocked. He wonders what it means to earn points from thumbs ups and questions if this is crazy. The explanation recalls that, for normal hunters, points are usually obtained by killing monsters. The interface adds that points can also buy rare items or skills and unlock an auction house at higher levels, making him wonder why his case is different. It further says that more points directly grant more power, leaving him speechless. Suspicious about this thumbs-up mechanic, he decides to open his status window. His status shows him as a low-ranked GodTube social star whose goal is to gather likes to grow strong and famous. Seeing this evaluation, he panics and exclaims in disbelief. He fixates on being called an undeveloped chick and an unknown GodTuber, feeling insulted. He questions what this strange occupation of GodTuber social star even is. Disappointed, he laments that instead of cool powers like shooting lightning, he only became a GodTube social star. He rubs his face in frustration and wonders what to do next. Remembering his grandfather's advice, he considers simply continuing to do good deeds. The system clarifies that likes can be used to raise his stats. He accepts that he has awakened but is still confused about what this GodTube social star role entails. He complains internally that he expected thunder powers from his hands, not this. Looking at an image of his grandfather's thumbs up, he asks if this path is truly a good one. He hesitates, then prepares to speak his decision. Resolving himself, he decides to give this new system a try since his awakening is already done. He taps the interface to adjust his stats. Reviewing his low attributes, he thinks it is smartest to invest in health and strength. He imagines needing physical power to fight any monster that appears before him. He pauses and reconsiders that plan. Recalling battles he has seen, he realizes that magic seemed to be the decisive factor among hunters. He remembers many hunters losing despite skills because they lacked sufficient magic power. Concluding from this, he decides he should raise his magic stat first. The system asks if he wants to spend 15 likes to upgrade magic from F to F+, leaving him momentarily confused. He questions how the cost is calculated and why that upgrade needs 15 likes. He decides he should not waste points carelessly even though he obtained them easily. He finally confirms the upgrade. The system deducts 15 likes and explains that F+ magic allows him to store and use mana. Mana surges into his body and he reacts in alarm. He senses swirling energy and marvels that this must be mana. The mana spirals violently within him. His chest burns as if mana is concentrating in his heart, and he wonders what he should do. He steels his resolve to control this power. He experiments by focusing mana into his fingertips and is excited to feel energy gathering there. The system states that his understanding of magic has deepened. A description appears explaining that magic can temporarily enhance the body or be used more effectively with skills, and he concludes his awakening is real. Noticing he still lacks any skills, he wonders if he should collect more likes to purchase one. After seeing he has only 2 likes left, the system asks if he wants a skill and begins opening a skill shop. Panels of options slide by in front of him. Surrounded by countless skill windows, he asks if all of these are skill choices. Excited, he exclaims that there are an enormous number of skills available. He reads an advanced sword skill capable of dimensional slashes but requiring extremely high swordsmanship, admiring how cool the options look. He then sees a legendary healing song skill said to cure all ailments, and even revive the dead, startling him. Shocked by this resurrection possibility, he reacts intensely. He checks the cost and realizes it demands an absurd price of essentially endless nines and likes. Frustrated, he complains that the number of required likes for that skill is practically infinite and unobtainable. Feeling exhausted, he mutters that he is tired. He dismisses those impossible skills as pipe dreams and instead asks the system to show skills purchasable with just 2 likes. The system searches and reports hundreds of cheap skills available for 1 or 2 likes. Seeing the large list, he is impressed and surprised. He reads a basic breathing skill that simply improves health by proper breathing. Another cheap skill promises painless long walks. A third skill makes overeating easier by preventing stomach upsets, and he notes that only mundane skills appear because of his low points. He laughs at a pooping skill that ensures smooth bowel movements in any situation, finding the list entertaining. Moving to the 2-like category, he discovers a massage skill that enhances blood circulation and health, usable on both himself and others. He imagines using this massage on coworkers to earn their thumbs ups and concludes it is a good like farming ability. In his fantasy, coworkers praise his massage, say it feels great, and look forward to more sessions. Delighted, he calls the massage skill a hidden gem among the low-tier options. Determined to use 2 likes now to gain more later, he confirms purchase of the massage skill. The system processes the transaction and buys the massage skill for 2 likes. The next day at the Hunter Assistant head office, a coworker remarks on him arriving early despite yesterday's hard work. Another colleague points out how diligent a certain Mr. Kim is for coming early as well. They chat about Mr. Kim commuting daily from far away instead of using the dorm, and he modestly says he is used to it though he seemed tired yesterday. Mr. Kim explains he keeps working because he is broke and must earn money rather than rest. Jichiak cautions him about their dangerous job while his own uniform ID confirms his worker number. He falls silent as he fastens his uniform, thinking. He realizes the bodycam he wears must contain many interesting recordings. He asks Mr. Kim whether they can upload their bodycam footage online, mentioning how hunters post their own recordings. He says he would like to upload too, but Mr. Kim replies he thinks it is not allowed. Mr. Kim reminds him that their contracts included strict confidentiality clauses, which Jichiak recalls. Mr. Kim adds that even if they uploaded, no one would want to watch boring corpse cleanup videos. He concludes that only flashy videos of hunters using cool skills get interest, and Jichiak acknowledges that. Mr. Kim still offers to accompany Jichiak to ask their superiors about it. Jokingly, Mr. Kim says they will probably just be scolded, but it is better to be scolded together. As they head toward headquarters, Jichiak notes it is tough for contract workers to make requests but agrees to go. Jichiak thanks him, and Mr. Kim replies that he trusts Jichiak has a good reason for his plan, even giving a thumbs up. Jichiak receives a system notice of a new thumbs up, and he happily resolves to create more chances to massage coworkers today. At 12:30 lunch break, workers gather around the cafeteria area. After eating, coworkers talk about how full and satisfied they are with the meal. Jichiak hints that overeating might cause trouble, while his friend marvels at his ability to eat after handling monster corpses. Another worker asks Jichiak if he is really going to request private bodycam broadcasting permission from head office, and Jichiak complains how fast rumors spread. The coworker says whoever heard the idea does not matter and suggests they all go together to make the request. The group encourages him, saying they should unite and speak up together, and that getting scolded as a group is less scary. Jichiak is touched, thinking all the older men are supporting him like family. Seizing the moment, he announces that he recently learned massage techniques and offers to demonstrate them. Other workers discuss how effective his massages already felt and contemplate getting one during lunch. The scene shifts to lunch break where the crowd gathers indoors. Inside the lounge, Jichiak invites Mr. Kim to sit so he can start massaging him. Jichiak seats him and gets ready while others watch with interest. He briefly worries that giving massages in front of everyone might be embarrassing. Activating the massage skill, he nervously moves his hands toward Mr. Kim. Someone volunteers confidently to go first. Jichiak begins with a gentle massage, and Mr. Kim happily boasts about getting special treatment. Jichiak reassures another coworker not to worry as he prepares to keep massaging even though there is no going back now. His gloved hands knead deeply into tense back muscles, applying the skill. Jichiak breaks into a sweat as he concentrates seriously on his work. He is startled when his hands start moving on their own under the influence of the activated skill and wonders if skills can act autonomously. The vigorous massage surprises Mr. Kim, who admits it feels quite good. Jichiak senses something odd in the massage sensation and questions it. His hands drift a bit low toward the waist, intensifying the pressure. Mr. Kim yells as a sharp shock hits his waist. Worried, Jichiak apologizes and offers to stop, but Mr. Kim laughs that it felt so good he did not notice the moment of pain. Examining him, Jichiak observes his back now appears straight, prompting further amazement from the others. The onlookers are impressed, likening his hands to a massage machine and asking where he learned such technique. Mr. Kim joyfully reports that his back pain is gone, praising Jichiak with a thumbs up. Jichiak smiles as the system notifies him that he has earned 1 point. Other coworkers excitedly clamor for their turn, and Jichiak agrees to massage all of them. He begins massaging another worker's shoulders and back. His hands move rapidly like a powered machine, pounding another coworker's back. Afterward, a satisfied coworker gives a thumbs up, and the system awards Jichiak another point. Yet another coworker receives a head and neck massage and Jichiak gains an additional point. Surrounded by coworkers giving thumbs ups as points accumulate, Jichiak is pleased that at this rate he will quickly recover the likes he spent. He realizes that the calm massage skill is passive and does not consume mana, which surprises him. He then wonders what will happen if he channels magic power into his hands while massaging, recalling that magic enhances skill effects. Closing his eyes, he concentrates to control his mana. He focuses intensely as blue magical energy swirls around his hands in preparation. A coworker reacts explosively to the magically enhanced massage, feeling intense stimulation. Another coworker is overwhelmed by a powerful new sensation coursing through his body. When asked where he learned this, Jichiak avoids explaining, thinking he must hide the truth from the hunters who would covet such luxury. The system congratulates him for significantly improving the condition of patients, granting bonus experience, and raising his massage skill to rank E with stronger effects, which he finds astonishing. Jichiak looks at his glowing hands in awe of the upgrade. Bystanders whisper about whether he is really that good, while he wonders if less fit people gain faster proficiency. A coworker defends the massage, calling it the best thing he has ever experienced. Others agree that even after medical treatments their remaining stress only vanished thanks to Jichiak's massage, and scold him jokingly for hiding such a skill. A montage shows multiple coworkers happily giving thumbs ups as he massages them with blue energy, receiving many points and further increasing his massage rank and healing power to D. Jichiak happily notes he now has 34 points earned purely from massage, and says he is glad if his work makes them feel good. Later that day at the Hunter Assistant Team headquarters, the group prepares to ask for bodycam access. They walk through the building's interior toward the meeting room. Inside, a superior questions whether they really came just to make such a request. Jichiak and his coworkers stand nervously before the management, unsure how their plea will be received. The stern team leader folds his hands and, after a pause, asks why they are approaching him instead of other managers. Introducing himself as the Resource Collecting Department team leader, he says he does not understand why they are making this request to him. Jichiak internally admires the elite office atmosphere and notices a casually placed bag of rare monster leather that is hard to obtain. He recalls gossip that this team leader is the chairman's grandson who quickly became leader through nepotism, explaining the elite's attitude toward him. The team leader asks Jichiak to confirm that his contract renewal is next month, and Jichiak replies yes. Jichiak panics internally, fearing he might be dismissed when the contract ends and worrying he still lacks combat-related gear while needing to earn money with uncertain abilities. The leader then asks everyone else to leave the room for a moment, clearly wanting to speak with Jichiak alone. Jichiak and his coworkers file out, leaving him standing outside the office door. Jichiak waits anxiously as the office door closes behind the others. Inside, the leader admits he did not expect Hunter assistants to make such a request. He comments that it is bold for contract workers to unite and bring this request together. The leader and Jichiak lock eyes, tension rising between them. The leader states that he supports Jichiak's idea but has a favor to ask in return, which surprises Jichiak. He explains that any profits from the venture will belong entirely to Jichiak, emphasizing the offer. Revealing himself as the president's grandson who wants to debut like his siblings, he asks Jichiak to film him in a way that will skyrocket view counts, which Jichiak acknowledges internally. When Jichiak suggests using an expert, the leader says he actually wants the roughest possible setting, believing a harsher environment will be better for the broadcast's impact. The mysterious client explains they cannot give him advance payment without leaving money traces but promises a big reward once he reaches the next level. Company staff proudly discuss their good reputation for skipping empty speeches and focusing only on work. Leaving the meeting, they remark that the company was unexpectedly open-minded about professions and thank Mr. Yoem for making it easy for everyone to come. As people rush toward a waiting bus, someone urges the others to hurry aboard so they can get home. Evening settles over the city skyline. The streets fill with pedestrians and traffic while the green bus makes its way through congestion. On the bus, he thinks the matter of the Sleep Dragon video is none of his concern, and he is pleased they allowed free use of the footage. He recalls being handed a tiny mechanical device that fits in his palm. The company man explained that the gadget is a durable micro bodycam used by hunters, ideal for filming even during combat. He was told that by using it he would be able to record in any situation. Now on the bus, he fastens the bodycam to his chest, noting that it differs from what they previously used. Reading the manual, he notes its automatic data transfer feature. Suddenly the bus lurches violently, his papers fly, and he gasps in alarm. The whole bus interior blurs as it shakes harder. Thrown around in his seat, he wonders in panic why the vehicle has begun to shake. His eyes widen in shock as the situation worsens. A close-up shows his dilated eye, emphasizing his terror. As the bus tilts, he looks out the window at the city whipping past. Seeing buildings dropping away, he curses, realizing something catastrophic is happening. From high above, the bus plummets toward the street amid streaks of motion. The bus hurtles sideways, completely out of control. It slams and skids, everything outside a chaotic blur. The bus crashes amid flying debris and shattered glass. Inside, passengers and seats whirl violently as the vehicle rolls. He is flung through the air, tumbling helplessly. His eye again fills the frame, stunned and overwhelmed mid-crash. The wrecked interior shows him and others smashed against the front, hanging amid twisted metal. Outside, rubble and a hazy cityscape reveal the aftermath of the crash. The intersection around the bus is devastated, with streets cracked and buildings damaged. A reddish aura or smoke pillar rises over the ruined district. Injured people cry out around the shattered, leaning bus. Inside, bloodied passengers lie on the floor, one groaning weakly. Another wounded passenger gasps in pain and chokes. His own hand lies on the bloody floor, scratched and throbbing as he groans. He pushes himself up from the wrecked floor, struggling to move. Holding his aching head, he realizes how badly he is hurt. Looking around at the tilted interior, he curses and wonders if the bus actually flipped. Seeing blood dripping, he panics, trying to figure out whose it is. He clutches his injured arm, thinking that his whole body hurts. Feeling as if his body is smashed, he decides to use his massage skill on himself. As healing light surrounds his arm, a god tube prompt confirms the massage skill is being used on himself. A wounded man points weakly, saying someone over there seems seriously injured. Shocked, the protagonist turns in the indicated direction. He finds a man on the floor, badly hurt and groaning. Kneeling beside him, he tells the man to calm down. Pulling back the man's shirt, he sees a severe wound and realizes it is worse than expected. He presses glowing hands to the injury, activating his healing massage. He notes with relief that the wound is starting to close. While healing, he urges the man to hold on and thinks he can probably give first aid to everyone. Sweating with effort, he continues channeling energy into the patient. System messages report that the subject's wounds and abnormal conditions are healing. His massage proficiency is soaring, and he has gained the core trait first aid. Exhausted but focused, he keeps healing as another god tube window appears. Afterward, coughing passengers confirm they are alive as he asks if they are alright. A frightened boy asks why this happened, and the protagonist guesses that some kind of explosion occurred. Another man suggests they should try going outside first. The protagonist stops them, insisting that no one should leave the bus yet. Confused, someone argues they ought to go out and seek help. He explains that if this disaster is a gate manifestation, monsters may be outside, so staying put could be safer than rushing out. Trusting his status as an awakener, they nervously accept his advice. He tells them to endure a bit longer, and says he will go outside after finishing everyone's first aid. As he walks away glowing with healing power, bystanders remark how fortunate it is to have an awakener with him. GodTube notifies that his massage rank has risen and now automatically earns likes whenever used, as he continues healing another passenger. Notifications show he is receiving likes in real time while his glowing hands treat injuries. Colorful phantom thumbs swarm around him, and he realizes he is gaining likes just by massaging. Grateful passengers smile and thank him sincerely. Someone comments how lucky they are that a healer-type awakener happened to be riding the bus. He modestly says it was only basic first aid, while more likes accumulate. Watching the like counter skyrocket past tens of thousands, he wonders what kind of system this is but admits that having many thumbs up is beneficial. His bespectacled acquaintance reasons that the huge response is because he is saving lives rather than just giving ordinary massages. Nearby, a crying child clings to an adult, showing the lingering fear. Other rescued passengers give enthusiastic thumbs up, visibly relieved and supportive of him. Wiping sweat from his brow, he wonders if he has finally finished administering first aid. He reflects that he was so focused on suddenly using his skill that he almost forgot other details. Realizing something, he touches the device on his chest and wonders if the body camera has been recording everything. Remembering that the cam auto-activates from strong shocks or nearby monsters, he suspects that monsters must be around. He asks if anyone still feels unwell, but people answer that they feel fine. A passenger thanks him, saying the pain is gone, while he tells everyone to remain in the bus while he checks outside. He reminds them that what he did was only first aid and they should go to a hospital later, and they urge the awakener to be careful. He reassures them to wait a bit longer while he steps out. He climbs through the damaged bus doorway to survey the situation. Stealing his expression, he prepares himself mentally for what he might face. Outside he sees the city center in ruins, streets split and buildings leaning, confirming the scale of the disaster. In the distance, blue lightning and levitating debris herald the gate's energy while a terrified child cries in the street. Watching panicked civilians and wreckage, he thinks the whole area has descended into complete chaos. Stepping over rubble, he notes the pervasive stench of burnt flesh and blood. He also smells mixed oil and fuel, making the surroundings reek. Suddenly something catches his eye, startling him. He spots a massive swirling gate spewing bright blue energy and curses. Realizing a gate has indeed opened here, the gate's energy shoots downward toward the city like blazing comets. He senses that the energy waves from this gate are unlike anything seen before and far more ominous. From the gate, hordes of goblin-like monsters pour out into the middle of Seoul, snarling and shrieking. Viewed from afar, the goblin's swarm dives from the portal, prompting his shocked reaction. Seeing the group veer toward his position, he panics that the goblins are coming straight for him. Inside the bus, someone shouts that the monsters are heading their way. People scatter in terror while he urges everyone to run. Amid the stampede, he hesitates, anxiously asking himself what he should do. He reminds himself that his expertise is dealing with corpses. He grimly notes that these monsters, unfortunately, are still very much alive. Hearing or seeing something near the overturned bus, he startles again. He remembers the still vulnerable passengers and worries about their safety. Forcing himself to focus, he recalls his training and recognizes that the first goblins approaching are just scouting units. Determined, he sprints back toward the bus. He thinks that if these scouts return to the gate, much stronger main forces will follow. Entering the ruined bus again, he reasons that since this is Central Seoul, skilled hunters should arrive soon. Facing the remaining passengers, he decides that until reinforcements come he must do everything in his power to help. The shaken survivors silently watch him, depending on his lead. He resolves to do his best, then yells for everyone to flee as far as possible and find shelters or government buildings. Watching them escape, he is relieved that they all managed to get out safely. A sudden ominous rumble makes him look up in alarm. He sees goblins leaping across the ruins toward him. Forcing himself to calm down, he reminds himself that there is still time, and he must think clearly about what he needs. He calls out to open the system shop, triggering a GodTube shop interface that advertises likes as power and wealth. Knowing the urgency, he orders the system to immediately open the beginner's package he had reviewed earlier. He taps the glowing interface to confirm the purchase. His eyes flare as the package activation begins. Energy swirls around him while a message announces the beginner's package is opening, and he reacts in astonishment. The system states that during the beginner period he can use 2 skills, and a sword materializes in his hand. It also grants him a basic equipment set, including a shield that appears in his other hand. Further prompts say an item drop booster is active and his skills proficiency is rising, granting him the beginner skill Firm Mind for mental stability. Another prompt explains the sword and shield beginner skill that boosts defense when blocking and power when attacking multiple foes. A final notice confirms the beginner package has been fully applied. A glowing sprout symbol appears above his head, and he wonders in confusion what it is. The sprout hovers brightly as he repeats his baffled question. Looking up, he realizes the icon openly marks him as a rookie. Standing with sword and shield while the sprout floats overhead, he complains about this embarrassing effect. Accepting it, he focuses and asks himself if he is at least adequately prepared for now. Checking his like balance at 127, he notes he lacks area of effect skills and must plan accordingly. Deciding that raw strength matters most, he orders all remaining points to be assigned to strength. Power surges through him, the system confirming his D-rank strength has increased by 1 level. Feeling immediate physical empowerment, he marvels at the strength coursing through his body. Confident, he concludes this power should be enough to smash goblin skulls. As he moves through the ruined streets, he hears distress ahead and realizes some people still have not evacuated. He dashes toward the sound without hesitation. He plants himself on elevated rubble, sword and shield ready in a defensive stance. With fierce resolve, he prepares to leap into combat. He spots 3 goblins menacing a man protecting someone on the ground and curses the odds. The crouching man clutches his companion, recognizing how dangerous the situation is. 1 goblin lunges, baring its fangs. The protagonist shouts to draw the goblin's attention toward himself, successfully taunting them. Grinning with determination, he reminds himself that he now has the beginner package on his side. His eyes sharpen as he braces for incoming attacks. A goblin blade slams into his shield with a clang, but he withstands the blow. He holds the dented shield firm, absorbing the force. More jagged blades whistle through the air toward him. Startled, he realizes he is under a coordinated surprise attack. 1 goblin leaps straight at him as he raises his shield to block. The snarling creature closes in, claws outstretched. He charges forward with shield leading, launching his own counterattack. A goblin screams as the clash begins. 1 goblin's slashing strike meets his shield with a burst of sparks while it screeches, marking the start of their close-quarters battle. The protagonist is shocked that despite it being his first real fight, he is performing unusually well. While clashing with a goblin, he wonders if blocking its surprise attack was no coincidence, since combat feels strangely natural to his body. Noticing his enhanced strength, he suspects his increased strength stat is responsible. He tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to continue fighting. A goblin charges at him, roaring aggressively. Both he and the goblin are hurled backward by the impact of their clash. He leans forward with determination, pushing the offensive. A goblin speeds in with its weapon, preparing a powerful strike. A blue arc of energy slices across the battlefield. Using his sword and shield, he sweeps through, severing the attacking goblin. The goblin's body parts hit the ground as he stands on a high ledge with sword raised. From above, we see the goblin's corpse scattered on the street far below where the protagonist stands. Nearby goblins are startled and cry out in fear at what just happened. A frightened couple watches, realizing what is occurring. The protagonist stands with sword and shield, processing the outcome. Calmly, he confirms his attack worked and reasons that his composure must come from the firm mind skill. Looking at his reflection in the sword, he notes that his mind feels unexpectedly calm. He concludes that hunters must possess skills like his beginner's package, which he now finds extremely useful. A goblin dashes toward him to attack. A man yells to him to be careful as goblins rush at the lone hunter. He briefly freezes as the warning sinks in. He focuses his eyes, regaining concentration. He hurls his shield toward an oncoming goblin. The spinning shield slams into the goblin, striking it hard. As 1 goblin screams, he retrieves the shield and prepares for more incoming enemies. A goblin charges straight into his shield, shrieking. He blocks a massive overhead strike, straining against the goblin's weapon. A goblin unleashes a furious flurry of blows at him. He counters with his own rapid series of sword swings. While they trade blows, he notes that though the goblins are fast, that is their only advantage. He observes that, at least compared with these scout goblins, his strength is not inferior. With that confidence, he overpowers a goblin in a direct clash and wounds it. One of the goblins realizes in terror how strong he is. The protagonist charges again with shield raised, pressing the attack. He releases a wide, electrified slash that collides with the goblin's weapon. He follows up with another sweeping strike, shouting as goblins growl in response. 1 battered goblin growls, trying to rise while clutching the fallen shield. Seeing this, he realizes something is wrong and grows alarmed. A goblin suddenly notices a new threat rushing toward it. After another powerful slash, both he and the goblin are flung apart, one tumbling toward a swirling, purple vortex. The goblin's body crashes near the couple, splattering blood and startling them. Breathing out, he declares that this finishes off the 3 goblins. He stands over a slain goblin under the night sky, his sword stuck in its body. System messages inform him that his sword and shield proficiency has increased. Another message shows his firm mind skill has also leveled up. He reflects that, overall, this went well for his first battle. GodTube notifications pop up, telling him he has received multiple likes from observers. Surprised, he understands skill growth but wonders where these likes are coming from. Nearby civilians thank him sincerely for saving them. The system explains that the citizens he saved are expressing gratitude, granting him likes. Realizing this, he concludes that the likes he is receiving are generated by people's gratitude. Additional notifications show he is gaining small batches of likes one after another. As ghostly thumbs up icons appear, he wonders what this new phenomenon is. He realizes that even bystanders who simply watch the fight are also sending him likes from everywhere. As he battles more goblins, he thinks he now understands how the system of likes and power works. He deduces that killing goblins alone will not raise his levels, regardless of how many he defeats. He concludes that he does not gain experience from slaying monsters. Only likes can increase his power. He firmly resolves that likes are the sole source of his growth. Watching cheering crowds, he notes that people are currently filling his thumbs up points with their encouragement, but wonders what happens if someone dies. He rejects that grim thought, deciding he does not even want to imagine such a scenario. Reflecting on tragedies he has witnessed, he recalls how quickly hope can turn into fear. Looking over the corpses he has left, he decides he must act before the goblins spread further through the city. Seeing goblins scattered in the distance, he realizes he needs to move quickly. He summons the GodTube shop interface, calling for the shop window. He orders the system to search for an aggro skill that has the widest area of effect and can be used immediately. The system optimizes results for his current stats and suggests a single skill book called Scream of the Wild. He decides to buy Scream of the Wild at once and then search for an immediately usable ranged skill with his remaining likes. The system begins searching, returning many results, and he asks it to narrow them to fast, equipment-free skills. It filters down to one ranged skill book named Telekinesis Arrow. He urgently confirms the purchase of Telekinesis Arrow. The system completes the purchase, leaving him with 0 likes. A glowing skill book materializes before him amid swirling blue energy. As he reaches out, he reassures himself that spending all his likes on this book will be worth it. He touches the book and begins absorbing its power in a vortex of light. Energy surges around him as the new skills take root in his body. Steeling himself, he considers whether to lure every remaining enemy to his position. He inhales deeply to ready his new aggro skill. He unleashes Scream of the Wild, roaring as waves of sound and power expand outward. The shockwave tears through the ruined buildings. The scream rolls down the empty streets, shaking the entire area. Across the district, goblins on the roads hear the call. All the surrounding goblins react, crying out as they turn toward the source. Enraged, large groups of goblins surge forward to hunt him down. From his vantage point, he watches the horde rushing toward him. Seeing the size of the approaching swarm, he laughs nervously, admitting there are far more than he expected. Bracing his shield, he decides it is time to test his next newly acquired skill. He closes his eyes, concentrating his remaining mana. He invokes Telekinesis Arrow, summoning numerous glowing arrows of light. He swings his arms to direct the volley toward the oncoming foes. The energy arrows stream past his hands like a rain of projectiles. The barrage streaks through the sky toward the charging goblins. The goblins keep advancing, unaware of the impending attack overhead. One goblin finally notices an alarm as the arrows descend. The rain of glowing arrows engulfs the goblin ranks, piercing them from above. Goblins are struck mid-air and begin falling under the storm of arrows. The protagonist watches as the battlefield fills with dust and the aftermath of the attack. Impressed by his own magic, he remarks that the Telekinesis Arrow spell is incredibly destructive. Suddenly blue lightning racks his body, indicating a heavy strain on his mind. Overwhelmed by pain, he clutches his head and screams. He yells that his head feels like it is about to explode from the intense strain. A system alert explains that his mana has been greatly depleted, leaving him with very little, and he realizes this happens when he uses too much mana at once. Meanwhile, citizens who were just saved give him grateful thumbs up, sending him more likes. A notification highlights one man hugging his partner in tears and rewards the protagonist with a large bonus of 100 gratitude likes. The system notes that people around him are deeply inspired by his actions, granting even more likes. Dizzy but relieved, he thinks that by accumulating likes he has managed to avoid collapse. He decides to invest half of his newly gained likes into raising his magic stat. As he does so, energy swirls around his head again. A message shows his magic rank increasing, and he happily notes that his headache is quickly fading. Elsewhere in the city, helicopters carrying A and B teams head toward the gate, while others focus on rescuing nearby civilians. The pilots report that the scout teams are turning back toward the gate. One aircraft continues to approach as its crew prepares to deploy. They confirm over the radio that they will reach the gate area in about 5 minutes. The coordinator states that once the hunters mark their target, they may disembark. The operation commander declares that the annihilation mission against the monsters will now begin. Back at the battle, a goblin slashes ferociously toward the protagonist. Another goblin swings a heavy blade, following up its ally's attack. The protagonist blocks and counters, but grunts from the effort. Exhausted and in the dark, he curses the delay and wonders when the official hunters, who are funded by taxes, will finally arrive to do their job. More goblins close in on him, snarling. He admits to himself that handling everything alone any longer is becoming too difficult. The goblins leap at him again, surrounding him from multiple directions. The ground shakes as an enormous foot lands nearby, revealing a larger foe in the chaos. Startled by the thunderous step, he briefly hopes the arriving figure is a hunter come to help. Seeing its huge green form, he realizes instead that a much larger monster has appeared. He identifies the towering brute as an orc and is shocked to face such a powerful enemy. The orc roars, and he anxiously wonders why the main hunter unit still has not shown up. He panics, thinking that until now he had only seen dead orcs and never realized how intimidating they would look alive. Watching their movements, he concludes that orcs appear far stronger in real life than he imagined. One orc slams down with its massive weapon, escalating the threat. Several orcs and goblins converge from all sides while he realizes the enemies have completely surrounded him. His legs tremble under the pressure, reflecting his fear. He despairs that with the citizens already evacuated there is no way to earn more likes right now and wonders desperately what to do. Suddenly numerous hunter transports and figures drop from the sky toward the battlefield. Looking up, he brightens, realizing help has finally arrived. Hunters descend like meteors around him, and he thinks with relief that he is now saved. One hunter in goggles streaks downward, leading the assault. Charged with electricity, another hunter prepares to obliterate the goblins as the protagonist cheers them on to crush the monsters. A swordswoman hunter dives in with a flaming greatsword. Her slash explodes in a blinding arc that devastates the area. The aftermath is a storm of blasts and shockwaves tearing through the monsters' ranks. Orcs are engulfed in the explosions, hurled away amid smoke and light. The protagonist shelters behind his shield, admiring how strong the hunters are and reaffirming his feeling of safety. Plumes of monster smoke and spirit-like wisps rise toward the starry sky as the battle ends. The ground is littered with dismembered goblin and orc corpses, proving the hunters' overwhelming victory. The monster bodies begin to dissolve into smoke, fading from the streets. Amid ambulance sirens, a rescued woman thanks him, saying she and her husband are alive because of him and asking how they can repay him. At the ambulance, someone offers him something in gratitude, addressing him respectfully as Mr. Hunter. He modestly refuses payment, but the man insists, explaining that the protagonist saved his pregnant wife and he wants him to accept a small token. Embarrassed by their insistence, the protagonist smiles and tells them to focus on their own safety and get checked at the hospital. The system reports that the couple is deeply impressed by his integrity and awards him 100 points for his selfless refusal. A civil servant notes that people have been thanking Jichiak repeatedly. A system message says viewers admire his quick responses while he modestly claims he only did his duty. The system adds 30 more points to his total. The civil servant recalls that his mother survived because someone delayed the monsters until evacuation. He admits he feared hunters would arrive too late and everyone might die, asking if the situation is under control. He explains that incidents like this occur, but this time there were unusually many casualties. Jichiak agrees with him. The official reads Jichiak's profile, remarking that he awakened recently. The assessment shows Jichiak possesses balanced abilities of an all-rounder. The man comments that multi-class people are rare, and Jichiak reacts sheepishly. The official tells Jichiak to rest while they process monster loot and praises his work. A system message states that a public official is grateful to Jichiak and awards him 101 points. Jichiak notes that he has just received 101 points. Feeling recognized by the authorities, he starts to feel like a genuine hunter. The scene shifts to Jichiak's apartment building. Jichiak arrives home and takes off his shoes. Exhausted, Jichiak collapses spread-eagled onto his bed. Lying there, he reflects that fighting monsters today still feels unreal, like a dream. He vividly recalls battling goblins in the earlier fight. He keeps replaying memories of fighting monsters. A new quest notification appears from GodTube. Jichiak, surprised, looks up at the floating quest window. The quest explains that for his GodTube debut he must upload today's recording to earn a beginner skill reward. Examining the listed beginner skills, he thinks they all look very valuable and worth the effort. Holding the recording device, he wonders how he is supposed to upload the footage. The interface opens an energy vortex and instructs him to insert his data. Unsure about editing, he asks if he can just upload the raw footage. He decides to upload the data before going to sleep anyway. The recording is sucked into the swirling GodTube interface. Numerous data panes stream upward as the upload progresses. The system confirms that the upload has completed. Another message reports that the quest is finished and rewards are now being issued. As Jichiak sleeps, glowing GodTube energy swirls over him. A sepia flashback shows a younger Jichiak running, breathing hard. His grandfather runs with small Jichiak in his arms toward help. The sweating grandfather reassures his feverish grandchild that they are almost at the destination. They reach a hospital emergency room. The grandfather desperately hurries inside. Young Jichiak weakly calls out to his grandfather as they reach the reception. The grandfather encourages him, promising ice cream if his fever goes down, but saying he must first get a shot. The child trembles and tears up at the thought of the injection. A nurse injects the shot into the child's thigh. Jichiak cries loudly in his grandfather's lap after the painful injection. Later the grandfather buys him the promised ice cream. The child happily reaches out for the ice cream. Grandfather gently tells him to eat it slowly. Little Jichiak eagerly bites into the ice cream. The grandfather smiles warmly, relieved. Sitting together on a park bench, the grandfather tells Jichiak he wants nothing more from life. He asks Jichiak only to grow up healthy, and the boy cheerfully agrees. Back in the present, music plays as half-asleep Jichiak murmurs about his grandpa. Still groggy, he reaches to answer his ringing phone. He picks up the call. Lying on his bed, he answers hello, while the caller urgently asks what happened. Realizing who it is, he drowsily recognizes Mr. Kim. Sitting up in surprise, he insists he already finished the job yesterday, but Mr. Kim says he has awakened and is on the news now. Confused, Jicheok asks about the news, and Mr. Kim exclaims that he is currently being featured. Jicheok hurriedly ends the call, promising to call back. He rushes off with the phone in hand. He wonders what it means that he is on the news. Noise and screams from a broadcasted battle echo from his TV. The screen shows a devastated cityscape from the report. The footage displays swirling blue energy tearing through the ruined streets. Viewers see waves of monsters being hurled by that energy blast. The camera shows Jicheok himself standing on rubble wielding sword and shield. Staring at the TV, he exclaims in shock that the fighter on screen is really him. He critiques the video quality while watching himself fight a goblin. Standing before the TV, he confirms to himself that the person in the video is definitely him. The newscaster reports that citizens witnessed the hunter saving many lives and that the man appears to have just awakened. Interviewed citizens speculate he has 3 skills encompassing healing, strength, and magic, and one survivor credits him for their life. The announcer adds that witnesses say the hunter vanished silently afterward, and authorities have hidden his personal information. Watching, Jicheok wonders what all this commotion is about. The anchor mentions the clip has also been uploaded to a social media site. Jicheok realizes with alarm that this must refer to GodTube. The news states that the video is receiving a massive and rapidly increasing number of views. The report then narrates how the mysterious awakened person was filmed saving lives in the city center and invites viewers to watch the battle footage. Jicheok watches tensely, sweating. More clips show him fighting fiercely against monsters using shield, spear, and magic. He recognizes the sequences and reacts to the various battle scenes. He deduces the clip likely came from an official's body cam. He realizes the news video is exactly what he uploaded before bed. Standing in his room, he wonders if the video spread across the internet overnight. Doubting, he calls the system to verify whether this is real. The GodTube interface materializes in front of him. A system pop-up reports that he now has over 999 unread messages. Jicheok gasps in disbelief. He sees the like counter skyrocketing and reacts in shock. His eyes widen as the numbers continue rising. A message informs him that yesterday's upload has reached 3.5 million views and 200,000 subscribers. He questions how this could happen, wondering if such online popularity is even possible. Noting that likes are fewer than views, he compares the two metrics. The system clarifies that it tracks likes separately from views and shows his current total like count. Jicheok notes that, for a first video, around 80,000 likes is impressive. He reflects on the enormous numbers of likes, subscribers, and views displayed. Collapsing back on the bed, he wonders whether this situation is a dream or reality. He thinks that he simply slept and woke up to find himself a sudden GodTube star. The doorbell rings, drawing his attention to the front door. He wonders who would visit him, since he rarely has guests. Approaching the door, he asks aloud who it is. A voice outside identifies himself as Mr. Eum's visitor. Jicheok reacts with surprise as he reaches for the door. The visitor introduces himself as Junji Han, which Jicheok recognizes as the chief of staff. Jicheok opens the door. A well-dressed man with glasses greets him politely by name. A narrated recap explains that barrier stones were installed in big cities to prevent gates from opening. It notes that since then no gates had opened in city centers until this latest incident. Commentators discuss how experts are baffled and still researching without clear answers. They add that budget for buying barrier stones has been cut in half over the years. Analysts warn that without policy change, similar disasters could happen elsewhere and stress the need to secure more barrier stones. They explain that barrier stones are very expensive, in high global demand, and usually only drop from clearing 3-star or higher dungeons. Another panel notes that higher dungeon levels increase the chance of obtaining such stones. The experts point out that only about 30 guilds can clear 3-star dungeons and fewer than 5 can handle 4-star ones. The broadcaster concludes that 5-star dungeons are currently impossible domestically, making barrier stones vital for survival and requiring government support. Back at Jicheok's apartment, the doorbell rings again and he asks who is there. He opens the door to find his team leader Junji standing there, surprised and asking how he came. Flustered, Jicheok asks him to wait a moment. He hurriedly grabs a towel to tidy up. He kicks his laundry basket into place while straightening the room. Embarrassed by the mess, he apologizes for his bachelor pad, while Junji says it was rude to arrive unannounced. Junji hands over a small gift bag, saying he bought it in a rush. Jicheok accepts it, remarking that it seems too generous. Junji surveys Jicheok's neat room. He comments that he already knew Jicheok was tidy but is still impressed, and a system notification says Junji is astonished by Jicheok's character, granting a like. The interface records that Jicheok has gained 1 additional like. Jicheok laughs, surprised that even something like cleanliness can earn likes. He nervously offers Junji a seat on the sofa. As Junji sits, Jicheok heads off to get him a drink. Junji takes a seat on the couch, feeling more nervous than during previous TV mentions as Citizen 1 or 2. Jicheok now realizes he is meeting a known awakener. Outside, reporters question an awakener about clearing the dangerous dungeon. Junji, now in combat gear, tells the press it was a very challenging dungeon and a rare experience. He adds that if the main forces of monsters had emerged, the outcome would have been far worse, and credits a subordinate for buying crucial time. Junji admits he dislikes calling Jicheok merely a subordinate. Another coworker praises Jicheok's talent and everyday work ethic. The press conference continues with Junji speaking at length to the cameras. Back at home, Jicheok silently watches this broadcast of his team leader. A narration bubble explains that Junji only learned of Jicheok's awakening from this broadcast. Jicheok confirms that his own awakening was kept secret outside the company. Handing Junji water, he responds as Junji continues the discussion. Junji admits he had not known Jicheok was an awakener and says yesterday's dedication inspired him. Jicheok downplays it, saying he only survived because the hunters arrived. Junji hesitates, then says he came suddenly because he has a proposal for Jicheok. Jicheok, seated opposite, asks what kind of offer it is. Junji points out that Jicheok is only a non-regular hunter assistant and suggests that, as an awakener, he should actually be working as a hunter. Jicheok repeats the idea of becoming a hunter, startled. Junji straightforwardly asks Jicheok to sign a contract with him. Shocked that someone from the powerful Jianga company wants him, Jicheok internally exclaims about the contract. Clenching his fist, he realizes a major corporation is trying to scout him. He reflects that such offers usually go to top rookie talents, and never thought it would happen to him. Overwhelmed, he says the proposal is so sudden that he does not know how to respond. The recruiter calmly acknowledges how sudden his proposal was and tells Jicheok to take his time deciding. Jicheok panics internally at his racing heart, but reminds himself he should be confident since they are the ones making him an offer. Mustering courage, Jicheok thanks the man for the offer and says he wants to review the contract terms first, leaving the recruiter momentarily silent. After a pause, the recruiter accepts Jicheok's request. He suggests they now discuss the specific details of the contract. The recruiter activates a powerful skill through his glasses. System windows inform Jicheok that Jihan Jong is using a high-ranking skill to test the sincerity of his words. Jicheok realizes a skill is being used on him. He worries that the man might be trying to read his mind with a truth-checking ability. Jicheok notes that the recruiter likes him but is still cautious, while Jicheok resists using his beginner skill firm mind. He wonders how he can even know what skill the recruiter is using. He suspects his own special system that senses people's moods and states might be giving him this insight. The system announces that his resistance failed due to low rank, and Jicheok concludes he must never lie. The recruiter, understanding Jicheok's concern, sets his cup down and acknowledges his worries. He says he really wants to recruit Jicheok and plans to match the best conditions any top company could offer, which surprises Jicheok. Jicheok decides he must speak honestly and aim for what he truly wants. He braces himself, sweating slightly. The recruiter points out that hybrid-type awakeners are extremely valuable. He says he intends to pay Jicheok what he deserves and asks what conditions Jicheok wants. Jicheok frankly answers that he wants to gain as much as his abilities allow, though he is unsure how strong he can become. The system reports that awakened Jihan Jong is again using a skill to judge the sincerity of Jicheok's words. The skill confirms that Jicheok is not lying. Jicheok is surrounded by light as his honest intent is recognized. A notification states that what he said is true. The recruiter remarks that with Jicheok's clothes, long range, and healing potential, his role could cover multiple positions. Jicheok is startled that the recruiter senses there is even more to his abilities than he himself knows. Jicheok realizes this man is a formidable negotiator, while the recruiter adds that Jicheok need not reveal everything if he wishes to keep secrets. Jicheok laughs and internally notes that life taught him always to keep at least one hidden card. The system again verifies that his statement about keeping a hidden card is truthful. The recruiter smiles, saying Jicheok's mindset is well suited for a hunter. He then moves the negotiation forward, saying it is time to get to the main point. Smiling confidently, he reveals the terms he had in mind, starting with a down payment of $2 million. Jicheok, stunned, repeats the amount in disbelief. The figure sinks in, and he exclaims in shock. His shout of $2 million echoes over the building. Reviewing the digital contract, he reads that $2 million is only the upfront payment for a 5-year term. The contract further requires him to join company-assigned battles twice a month with a 9:1 loot split. The recruiter clarifies that Jicheok would receive 9 parts of the spoils and asks what he thinks of the summarized conditions. Overwhelmed, Jicheok sweats in silence as he processes everything. A close-up shows his anxious eye, emphasizing his tension. He suddenly erupts with joy, shouting that he loves the offer. Then, sobering as he rereads the generous terms, he wonders if such conditions can be real or if he is dreaming. The recruiter adds that the company will also fund his younger sibling's law school tuition, knowing the sibling abandoned university due to costs. Jicheok is shocked that they even know this personal detail, and wonders if they are an investigation agency. The recruiter further promises to assign Jicheok a manager for assistance, and asks if these conditions suffice. Jicheok admits that the offer is extremely good. The recruiter explains that such terms reflect the high expectations they have for Jicheok. Jicheok grips his phone, feeling the whole situation is unreal. He questions whether a person's life can change this dramatically in a single day. Looking at the TV, he reflects that all this happened simply because he appeared on a broadcast. His eyes widen as the reality of his sudden fame and value sinks in. He thinks to himself that he has received an unbelievably good offer. Seeing Jicheok deep in thought, the recruiter says he understands and suggests ending the meeting for the day so Jicheok can think. He reiterates that he will give Jicheok time to consider the proposal carefully. Jicheok apologizes for not deciding immediately despite the recruiter coming in person. The recruiter laughs it off, saying important decisions require caution, and reveals they have already begun preparing his contract. He explains he wanted to give Jichiak an informal preview because this is not a situation where tricks should be used. Jichiak can only respond weakly, still processing the implications. He worries that the matter has grown too big but reasons that now he at least knows his market value and can compare other offers later. Jichiak concludes that he will attend whenever they schedule him, and the recruiter agrees to contact him once everything is ready. They seal their preliminary agreement with a handshake and a promise to meet again. After the recruiter leaves, Jichiak silently watches the door. He exhales in relief once he is alone. Collapsing on his bed, he thinks about how serious things have suddenly become. Lying there, he recalls his grandfather's advice, believing that because he lived kindly as taught, nothing bad will come from this. A few days later, crowds gather around a dormitory building where the next meeting will take place. Security stands before the auditorium doors, which have been chosen as the venue for the recruitment event. Inside, Jichiak and Jihan sit on stage before many company scouts, and Jichiak is described as the hottest topic in the firm. The narration highlights Jichiak as a hybrid type capable of melee, range combat, and healing. The audience of recruiters focuses intently on him. It is explained that without prior training he awakened, fought goblins immediately, and became a flawless rookie whose story captured public attention. At a laptop, a manager notes that about 30 minutes remain before bids must be finalized. Manager Hyunjin Choi of Daehyun Company, watching the stream, reacts with a low whistle. Director Ji Young-jeon comments that Jeonga Company's bold move suggests strong confidence. Managing Director Han Sol-kim worries that Jeonga's tactics lack manners and could damage both sides. He adds that he is very concerned, attributing Jeonga's behavior to youthful hot blood. Hyunjin opens a water bottle, agreeing with that assessment. After a sip, she concludes that Jeonga must be trying to provoke them. Manager Tae-young Lee reports that they are confident Jichiak has not yet signed with anyone. He says they can rely on their gathered information and that a detailed profile file has been attached. Managing Director Ji-young replies that he read the profile and notes how hard things get when hardworking rookies appear. He feels this particular rookie will make things even more challenging than usual. Han Sol points out that because Jichiak is an older awakener with social experience and strong online interest, he carries significant influence. That influence could greatly impact whichever company's image he joins. Ji-young then pressures Hyunjin, calling her the company's treasure and saying he trusts her to secure Jichiak. Annoyed, Hyunjin mutters that they are basically telling her to die if she fails to recruit him. She steels herself, resolving not to be intimidated by an auction-like negotiation and determined not to lose. Jihan, at the podium, reflects that he has a decade of experience and internally asserts that here he is the boss, not the other recruiters. He announces there are only 10 minutes left and asks the headhunters to finalize their offers. Among the scouts, 2 employees discuss that their director ordered them to secure Jichiak at any cost. One of them nervously wonders if the managing director's prepared offer will be sufficient. Hyunjin sits silently among the others, thinking. She begins to organize her thoughts on how to structure Daehyun's proposal. Reviewing Jichiak's profile, she notes he has no parents, supports a younger brother in law school, and has excellent grades and certificates while working as a hunter assistant. She concludes that in such circumstances the brothers must value each other deeply. Seeing that the brother attends a law school connected to Daehyun, she decides this can be leveraged and chooses that proposal. Reading that Jichiak has never dated and only focused on his brother, she reacts with surprise. She laments that his good looks were never used for dating and wonders if she should improve the revenue share instead of increasing the upfront payment. Jihan declares that the 30-minute deadline is over and assumes all companies have finalized their offers. He says they will begin by hearing Daehyun Company's proposal. He repeats that the order will start with the Daehyun Group. Hyunjin rises, gripping the microphone as she prepares to speak. With determination, she agrees to proceed. Hyunjin formally greets Jichiak on behalf of Daehyun Group. She introduces herself to everyone as Hyunjin Choi, manager of Daehyun Group's external sales department. She explains they had little time to prepare but still tried to create conditions that would satisfy Jichiak. She asks Jichiak if he wants terms comparable to Jeonga's offer. Jihan watches her in tense silence from the podium. Hyunjin dramatically announces that Daehyun proposes a 4 billion won down payment with a 5-year contract and an 85:15 revenue split in Jichiak's favor. The room erupts in shock at the magnitude of her offer. She adds that Daehyun will also fund Jichiak's brother's law studies at K University and provide housing support. Someone pounds the table in disbelief, shouting in surprise. Jichiak is stunned to hear an offer of 4 billion won. His eye widens as the figure sinks in. Hyunjin herself thinks the amount is unbelievable, noting it is twice what their chief of staff earns. Another observer notes that although the share ratio is slightly worse, the offer is still insane. Hyunjin promotes Daehyun as Korea's top construction company and promises Jichiak a home in a newly rebuilt luxury district. Jichiak listens, overwhelmed and sweating. She elaborates that Daehyun leads high-end apartment construction and is developing a 120-story luxury complex called Diamond Castle in Gangnam New Town. Jichiak swallows nervously as he imagines the scale of what is being promised. She notes that Jichiak's residency there would itself generate huge marketing profits for them. Smirking, she thinks all competing offers have now been rendered useless. She boldly claims Daehyun is the only company capable of offering such conditions, and tells weaker bidders they might as well leave if they cannot beat it. Jihyun stays silent, weighing the implications. Narration explains that after Daehyun spoke, other companies also began presenting unconventional offers. Additional recruiters step up to the microphone to announce their bids. The narration then highlights that 4 proposals stand out above the rest. Those top 4 all include a 4 billion won down payment, each paired with different revenue splits, corporate backing, or a special item. Jicheok sits at the mic, sweating as he tries to process the choices. He internally screams, wondering what on earth he should do. He frets that he does not even know the true potential or limitations of his own abilities yet. A narration explains that many new awakeners enter an overconfident manic phase known colloquially as psychiatric illness. Despite passing through that stage of feeling omnipotent, Jicheok managed to stay unusually calm about judging his own abilities. His composure likely stems from having personally collected too many fallen hunters' bodies after battles. The moderator announces that it is finally Jeonga Group's turn to present their conditions. Jihyun acknowledges that everyone else has brought excellent proposals. He says he has listened carefully to them, and now it is time to reveal Jeonga's own offer. He shocks the room by offering Jicheok an 8 billion won down payment plus a B-grade awakening stone. The amount leaves everyone mentally echoing 8 billion in disbelief. Jicheok is further stunned that a B-class awakening stone is included. The narration explains that such a gemstone is extremely rare and can grant awakening to ordinary people. The crowd murmurs, noting that Daehyun usually controls the B-class stone market, and questioning how Jeonga can offer one. Hyunjin, alarmed, wonders what trick Jihyun is using since she is certain the 2 known B-class stones are in Daehyun's vault. Jihyun calmly states that simply reselling the offered awakening stone would bring Jicheok around 20 billion won on the market. He adds that the stone could also be used to awaken Jicheok's younger brother, making the proposal even more attractive. Faced with such stakes, Jicheok blurts that the situation is terrifying. He admits internally that the escalating offers are becoming impossible for him to handle. He agonizes over what to do with such massive proposals, finding it too hard to decide which is best. Jicheok feels utterly at his wit's end. He concludes that this decision is far too big for him to make alone. Someone calls out to Mr. Jicheok. Jicheok sits silently at a microphone, overwhelmed. The company representative says he knows this situation is new for Jicheok and suggests not deciding immediately. The representative announces they will give Jicheok time and asks companies to submit summarized contract terms. A female manager worries about the many uncertain variables in the negotiation. Jicheok sits on stage while the representative speaks. Jicheok internally fixates on the mention of an awakening stone and wonders where it came from. The representative checks on Jicheok, asking if he is alright. Jicheok admits he is confused and does not know what to do. He decides he needs advice and plans to call his brother. The representative agrees that involving his brother is fine. The female manager watches as Jicheok begins discussing things with the representative. In the waiting lounge, Jicheok's brother tells the representative to limit their liability compared to the compensation. Jicheok's brother Mucheok explains that failure to deliver B-rank awakening stones on time will cancel the contract and obligate the company to pay damages. The representative remarks that Jicheok's brother is impressive. Mucheok confidently assures him they will meet their obligations and invites any further counterproposals. The representative praises Mucheok's sharp mind and jokes about consulting his own legal team. Jicheok thinks he has no intention of being outdone by either the representative or his brother. Mucheok points out a problematic article in the contract, calling it unacceptable. The representative defends the clause as standard among awakeners and accuses them of pushing too far. Mucheok argues he is not trying to fleece them but to define responsibilities fairly, while the representative insists company rules still apply. Jicheok, rubbing his head, thinks this negotiation is going to be long. Later outside, Mucheok asks if Jicheok really intends to use the awakening stone, reminding him it could also just be sold for money. Mucheok says the reward belongs to his brother and volunteers to use the awakening stone himself since only ordinary people can use it. Jicheok notes that for someone already awakened, the stone is just a useless rock. Mucheok tells him not to hesitate, vowing to protect his only family just as Jicheok always protected him. Jicheok looks at his brother and thinks about how much he has matured. Mucheok sips his drink, reflecting that Jicheok probably expected a more touching declaration of protection. Jicheok fondly thinks that his little brother has truly grown up. Back in the lounge, the representative slams down the finalized Awaker contract and tells Jicheok where to sign. Jicheok and Mucheok are shocked at how thick the contract is. Mucheok admits he still dislikes parts of it but feels he has managed to protect his brother. The representative says he has already given them generous leeway and thinks the contract is acceptable. He reminds Jicheok of an important point he hopes Jicheok understands. Jicheok enthusiastically agrees as he prepares to sign. He reaches for the pen. After signing, he marvels that the contract will give him 8 billion won upfront plus a B-rank awakening stone and wonders if this marks the start of his hunter career. Mucheok tells the annoyed representative he has not yet chosen which company to join after awakening but is glad all the bad clauses were removed. The representative laughs that there will be other B-rank recruits and even higher ranks if Jicheok is lucky, while Mucheok agrees that everything depends on luck and potential. Jicheok finishes signing as the pen moves across the pages. The representative declares the contract complete as Jicheok's signature appears. They shake hands and wish each other well for the future. As they part, the representative adds that he has something more. He hands Jichiak a small rune-marked box as a gift, telling him to open it at home. Jichiak and Muchiak react with curiosity to receiving an unexpected gift. Outside the building, the female manager approaches, saying she waited to tell Jichiak something, while he mentions he has already signed with Junga Group. She hurriedly says her reason is not to contest the contract, prompting him to ask what it is about. Muchiak watches their conversation silently from a short distance away. The manager nervously explains she does not want him to misunderstand but that Junga Group is actually the last place she would choose. Jichiak asks her why she feels that way. She hesitates, unsure how to answer. She finally warns that the company is in turmoil and fears he will suffer because of internal conflicts. He confirms he has heard rumors about infighting. She further explains that Jung Jihan, the man who recruited him, was once known as Junga Group's maniac and is the chairman's discarded grandson. Jichiak, who already sensed something was off, grows more suspicious. She notes he probably knows of the other heirs from work but not much about Jung Jihan. He admits this is his first time hearing such details. She says it is strange that someone like Jihan suddenly joined the company. She recounts that after lying low for years, Jung Jihan suddenly reappeared in the corporate world. She adds that if his old bad temper remains, Jichiak will have a very hard time. She concludes that unless Jihan has truly changed, dealing with him will be dangerous. Jichiak grips the contract envelope uneasily. He panics internally, thinking Jihan should have told him this before the contract, and now the situation feels frightening. The manager apologizes for taking his time, calling it a senior hunter's concern, while Jichiak says he believes she spoke out of genuine worry. She hands him a business card. Jichiak looks at the card in surprise. She says that if his contract with Junga is ever broken, he should contact Deechin Group, which will offer him better terms. Jichiak is left stunned by this new option. He watches her walk away down the street. Muchiak suggests they go eat, and Jichiak agrees to look for a good place. As they walk, Muchiak asks what she wanted, and Jichiak says she just gave him her card in case he needed it. Muchiak is amazed she is still trying to recruit Jichiak even after he signed elsewhere. Jichiak falls silent while glancing back at the office building. He wonders if Jung Jihan really has such a dark backstory. Looking up, he thinks Jihan currently just looks like a handsome, picky third-generation chaebol heir. He questions whether the rumors are just a mischievous joke like Jihan once claimed. Muchiak calls him to hurry up because he is waiting. Over the meal, Muchiak suddenly tells his brother he plans to drop out of school. Jichiak explodes, asking if he is crazy after studying so long. Muchiak is startled and argues that it is stranger for an awakener to remain a lawyer when hunters earn far more. Jichiak challenges what happened to Muchiak's original dream of becoming a lawyer. Muchiak admits his real dream is simply to make lots of money and buy a building. Jichiak, exasperated, tells him to take only a semester off and reconsider continuing his studies. As Jichiak scolds him, his stomach growls awkwardly. Muchiak compromises that if Jichiak insists, he will at least focus on training his body before using the awakening stone, since a stronger body raises the chance of success. He agrees enthusiastically to work out properly this time. Jichiak warns that if any extra contract proposals come while he is away, Muchiak must not accept them and should tell him everything, then suggests they finish eating. Later, Jichiak researches and learns Jung Jihan's father is the chairman's fourth son and that the older three children are all highly accomplished with many articles about them. In contrast, he finds almost nothing about Jihan's father, as if the man barely exists. Jichiak finally locates some old reports. The articles describe the fourth son's scandals with reckless spending and drunk driving accidents, though the damning links have since been deleted. He sees that those scandal links were also erased. Sitting on his bed, he wonders why so many links are gone. He suspects Junga Group suppressed the information because it damaged their reputation. As he moves around his room, he notes that while the other heirs married celebrities, the chairman seems to have completely written off his fourth son. Drinking water, he realizes Jung Jihan, like his father, has very few traces left online. He reads tabloids about Jihan's teenage drinking, smoking, lavish spending and excuses, realizing the media treated him like a typical scandalous heir. Jichiak sighs in relief, concluding that manager Choi Hyujin's warnings about Jihan were true. Looking at Jihan's photos, he thinks the man appears like an elite honor graduate who has studied hard. He then recalls that Jihan still seemed slightly arrogant when dealing with him. Feeling drained, he tosses his phone aside and mutters that he must just be tired. Standing before the rune-marked gift box, Jichiak hesitates in silence. He remembers they promised to send the B-rank awakening stone within a week and wonders what could already be inside this box. Examining it, he suspects it is some gate-related item due to the runic markings. His eyes widen nervously as he prepares to open it. The box jolts open in his hand, revealing a wristwatch. Startled, he wonders if the plain-looking watch hides any special abilities. He decides to check his GodTube point shop, thinking he must have accumulated a lot of points. He opens the system shop interface and plans to look for an appraisal skill. While walking through the swirling interface, he reasons that hunters need appraisal skills to avoid being cheated on dungeon loot. Facing the GodTube screen, he notices the shop layout seems bigger and different from before. He commands the system to search for appraisal skills. The GodTube screen begins searching for appraisal skills. He estimates the casting time and believes his current power should be enough to learn such skills as the system continues searching. The loading circle reflects on his face as he waits. The system reports over 1.2 million appraisal skills found. Jichiak realizes finding the right one among so many options will be difficult. He reacts to a costly skill called Wise Man's Eyes priced at 100,000 points, shocked by how expensive it is. He notes he only has about 108,000 points in total. Concluding he cannot afford that, he decides to balance his skills and filter the list for cheaper growth-type appraisal abilities. The system starts a new filtered search. The search animation plays again. GodTube returns a single result. The growth-type F-rank skill Eye of Observation, which can evolve to Eye of Insight and costs 1,580 points. Excited, Jichiak says this inexpensive evolving skill is exactly what he needs. He purchases Eye of Observation and watches the glowing skill book materialize, wondering how to activate it. The purchased skill manifests as a radiant book in the swirling space. The book bursts into light, signaling the skill's activation. Jichiak learns that using the skill is simple, requiring only that he think about what he wants to appraise to gain insight. He then wonders what object he should test the new appraisal power on. His gaze falls on the mysterious watch resting on his desk. He picks up the watch, ready to test the skill. Holding it up, he prepares to observe it carefully. He focuses his new ability on the watch. A status window reveals it as an artifact called an accurate watch, a durable extra-dimensional timepiece with no combat rank that is perfectly waterproof and reliable. Jichiak exclaims that he can see its information but is disappointed there are no attack or defense stats like in games. He sighs, feeling let down. He concludes the watch only tells time but decides to wear it anyway since it is still an artifact. Looking at it on his wrist, he thinks it is still a decent interdimensional gift. Suddenly a blue rabbit-like symbol flickers on the watch face, making him wonder what it is. Tired, he stretches and decides to open his status window to test a hypothesis about his skills. When he checks the Eye of Observation, the system grants him extra mastery and a beginner bonus, which delights him. As the glowing eye icon appears, he notes the skill's effect was small at first but should evolve significantly with continuous use. He notices that even when experience and discounts apply, his character level remains fixed. He realizes only the skill experience itself is progressing. Imagining himself fighting at level 1 forever but endlessly upgrading his skills with the novice bonuses, he sees huge long-term potential. He opens the point shop menu again. Narration explains that this point shop, fueled by likes, works very differently from ordinary stores. Items labeled exclusive cannot normally be bought, so he understands he cannot grow stronger just by monster hunting. He concludes he needs people's attention and likes in order to power up. Encouraged, he thinks it may take time but believes he can succeed with the right array of skills. He starts purchasing abilities that top GodTube hunters are known to have. The display shows his remaining likes dropping to 80,000 after these purchases. A glowing book and cube appear amid swirling magical energy. Jichiak gains the Mana Heart of Archdragon, using a dragon heart to absorb mana. He learns an arcane circle that greatly boosts mana recovery when he stands inside it. He receives Sylph's blessing to raise his attack and agility, and repeatedly practices his new skills. The scene shifts to Jichiak's apartment building. At home, Jichiak checks his phone and reacts in shock. He confirms he has received 8 billion in his account. His phone rings and he sees it is his team leader calling. On the call, he confirms the large deposit has arrived and thanks the caller. The team leader says the payment was processed quickly and offers to assign him a manager. Jichiak explains he must discuss matters with his brother first and will respond once their schedule is set. He ends the call. Calming down, he remarks he briefly lost his senses. The doorbell rings and someone outside calls to him, prompting him to say they arrived quickly. Jichiak opens the door and welcomes the visitor. His brother, in an excited mood, asks if the down payment has been received. They look at the bank app together, amazed at the game-like amount and number of zeros. His brother asks about living in the new house, and they decide to search together for a sturdy home suitable for Jichiak's hunter work. The brother, having already found candidate places, drags Jichiak out to start viewing them. He urges Jichiak to hurry because they have many properties to see. Jichiak notes internally how overly excited his brother is. They begin touring various buildings. They continue examining different properties as potential homes. They enter a modern lobby while discussing options. Outside another building, Jichiak takes a call and hears about a special hunter-related subsidiary being formed. The caller says Jichiak will be included among its elite members, which Jichiak acknowledges. Jichiak says he will look forward to it and asks to continue the conversation later. The caller agrees and informs him that his written hunter examination process has already been completed. Jichiak is surprised the hunter exam processing was so fast. He is told that as a former hunter assistant he was exempted from the written portion and can proceed directly to the practical exam. Thanking them, he internally celebrates that it is now time for the hunter exam. A montage depicts combat-ready figures and swirling energy, emphasizing the looming hunter exam. The hunter exam is explained as the test required to register officially as an awakener. It consists of both written and practical parts that must be passed for registration. Passing allows hunters to operate under government management with many benefits, but also high danger and responsibility. Jichiak reflects that former hunter assistants being exempt from the written test is fortunate, since that exam was even harder than the hunter written exam. He recalls how demanding assistant work was, requiring strict knowledge of monster ecology, corpses, and poisons, and difficult teamwork with hunters. Asking how the practical exam works, he is told he must hunt through an assigned gate under an inspector's observation. The examiner adds that unless safety issues appear, it is not too hard, since they mainly check survival and fighting ability. Jichiak doubts it will really be as easy as described. The caller advises him to first take equipment and begin basic combat training, and Jichiak agrees while preparing to make a request. He asks for help finding a decent house in the area, saying it has been difficult. The team leader replies that if housing is the problem, he can solve it quickly, surprising Jichiak. 2 days later, Jichiak is picked up by car in front of his dorm. Riding in the car, he apologizes for bothering the person who came personally to get him. The man, who has his own driver, says he wanted to discuss something and drive himself, then tells Jichiak to fasten his seatbelt and leave. The car speeds along the road. It races through the city under clear skies. While driving, the man explains that the cooperation agreement with Jianga's trade team has ended and offers to prepare equipment suited to Jichiak's abilities. Jichiak asks how detailed he should describe his abilities. The man says more detail gives more accurate gear, but secrecy is allowed if Jichiak prefers. He advises that repeated battles will reveal powers anyway, so it is better not to lie and to at least show his main ability. Jichiak agrees to that advice. Their car crosses a long bridge among heavy traffic. They pass through a tunnel at high speed. The car approaches an upscale residential district. Jichiak marvels at how quiet the Seoul neighborhood is, and the man explains it is a Jianga safe house complex for their hunters. Driving inside, he adds that the complex was recently built for contracted hunters, which is why Jichiak had not heard of it. He says many skilled hunters have been leaving for the rival Dihian company, so Jianga built these complexes to retain talent. Jichiak recalls manager Choi from Dihian and realizes just how formidable she and that rival company are. The driver points out a particular house, saying they are almost there and that Jichiak can contract for it immediately if he likes it. Jichiak assumes it is a new unsold house, but is told the previous hunter resident died in a dungeon just yesterday. Shocked, Jichiak repeats that the owner passed away. He remembers seeing an obituary for a high-class Jianga hunter, and wonders if this was that person's home. The driver confirms it was an unfortunate accident. He then tells Jichiak they have arrived and should get out of the car. As Jichiak steps out, he internally questions the driver's casual attitude about someone dying in a house he is now showing but tries to dismiss his suspicions. They enter and walk through the spacious interior of the house. Inside, Jichiak feels an eerie, creepy atmosphere. Moving further in, they reach a luxurious living room that impresses him. Jichiak notices a framed photo and begins to identify the person depicted. The photo shows two men posing together, likely the deceased hunter and a relative. The driver explains the pictured man was the former owner and his uncle's right-hand hunter, who died during a succession struggle. Jichiak inwardly suspects the driver's family may have been involved in the man's death but tells himself he is probably overthinking. The driver remarks that only a few hunters in the country can afford such a large mansion for shelter. He calls it a top-class shelter that protects hunters' lives, while Jichiak muses that living here might force him into early retirement. The driver offers a price discount and notes that hunter-to-hunter sales are tax-free, asking if Jichiak will move in. Jichiak recalls manager Choi's prior warning that Jianga is not a company she recommends joining. He silently weighs her warning and his misgivings. He thinks that something about Jianga and this situation feels off and that manager Choi's words still bother him. Yet he reasons that with many hunters living here the place should be safe and that such housing is rare. The driver hands over the house contract and says Jichiak can head to the training center afterward, where many hunters are already waiting for him. Jichiak is surprised to hear that those hunters are waiting specifically for him. The driver smiles and calls him this year's rookie. Jichiak again rationalizes that a hunter-dense complex guarantees safety and that this kind of house is hard to find. The driver repeats his instructions about the contract and training center and mentions the waiting hunters. Jichiak again asks in surprise if all of that is prepared for him. The driver reaffirms that as the rookie of the year, all this support is for Jichiak, who mentally blames his brother for not telling him. Jichiak then asks when his brother will receive his awakening stone, and hears that Muchiak plans to get it next week and is extremely determined. Jichiak thinks that with only one chance at awakening his brother simply wants to be fully prepared, while silently studying the contract. Remembering his strong younger brother, he resolves not to fall behind and dislikes the idea of the older brother being weaker. The driver suggests they now head to the training center, and Jichiak agrees. They leave the house and walk through the residential area. The two approach another building within the complex. The driver announces that they have arrived at the hunter's training center. Jichiak looks up with curiosity. They stand before a heavy door that begins to open. Walking down a corridor inside, the driver explains the facility is hidden from outside view to protect hunters' ability information. Jichiak comments that the hidden facility is impressive. The driver leads him further in, asking Jichiak to follow. Jichiak looks around, confused by what he is about to see. They pass other muscular hunters in training attire in the hallway. Two people nearby observe them. Jichiak notices hunters wearing colorful sportswear, learning that uniform colors and marks distinguish different teams. At an elevator, the driver notes the hunter teams are well classified, likening it jokingly to organized gang rivalry. Jicheok laughs awkwardly and notes to himself how much internal division the company has. He reflects on the severity of Jeongga's succession conflicts, realizing they are more serious than he imagined. The elevator arrives at another floor. The doors open with Jicheok and the driver inside. Jicheok stares ahead in surprise at what the new floor reveals. He sees a huge gym where numerous hunters are vigorously training. Impressed, he exclaims that the facility is great. He adds that the training area is incredibly large. A caption explains the center offers optimal conditions for hunters and trainers. The view shifts to the weight training area of the facility. Punching bags hang as part of the equipment. Hunters practice striking drills and sparring. More hunters train intensely with weights, while one remarks in amazement. Jicheok, awed, thinks the facility truly matches a major company's resources when someone calls out to him as brother. He turns his head in response to the call. Jicheok runs over and asks his brother when he arrived, scolding him for not informing him. Mucheok, sweating from exercise, says he came to relieve stiffness from staying home and greets the team leader. The team leader praises Mucheok's effort while Jicheok fumes beside him. Jicheok complains that Mucheok should have told him he was coming, and Mucheok apologizes, saying excitement made him forget. Jicheok, startled by his brother's physique, remarks that Mucheok's body seems even better shaped. Mucheok credits the skilled trainers, and Jicheok thinks his brother's body now looks tough enough for a hunter. A trainer reminds Mucheok he cannot leave mid-session, so Mucheok tells his brother to watch while he quickly finishes. Jicheok and the team leader step back as Mucheok returns to training. Jicheok watches intently, focused on his brother. A trainer comments that Mucheok has not awakened yet but already looks like a hunter. The team leader tells Jicheok that Mucheok will soon be sparring with a real hunter, surprising him. Jicheok objects that his younger brother is still an ordinary, non-awakened person. The team leader assures him no awakened abilities will be used, only pure hand-to-hand skills, and that they will keep it safe. Jicheok still feels it is risky for a normal person to fight a hunter. He double-checks that no abilities will be used, and is told to trust the hunters since Mucheok himself accepted the match. In the ring, Mucheok and a muscular opponent prepare to box while other hunters gather to watch. Jicheok and the team leader stand ringside with puzzled expressions. The foreign hunter tightens his blue glove, readying his fist. That hunter launches a powerful punch, showcasing his strength. Jicheok notices in alarm that Mucheok's opponent is a foreign mercenary. The team leader explains the man recently joined as a mercenary and was chosen because Mucheok's physical abilities require a strong opponent. Watching the two in the ring, Jicheok still feels the arrangement looks dangerous. Mucheok happily bounces in place with his red gloves, while Jicheok wonders why his brother looks so cheerful. The two fighters touch gloves as the match formally begins. Close-up faces show both Mucheok and the mercenary focusing intensely on each other. Jicheok calls out for Mucheok to be careful and not get hurt. The mercenary quickly steps in with sharp movements as the bout starts. He swings a heavy punch at Mucheok. Mucheok raises his guard, reacting to the incoming attack. The mercenary's extended punch slams into Mucheok's defense, signaling the fight is fully underway. Mucheok charges in, breathing hard as the spar begins. Spectators remark in fear that the pro hunter's punch is so strong they can feel the wind from it. The mercenary throws a powerful punch while onlookers worry Mucheok might be badly hurt. Someone anxiously notes that even without using abilities, the opponent is still a professional hunter. Mucheok's feet shift quickly as he moves in the ring. The mercenary advances with a flurry of blows while Mucheok rushes toward him. Mucheok shouts as he steels himself to attack. He launches a high-speed kick or strike at the mercenary's body. The mercenary reacts in surprise, narrowly avoiding or blocking the attack. Mucheok smiles confidently, and observers are shocked that this supposedly ordinary kid fights well and shows no fear against the mercenary. The mercenary, facing a dark silhouette of his opponent, speaks warily. A coach or staff member praises Mucheok's performance, and says even the opponent must be surprised. Buoyed by the praise, Mucheok thinks he can actually win this fight. He plants his foot decisively, preparing another charge. The mercenary dashes in while Mucheok holds his ground in a ready stance. The mercenary grows frustrated as Mucheok keeps slipping past his attacks. Mucheok watches the incoming blows above, tracking their motion. From above, their movements cross as the mercenary presses the attack and Mucheok evades. The mercenary's punch stops against Mucheok's guard, drawing shocked exclamations. Mucheok clenches his teeth, bracing against the impact. They trade heavy blows at close range, each trying to land a decisive hit. Mucheok fires a fast red-gloved punch toward the mercenary. The mercenary's face reddens in alarm as he realizes he has been hit hard. Mucheok's counterpunch smashes into the mercenary's head, stunning him. Mucheok, pleased, notes that his punch landed cleanly. The mercenary staggers and drops toward the mat while Mucheok stands ready. The mercenary looks dazed and shaken by the blow. Mucheok smiles calmly, maintaining his composure after knocking the man down. Spectators gape in astonishment at what just happened. Mucheok's friend exclaims in disbelief that the pro hunter is actually down. The analyst comments that Mucheok's punch connected squarely with the mercenary's jaw. He further evaluates that Mucheok is far more capable than expected, holding his own against an experienced hunter. Another observer agrees, surprised that the boy they thought only studied is fighting like this. The analyst highlights that Mucheok's eyesight and reaction are especially impressive, noting he has not yet taken a proper hit. A sequence shows how Muchiak has been repeatedly dodging the mercenaries' attacks. His friend reflects that Muchiak has avoided every strike, revealing unexpected talent that eases his earlier worries. The mercenary, angry, mutters and resets his stance. He charges with a barrage of punches while speaking, but Muchiak continues to evade at close range. Frustrated, the mercenary thinks he cannot even land a single successful attack. He recalls being told Muchiak was just an ordinary beginner, and wonders why he is struggling so much. Simultaneously, Muchiak wonders how the hunter keeps dodging everything he throws. Muchiak's punch is blocked by the mercenary's raised blue glove. The blocked strike presses into the mercenary's hardened body. The mercenary clutches his midsection in pain, cursing Muchiak for hurting him. He panics internally that losing to a rookie would ruin his position in Jiangda Company. Determined not to lose, he activates his ability, power flaring around his blue-gloved fist. The spectators recognize this surge of power and react in alarm. The mercenary launches a glowing, buff punch toward Muchiak. Muchiak's friend shouts for him to wait and stop, sensing danger. The mercenary's empowered fist races toward Muchiak's unprotected body. Muchiak tries to respond but is still mid-motion. His eye widens as he registers the incoming blow too late. The mercenary's enhanced punch slams into Muchiak's torso with devastating force. Jichiak and the analyst cry out Muchiak's name in shock. Muchiak is blasted backward, his body folding around the impact. His feet skid violently across the ring as he is thrown. The impact sends a shockwave through the ring, hurling Muchiak away. Muchiak's body goes limp, arms flung wide as he begins to lose consciousness. He falls backward, eyes rolling up as he blacks out. Muchiak crashes hard onto the mat. Lying there dazed, Muchiak barely clings to awareness. The mercenary looks on with a cold, satisfied expression. Bystanders gasp in dismay at the brutal outcome. The analyst also reacts with shock at what has happened. Jichiak rushes toward Muchiak, furious, demanding to know what the mercenary has done. He kneels by his fallen brother, shouting for Muchiak to wake up. Muchiak coughs blood violently as his injuries show their severity. Trainers and others run over, calling out to Muchiak and asking if he is all right. Jichiak orders someone to call medics, accusing the mercenary of using his forbidden ability. An official excuses it as an accidental use of skill in the heat of intense sparring. Jichiak angrily questions how such an expression could belong to someone who supposedly made a mistake. He concludes the mercenary cheated by using his powers because he was losing. Muchiak, barely conscious, insists to his brother that he will be fine, while Jichiak tells him not to move and a system message announces a massaging skill being applied. Jichiak's healing touch glows as the system notes first aid has been used, granting bonus proficiency. Jichiak realizes Muchiak's injuries are too serious for his skill alone to handle. He urgently thinks that they need a true expert healer. Muchiak lies sweating and pale, still in critical condition despite the healing. An organizer explains they will warn the mercenary for misusing his ability against an ordinary person, apologizing for the situation. Medics arrive, asking everyone to move so they can transport the patient. They carefully lift Muchiak onto a stretcher. Muchiak is carried away with an ice pack on his chest while Jichiak walks alongside, distraught. The analyst watches soberly, taking responsibility in his expression. Jichiak comforts Muchiak, promising he will recover and vowing to make the mercenary kneel. Muchiak stirs slightly on the stretcher, reacting to his brother's words. Someone squeezes Muchiak's gloved hand supportively as he is taken away. The medics carry him out of the room while others look on. A voice calls out to Jichiak, getting his attention. Jichiak and the analyst turn with grim faces toward the speaker. The analyst apologizes, admitting their mismanagement, while Jichiak angrily asks what they will do if Muchiak is seriously harmed after being told it would be safe. The analyst again accepts fault, promising the company will take responsibility for Muchiak's care and seek compensation from the mercenary. Jichiak, burning with anger, demands a chance to spar with the mercenary himself. The analyst is startled by this request. He warns Jichiak that fighting the mercenary is too dangerous, but Jichiak insists he wants to earn a personal apology. The two lock eyes silently as the analyst gauges Jichiak's resolve. Seeing Jichiak's determination, the analyst concedes that he has already made up his mind and agrees if Jichiak is sure. Jichiak, face dark with resolve, commits inwardly to the decision. The analyst goes to speak with the mercenary, explaining the new arrangement. The mercenary responds uncertainly to the proposal. The analyst continues outlining the terms while the mercenary listens. Jichiak declares that they should fight properly as awakeners and vows to force the mercenary to kneel before Muchiak. The mercenary listens, his expression unreadable. He faces Jichiak and the analyst in the ring, preparing for the new match. The mercenary gives a crooked smile, amused or confident about the challenge. The analyst relays that Shelton has accepted and promises to kneel and apologize to Muchiak if he loses. Jichiak thinks to himself that this opponent clearly does not intend to apologize easily. Watching the mercenary smirk, Jichiak assumes he is overconfident and vows to defeat him with his skills. An official notes that because Jichiak is a rookie awakener, they will grant him a handicap. The analyst explains that Shelton will allow Jichiak to attack first for up to 3 combos. Jichiak asks what exactly 3 combos means, recalling a term from history, and the analyst clarifies it refers to weapons clashing with each other. Jichiak confirms that if their weapons do not touch, it does not count as one combo. The analyst agrees but warns him not to drop his guard, explaining that Shelton is a defensive awakener who can harden his body like metal. He adds that Shelton only promised to let Jichiak initiate the first 3 exchanges, not that he would refrain from blocking. The analyst checks again if Jichiak truly wants to proceed under these conditions. Jichiak, resolute, answers that he does. Jichiak enters the ring armed with 2 wooden swords while Shelton faces him with only his gloves. Jichiak notes that with swords against empty hands, the mercenary must rely on close-range fighting. The referee explains the simple rules: surrender, incapacity, or leaving the ring counts as a loss, and since both sides agreed on the 3-combo handicap, Jichiak will attack first. Shelton looks slightly tense as the match is about to start. The referee signals for both fighters to get ready. Jichiak and Shelton take their positions in the ring with the referee between them. The analyst watches intently from outside the ring. Shelton crosses his arms confidently, appearing unconcerned as the wooden swords point his way. He thinks Jichiak is just a newly awakened rookie and decides to observe him carefully at first. Shelton activates his defensive skill, energy swirling as his body begins to transform. His limb darkens and hardens as the iron-like change spreads. Fully turned to an iron body, he stands like a living metal statue. Jichiak dashes forward, saying he expected this and is ready. He prepares to activate his own abilities in response. Jichiak calls upon a buff called Blessings of Sylph, summoning wind spirits. A system message states that spirits bless him, boosting his agility and strength as blue energy surrounds him. The wind swirls around Jichiak, his hair and clothes lifting as his power rises. Spectators realize he is a spirit user, likely commanding wind spirits, and watch in surprise as he runs. The analyst wonders when Jichiak learned such a skill. Empowered by wind, Jichiak advances on the metal-bodied Shelton. Shelton, confident, thinks that even with 3 free attacks Jichiak will not be able to scratch his hardened body. Jichiak, wrapped in swirling wind, promises to make the mercenary even dizzier with what comes next. He activates another skill, Wind Cloud Walk, and a system message notes wind and cloud energy infusing his steps. Jichiak surges forward even faster, carried by the wind. He leaps high, spinning with both wooden swords as the wind propels him toward Shelton. Observers, including the analyst, are astonished by the sudden burst of speed and movement. Jichiak circles Shelton at high speed, creating a vortex of wind as he maneuvers around the ironclad fighter. Shelton, confused, wonders why Jichiak is moving around instead of attacking directly. Jichiak closes in, thinking triumphantly that he has caught him. He triggers yet another ability, announcing the use of the skill Shadow Stealing. Jichiak steps precisely on Shelton's shadow as part of the technique. A system message explains that by stepping on the opponent's shadow, he steals some of their speed and defense attributes. Another message says the stolen stats will last 10 minutes, and Jichiak happily notes that siphoning even a fraction of Shelton's high defense is worthwhile. Shelton believes Jichiak is only trying to confuse him with flashy but useless skills and thinks such tricks cannot bring him down. Onlookers murmur in awe, wondering who Jichiak really is to use such powers. The system informs Jichiak that an impressed official has given him likes for his fancy skill as he continues to move, empowered by wind and stolen defense. While swinging his staff, he thinks he must end the fight quickly because his stamina and mana are inferior. He unleashes his skill Telekinesis Arrow, sending multiple energy bolts forward. The telekinetic arrows streak rapidly through the air. The bolts arc down toward the muscular opponent standing on the arena floor. The big fighter notices the incoming attack mid-motion. His eyes widen as he locks onto the approaching arrows. The staff user vows to make Shelton regret giving him a handicap as the arrows explode on impact. A blinding shockwave from the explosion fills the arena. Spectators watch the massive blast roil around the stage. Smoke from the explosion swirls and begins to clear. Through the fading smoke, a foot steps forward from within the blast zone. The protagonist sees the bulky fighter lunging at high speed and thinks his speed is impressive for his size. The iron-bodied fighter charges straight in with a powerful punch. The protagonist notes that speed alone is not enough and activates the skill Dodging Shadow to evade. Using Dodging Shadow, he leaves after images and slips around the enemy's attack. The big fighter yells in frustration as his strike misses. The protagonist glides past another blow, surrounded by blue energy. His afterimages weave among the enemy's sweeping attacks. He smirks slightly, confident in his evasive movement. As the furious opponent swings wildly and curses for him to just get hit, he continues to dodge using shadows. Now composed, the protagonist says it is too early to be surprised by his performance. He prepares a new technique called Shadowless Swords. He infuses both staffs with powers named White Blaze and Dark Blaze. Crossing the empowered staffs before him, he warns his opponent to be ready to apologize. Overhead lights shake and the crowd murmurs in reaction to the escalating battle. The onlookers continue buzzing, stunned by what they are witnessing. A bespectacled man in the audience stares in disbelief at the spectacle. Watching the protagonist's afterimages and slashes surround the bruiser, the man wonders what exactly he is seeing. The iron-bodied fighter is bewildered as cutting energy passes right in front of him. Mid-punch, the big man questions what these attacks even are. The protagonist closes in again, launching more swift strikes. The fighter wonders if such refined techniques can really belong to a beginner. The protagonist focuses intensely, eyes tracking every opening. Their close quarters clash intensifies until the big man exclaims in denial that this can't be happening. The protagonist strains as he blocks a punch with crossed staffs, grunting from the impact. The bespectacled observer notes that in raw strength the protagonist should be losing. The big fighter, confused, wonders why his weaker foe is still holding out. He questions why the protagonist insists on close combat despite having no strength advantage. The protagonist braces with his staff, continuing a controlled defensive stance against heavy blows. Realizing his defensive technique is working better than expected, he thinks this style is actually quite good for blocking. Surprised he can withstand such powerful punches, he decides he only needs to finish the fight now. The iron-bodied man pants heavily, clearly starting to tire. The protagonist confirms where the earlier attacks left glowing wounds on the iron body and decides the flying arrows will exploit these weaknesses. He finishes analyzing the enemy's patterns and prepares to act. Determined, he charges in with swirling energy around him. He resolves to end the match with one final decisive blow. He slips inside the opponent's guard, closing the distance. The larger man commits to a full-force punch as the protagonist darts toward him. Multiple slashes from the twin staffs cut across the bruiser's torso, shocking him. The big man tries a wide counterattack as the protagonist passes by his flank. The protagonist presses the assault, swinging his staff with full momentum. A flurry of strikes rake across the opponent's back and sides. The targeted weak points on the iron body open into glowing cuts. The iron-bodied man reels, realizing his supposedly invincible body is being damaged. He looks up in shock as the protagonist leaps overhead for a finishing strike. In disbelief, he wonders if he has truly lost to someone he considered a weakling. The protagonist's eyes burn with resolve as he brings his power down. Energy converges from all directions as his ultimate attack lands squarely on the opponent. The bespectacled man and the crowd stare in stunned silence at the overwhelming finish. The iron-bodied fighter is blasted away, chest glowing with the cross-shaped wound. The protagonist lowers his staff after completing the technique. The defeated bruiser staggers, clutching his glowing chest wound. The protagonist pins him flat on the mat, clearly having won the bout. From above, we see the unconscious giant spread-eagled on the floor with the victor astride him. Breathing hard, the protagonist bends over, exhausted after the intense fight. Sound effects emphasize his heavy breathing as he recovers. The fallen iron-bodied man lies dazed, also gasping for air. The protagonist shouts that the fight is not over yet. He raises his staff and declares he will not stop until the bruiser apologizes. As he lifts the staff for another blow, trainers rush over, begging him to stop before he kills the man. One staff member pleads with the bespectacled representative to calm the protagonist down. The representative adjusts his glasses, preparing to intervene. He tells Jichiak he can stop because the opponent will apologize once he wakes up. The staff clatters to the mat, showing that Jichiak has relented. Still panting, Jichiak mutters that they will see about that. System messages appear stating that Hunter Jung Jihan admires Jichiak's potential and awards him 3 points, then reconsiders his judgment. Jichiak looks up, confused, as the notification about earning 3 points flashes before him. More notifications show multiple trainers reacting positively and awarding him additional points. Another message informs him he has received 7 more points. The scene cuts back to the scuffed training floor and dropped staff after the duel. Other trainees gather around and carry the unconscious iron-bodied man away to an infirmary bed. Jung Jihan begins addressing the onlookers about what just happened. Nearby, staff discuss that the supposedly ordinary rookie fought like an unstoppable opponent. More trainees watch from a distance while the medic treats Jichiak. Observers remark that even if Jichiak had strong skills, his movement and blocking were amazingly precise. They add that such tactical timing of skills shows considerable experience. Jichiak listens silently, his expression complicated. The medic beside him admits he cannot figure Jihan out. Other trainees excitedly recap how Jichiak chained buffs, debuffs, movement, and evasion skills all at once, wondering if a god supports him. They note that someone under a single god should only use one skill set, yet Jichiak used both spirit and shadow skills simultaneously. A blue-haired woman walks down the hall, discussing that the hunter store trainees do not deserve any reward since they did not hunt anything. She claps her hands as she approaches, drawing attention. Entering the gym, she praises the match she just watched. Jung Jihan startles when he recognizes who has arrived. He blurts out in shock that it is his older sister. Jihan hurries over to her, asking when she came. She smiles and says it has been a while since she saw him. He thanks her for watching and asks if she saw the entire fight. She replies that she watched everything and found it very entertaining. She repeats that it was a great battle. She flicks her lollipop away with a casual motion. A small drone suddenly catches the candy in its mechanical claw as it flies in. Jihan reacts with interest, asking if this is a new stealth-equipped drone. His sister explains she made the drone herself during some spare time. Onlookers whisper in awe, identifying her as the famed mechanic master. Others clarify that she has perfected mechanical magic, and that it is frightening someone usually unseen like her is roaming nearby. Smiling, she confirms that Jichiak Eom is the fighter's name, and says he is very tempting as a prospect. The medic protests to her brother that she must still follow the rules. She acknowledges their grandfather's rules but hints that making a private deal should still be allowed. Jihan firmly refuses any deal regarding Jichiak, regardless of the price. She gives up for now and suggests discussing it later. As they walk, she confirms that the patient she should treat is Jicheok's younger brother, Mucheok Eom. In her tech room, she jokes about the brothers' odd names while Jihyun notices tiny flying devices and asks if they are bug-sized spy drones. She studies data on her holographic screens as the micro-drones float around. She detects that Jicheok owns a Class B awakening stone and proposes using it now with her support to maximize its effect. When Jihyun hesitates, she tells him she is actually asking Jicheok, not him. She calls Jicheok over, referring to him as idol-level handsome, which puzzles him. Jicheok points to himself, confirming she is addressing him. She tells him she will help and to consider it her payment for the entertaining fight. She smiles confidently, clearly intending to proceed. Jihyun, Jicheok, and Baiga walk down a bright hallway toward the medical room. Jicheok thinks about her, recognizing her as the country's only mechanic master. Narration explains that she is an illegitimate child of the Jeonga Company's second son, known as Baiga Jeong. Jihyun leads her toward the emergency medical center where Mucheok is staying. Jicheok reflects that she can imbue machines with life and has even been rumored to affect living beings similarly. He is awed that he is seeing such a famous person up close. He also marvels at her many drones, wondering if she created them all herself. Narration describes her as a genius who pioneered magic engineering so even non-awakened people could use supernatural abilities. Jicheok has heard that her power grew further after she used an awakening stone herself. A simple thanks is offered, expressing gratitude. In the hospital room, Jicheok thanks her for treating his injured brother lying unconscious on the bed. She tells him to thank her after she is finished and suggests awakening Mucheok right away, asking his opinion. Jicheok is shocked at the idea of awakening his brother immediately. He protests that Mucheok's body might not be ready for such a procedure. Baiga counters that his physique is already sufficient. More training will not change the outcome, and his strong emotions make this the perfect time. Jicheok asks what she means by emotional energy. She explains that intense feelings like happiness or sadness help awaken latent power, and that awakening stones respond better to more desperate individuals. She concludes that this moment, when Mucheok is angry and miserable, is ideal for awakening. Jicheok hesitates but questions if that is really true. Baiga addresses Mucheok directly, saying she knows he is conscious and asking his opinion on awakening. Mucheok lies still on the pillow, eyes half closed. He finally opens one eye and admits she noticed his consciousness. Baiga and Jicheok react, with Baiga noting he can already talk. She taunts him about how humiliating it must feel to lose badly in front of his brother, and now lie helpless. Mucheok remains silent but clearly sees inside. Baiga comments that his facial expression shows strong emotion and remarks that both brothers are quite handsome, making Jicheok awkwardly laugh. Jicheok leans in, asking if his brother is truly okay and insisting he does not need to push himself yet. Mucheok tilts his head slightly, signaling his decision. Jicheok realizes from his brother's eyes that Mucheok has already made up his mind. Mucheok's hand is grasped, sealing his choice to proceed with the awakening. Someone agrees to a plan because a genius will handle things for them. The blue-haired woman asks the man to take good care of her patient. She offers a reward for helping and he warns the price might be high before hinting at a request. He says he only wants 2 favors. The first favor is for the brother to tell Jihyun to keep his promise. She explains he just needs to repeat that phrase himself, stressing that him saying it is important. The injured boy silently listens from the bed. The brother is confused but agrees to pass on the message. She moves on to explain there is a second favor. The second favor is that the 2 brothers must start a mukbang cooking channel together on GodTube. The brother shouts back in surprise at the strange mukbang request. He thinks over how he already planned to use GodTube and that mukbang is trendy, though the idea feels abrupt. The woman laughs and promises to finance the channel and give them a favorable contract. She tells them just to eat in front of the camera since even simple food will draw viewers. The brother suspects she also has her own motives for this offer. He imagines the 2 of them happily eating together on camera for mukbang. Later he waits anxiously in the hall. He worries aloud about whether Mucheok will be alright. Inside, drones fill the room and the woman questions whether so many are needed. She reassures him that the drones surpass doctors and then asks Mucheok how strong he wants to be. Mucheok's body tenses as he prepares to answer. He states he wants to become as strong as possible, even if the process is dangerous. When she asks if he accepts the risks, he firmly agrees. She warns that because the procedure is unapproved there will be no insurance, and asks if he still wants to proceed. Mucheok hesitates in silence. He recalls using his legal knowledge to research rumors around this mechanic. He remembers she is famed as a mechanic master, and even called a mad scientist. Among the rumors, he recalls stories alleging she conducts human experiments. She admits official permits take too long and risk leaking her technology, so she bypasses them. Realizing the rumors are true, he processes what she said. He asks what will actually happen to him once he becomes a human experiment. She answers that she will monitor him regularly and collect data samples. She adds that, compared with other professionals, she considers herself more ethical. Mucheok convinces himself she is not trying to harm him and that her vast experience makes her reliable. Resolving himself, he says they should proceed exactly as first planned. He then gives full consent to be her human test subject. She smiles, pleased at how easy it is to work with someone smart. Activating the drones, she casually asks if they should begin and pops a lollipop into her mouth. Just before starting, she notes she never mentioned how painful the procedure would be, shocking him. Even so, Muchiak steels himself and says he is ready. He remembers his little brother once happily asking him for ham. Young Muchiak turns toward him, repeating the request. The older brother proudly reveals a can of ham for them to eat. The two boys excitedly decide the ham looks delicious and plan to share it. The younger brother suddenly realizes he can no longer hear his own voice while his brother prepares the food. The older boy cuts the ham on a board in the kitchen. The younger calls impatiently for his brother to hurry. The elder feeds him a bite, and the boy enjoys the taste. Then his eyes widen as something feels terribly wrong. He becomes aware of strange distortions as he wonders what is happening and where his brother went. He panics as the ham itself warps into something bizarre. Calling for his brother, he runs toward the disturbance. The world tilts and he falls, screaming for his young. Darkness coils around him as he tries to shout again. Black swirling shapes close in while he lies terrified on the ground. His face fills with fear at the overwhelming phenomenon. He sprints outside begging someone to help him. Still running, he yells that some weird thing is chasing him. He looks back in shock while his bare foot hammers the floor. He suddenly faces a massive, writhing mass of dark patterns. The ground and surroundings transform completely into black script-like waves. He finds himself standing atop the living patterns, stunned. Noticing the shapes resemble letters, he exclaims that everything is turning into characters. The boy stares around in horror as the characters surround him. Overwhelmed, he admits he is terrified. The strange flowing letters continue to spread everywhere. He calls out desperately, asking where his brother is. A robed figure appears, praising the child's ability to enter the Akashic records. The boy looks at the stranger, bewildered. The hooded man muses that the child is useful to them. The two stand facing each other amid towering characters. Hearing the figure's voice, the boy suddenly recognizes it from somewhere. The robed man confirms that the power the boy sensed indeed comes from him. He describes Muchiak as the child who kept trying to cross the river of rightness, and notes they have been observing him. The man grows annoyed, saying the tower is becoming troublesome. He praises the boy's awareness of language's power and his great potential. The boy complains internally that the man is ignoring his questions. The robed figure explains that anyone reaching this land of rightness is entitled to a gift and asks what he wants. Muchiak clenches his fist, thinking about what he most needs. He decides he wants anything that will help him find his missing brother. The man asks if he intends to protect his family. Calling the wish simple but admirable, he notes helping an ink-born child with the singularity will be difficult. Muchiak is startled and repeats the unfamiliar term singularity. The man gathers light in his hand, preparing to bestow something. He tells the boy to accept this and leave, while Muchiak wonders about the promised gift. The robed figure explains that this place is the world's end, the sea of deep meditation, and warns that staying longer would cause chaos as he tries to send the child back. Light washes over the man as the transition begins. Muchiak is engulfed by the light, reaching toward him. The man bids farewell to the child from the perished world. Muchiak tumbles away through the void. Falling through emptiness, he repeats the phrase world that perished in confusion. He continues to drop in a blank white space. Still falling, he questions what that expression truly means. Muchiak jolts awake on the hospital bed. He sits up, gasping and disoriented. His brother and the mechanic rush over, with the brother calling out Muchiak's name. His shout echoes outside the building. Time shifts to him later walking solemnly through the hall. The mechanic watches him with a calm, knowing smile. His brother grips his arm and asks if he is all right now. Muchiak smiles and says he is fine, and his brother expresses relief at what he endured. The mechanic confirms the procedure worked, welcomes him back safely, and asks if he met the old man. The brother, confused, repeats the phrase old man. Remembering, Muchiak realizes his encounter in the Akashic records was real. Visual memories of the robed elder and that strange place confirm it was not a dream. A drone hovers and begins scanning Muchiak. It projects a blue beam over his chest as he lies still. The drone announces the scan's completion and the mechanic asks for the result. She studies the holographic display projected before her. A glowing panel shows an A grade, impressing everyone. She congratulates Muchiak for achieving an A-grade awakening. Both brothers exclaim in disbelief at hearing he is a grade. The mechanic closes her eyes, satisfied. Onlookers murmur among themselves about the result. She laughs excitedly, repeating that he truly obtained an A grade and congratulating him again. Later in the training chamber, someone brings up the word records. The instructor explains that from Akashic records they can draw scripts through the Abyss library. He says these scripts can be used offensively or supportively in battle. Muchiak admits that despite being a grade he has never actually used the skill and is unsure how good it is. The instructor offers to demonstrate how his own ability works, and the others ask to see it. The brother eagerly thanks him and asks for a demonstration. In the chamber, the instructor warns he is a bit nervous since it is his first live use. The brother and instructor watch Muchiak seriously as he prepares. Muchiak closes his eyes to focus. He tells himself he only needs to write whatever words come to his mind. He concentrates harder, maintaining that focus. In his perception, swirling patterns of script begin forming. He gradually deciphers them and recognizes the phrase iron body. He snaps his eyes open, understanding what to invoke. Energy and script-like aura rise around his body as his brother looks on. The characters wrap around his limbs, coating his arm and torso. He activates the technique by declaring the record iron body. The scripted aura suddenly rushes from him and envelopes his brother as well. The brother feels the dark lines etching over his shirt and body. Staring at Muchiak, he asks if the activation was successful. He feels power coursing through him as the markings continue to spread. He notices his skin hardening under the effect. Realizing the strength of the technique, he likens it to Shelton's iron body skill. Delighted, he smashes his fists together and laughs that his body now feels as hard as steel. The instructor watches, thinking the outcome matches his expectations. The brother asks if iron body is the only script Muchiak can use or if there are others. Muchiak replies that he sees only a few beginner scripts such as iron body, haste, dense, and light. The instructor is surprised that is all Muchiak claims to see. He comments that while those are good, they seem insufficient alone to justify an A-grade rating. Muchiak shrugs and says he honestly has no idea. His brother thinks that expression means Muchiak is hiding something while pretending innocence. He wonders if there is actually more to Muchiak's power than he admits. He then considers that Muchiak might simply prefer not to explain everything outright. Muchiak decides there is no need to argue with an A-grade veteran and instead shifts to signing the contract. The brother is startled, questioning whether they are really moving straight to contract signing without negotiating the terms first. After much back and forth, one man admits he expected the other to reject the supposedly unfair contract. The fighter adds that he was also surprised the other guy signed the contract so easily. The fighter explains he signed because he thinks the contract fairly balances both sides. He reasons that teaming up with his older brother in dungeons will be advantageous if they are on the same team. The brother, startled but convinced by that logic, begins to accept the idea. The younger brother repeats that he refuses to let his young enter dangerous places alone, and vows they will face life and death together. He then moves on, emphasizing that he is now an A-grade awakener. The older brother concedes the argument internally, realizing continuing to object would be pointless. The manager agrees to prepare the contract and asks if the brother is ready for the Hunter exam's written test. The younger brother confidently answers that he always scores high on exams. The manager laughs that with the brother's strong academic record and top law school background, there is nothing to worry about. The older brother privately notes that Jichiak looks even happier now than when he defeated Shelton. Jichiak beams, clearly pleased by his brother's success. The younger brother is shocked to hear Jichiak actually crushed Shelton. Jichiak recalls the GodTube notification praising his combat skills and his rising likes, while the brother asks if he is serious. Jichiak downplays the feat, insisting it was nothing special. The manager is surprised at how casually Jichiak speaks about someone his powerful uncle sent. Jichiak laughs awkwardly and confirms what the manager said. The manager checks that neither of them was injured in the fight and is relieved by their answer. He says he will contact them when the contract is ready and excuses himself to handle other work. Jichiak agrees and says goodbye for now. The brothers watch the manager walk away from the training hall. Jichiak pats Muchiak and calls his attention. With the manager gone, Jichiak urges Muchiak to be honest with him. He pointedly asks Muchiak how many gods he has contracted with. Jichiak clarifies the question, asking from how many gods Muchiak has received contact offers. Muchiak hesitantly answers that there have been many. He admits he still does not really understand what the mysterious letter character of chaos he received actually means. Muchiak speculates that this letter is why chaos-related gods keep contacting him. Jichiak then asks if there is also a particular god who has shown interest in Muchiak. Jichiak explains that he initially had several offers, but now only sees a system notice saying it is under maintenance, and he must wait for a patch. Muchiak finds that situation strange. Jichiak says his ability system has always been out anyway and suggests they stop worrying and go eat. Muchiak wonders aloud if the system is actually blocking Jichiak from contacting other gods. When Jichiak questions that idea, Muchiak dismisses it as a random guess and tells him not to worry. Jichiak internally rejects the blocking theory, thinking it is unlikely. Time shifts to a busy cafeteria filled with people. Groups of people move along the cafeteria line, getting food. Jichiak reviews the clues about Muchiak's patrons, reciting the phrases Four Eyes record the truths, Papyrus of Ibis, and someone close to Huanghui. He muses that although no names are stated directly, these titles clearly point toward specific beings. Jichiak concludes that all the gods who chose Muchiak are related to those hints and suspects the Four Eyes entity is likely Changjia. Jichiak looks puzzled, prompting him to ask who Changjia is. Muchiak explains over lunch that Changjia is said to have invented Chinese writing. He adds that this figure was considered both emperor and god and must now be a powerful deity. Muchiak says he might gain a skill connected to Chinese characters from that god. Jichiak, impressed, remarks that this means Muchiak's potential as an A-class awakener is huge. Jichiak brings up the obtaining papyrus clue. Muchiak calmly identifies that one is the Egyptian god Thoth. Jichiak recalls Thoth as the god of books, libraries, knowledge, and magic whose symbol includes obtaining. Jichiak guesses Muchiak could even earn ancient magic from such a patron. Muchiak agrees, reasoning that as the discoverer of Egyptian hieroglyphs, Thoth must wield powerful ancient magic. Jichiak wonders what this letter character of chaos actually is. He notes that this mysterious letter has drawn the attention of multiple Asian gods and asks about the final clue. Muchiak answers that the last hint refers to someone close to Huanghui, shocking Jichiak. Jichiak realizes that sounds like the legendary creator of Hangul and recalls that even non-gods can sometimes choose hunters. Surrounded by symbols, he reflects that Muchiak is simultaneously connected to Egyptian hieroglyphs, ancient Chinese characters, and Hangul. Jichiak marvels that he cannot even guess what specific ability Muchiak will receive. When Muchiak asks his opinion, Jichiak admits the choice is too difficult. Jichiak thinks about the one human among script legends. He says he has heard that ordinary humans cannot compete with divine power. Still, he argues that if forced to choose they should favor King Sejong. Muchiak notes that because their current writing system comes from Sejong, following him should give them general bonuses. Jichiak agrees that choosing a patron from their own culture should boost stats and feels instinctively drawn to Sejong despite worrying about losing things like vacations. Jichiak steels himself, pondering the cost of that path. Muchiak says he has a good feeling that things will work out and asks Jichiak which patron he prefers. The scene shifts to a city skyline. Time skips ahead a few weeks. It is now the day of the Hunter practical exam at a venue somewhere in Seoul. Officials shout at the gathered crowd not to cut in line and to follow the rules. Large groups of people and reporters are clustered outside the test building. Muchiak notes there seem to be more reporters than hunters, and Jichiak blames the viral video of Muchiak versus Shelton. As they walk inside, Jichiak comments that the entire country must be curious about the rookie who beat a veteran. Jichiak says he can feel the attention because his online likes are still skyrocketing. The narration confirms that his likes really are enormous now. Suddenly the brothers stiffen as someone approaches. Their CEO appears, saying of course he would come to such an important day. He tells Jichiak he was shocked to see him ranked number 1 in recommended videos and that the whole nation obsesses over his every move. Jichiak admits he never expected things to blow up this much, and worries aloud that a peaceful life is now impossible. The CEO adds that the incident gave him a good excuse to remove troublemaker Shelton from their side. He explains Shelton was mediocre yet constantly problematic, so even his uncle thinks dismissing him was for the best. Muchiak awkwardly says he feels a little sorry for Shelton. The CEO mentions he saw many Jichiak fans outside calling themselves Index Finger, and that he even took photos with them. He thanks the Shelton affair for drawing public focus to Jichiak and asks if he can raise his expectations. Jichiak nervously agrees. An examiner announces that candidates should proceed to the exam rooms and verify their identities at the entrance. As Jichiak gets ready to go in, Muchiak wishes him luck and the CEO calls Jichiak back for a moment. The CEO says he recruited someone from Zhongjin to assist Jichiak. Muchiak clarifies that Zhongjin is a subsidiary of Jianga Company run by CEO Jihun Zhong. A woman hurries over, greeting Jichiak enthusiastically as the staff member assigned to support him during the exam. Jichiak and Muchiak politely return her greeting. Jichiak reminisces inwardly about his own days working as a hunter assistant. The staffer leads Jichiak toward the restricted exam area. Muchiak and the CEO watch Jichiak go, both looking thoughtful. Jichiak, about to start the process, marvels that he used to only clean up monsters' corpses and now he is taking the official test. He confirms his identity via a fingerprint scan as the system verifies examinee Jichiak EOM. Nearby, the female staffer is told that support staff must receive an entrance pass. Jichiak silently vows that he will definitely pass the exam. Walking down the corridor with other candidates, he notes how nervous he has become. Seeing similar expressions, he realizes everyone else is nervous too. A loudspeaker instructs examinees to change into inspection suits in the changing room. The announcement adds that after changing, they must wait for further instructions to enter the inspection room. A staff member points out the changing room door. Inside, candidates undress and put on the white inspection outfits. Jichiak also changes into the inspection clothes. He buttons the uniform, fully ready for the check. The narrative introduces the basic inspection room where hunters' bodies will be examined. Inside, staff run tests like lung capacity and eyesight, asking examinees to follow directions. Technicians record measurements on clipboards. One staff member reads off data while continuing the examinations. Jichiak is called next and told to enter a large circular machine. He hesitantly asks about it. The examiner explains it is a device that measures hunters' overall strength. The examiner cheerfully tells him to lie inside for 1 minute. Jichiak wonders if it gauges level or total stats and which metric it uses. The examiner instructs him to stay still and relaxed until they say the test is over. While lying down, Jichiak hears that the results will be released a week later. Blue scanning beams sweep over his body as the machine measures him. The hum of the scanner fills his ears as the procedure continues. After inspections, an official announces that the next stage is the practical test and directs everyone to change into suitable combat suits. Another official tells those without personal gear to wear the basic suits provided in the changing room. Jichiak is surprised, realizing he could have prepared custom equipment. The female staffer calls out to him again across the hall. She checks that his basic inspection is finished and says the CEO asked her to give him something. She hands over a large plastic-wrapped package, which he accepts while asking what it is. She explains it is a pre-approved combat suit prepared specifically for his test. She notes there is no magical buff, but the suit is made from black ogre hide and resists heat and impact. She adds that it was crafted by a famous Italian artisan, likely making it the priciest test suit material. Jichiak is overwhelmed by the generosity, and wonders if this is what reckless spending looks like. She also presents his special watch. Jicheok confirms it is his watch, and she says it was checked and deemed safe to wear. He examines the familiar timepiece. Jicheok puts the watch on, thinking its only advantage might be its durability. He admits he had expected some hidden, otherworldly function from it. He then joins others in the practical test waiting room. Many examinees stand around in various combat outfits, talking quietly. Jicheok dons the black ogre-skin suit and gloves. He finds the suit a perfect, comfortable fit. Looking around, he notices many others also brought their own specialized gear. Suddenly something catches his attention, and he whips his head around. He sees a red-haired man violently lifting another candidate by the collar. Jicheok mentally reacts, wondering what just happened. A spilled drink and ice cubes on the floor show the start of the altercation. The victim flails while held up, yelping in pain. The red-haired man berates him for not following instructions about how to serve his coke. Terrified, the man apologizes repeatedly. The red-haired bully insults the group's upbringing as he continues choking the man. Other examinees glance over with mixed annoyance and indifference. Some smirk, clearly amused by the bullying. Jicheok is outraged that no one intervenes, recognizes the red-haired man from somewhere, and starts moving toward them. He confronts the scene as the bully falters for a moment, and the victim hastily offers to get another drink. The black-haired youth yells for the attacker to stop before he kills the man he is holding. Facing the red-haired hunter strangling a staff member, the youth demands he release the man instead of asking about his identity. Annoyed at being ordered, the red-haired hunter grumbles that everyone seems to be trying to start a fight with him today. Still gripping the victim, the red-haired man incredulously asks if the newcomer really does not recognize who he is. The youth calmly answers that he does not know him, leaving the red-haired man offended that he is unrecognized. The youth ignores the posturing and orders him again to lower his arm and let the staffer go. Realizing his arm is being forced down, the red-haired man is shocked by the unexpected resistance. The scene reveals the youth effortlessly overpowering the red-haired hunter's grip as both men and the staffer hang in a tense standoff. The red-haired hunter curses and prepares to fight, accusing the youth of challenging him with sheer strength stats. The youth focuses intently, his eyes showing he is ready to act decisively. Using crushing strength, the youth makes the red-haired attacker groan in pain and scream while still holding the staffer. The red-haired hunter staggers in fury and frustration, cursing the youth as he tries to recover his footing. Nearby examinees look on in stunned silence at the sudden conflict between hunters. Humiliated but seething, the red-haired man growls that he has heard of the youth's high basic stats and prepares to take things further. The youth asks the onlooking staffer if he actually knows who he is. The staffer answers that he recognizes the youth from the widely seen Shelton video. Flames suddenly erupt from the red-haired hunter's hand as he prepares a fiery attack while still holding the staffer and facing the youth. The fire user blasts the helpless staffer with flames, making the man scream in agony. The youth, now also engulfed by the spreading flames, panics and demands to know what the red-haired man is doing. From a distance we see the staffer writhing in fire as the red-haired hunter unleashes his power despite the youth's protests. The youth, burning but still conscious, cries out that the attacker is insane and is doing this only because his pride was wounded. He angrily reminds the fire user that hunters are forbidden from using their skills to harm ordinary civilians. The red-haired hunter dismisses the warning, boasting that as a protected member of the Society of Flame and under the Hunter Protection Treaty he has nothing to fear. The youth internally fumes that hunters are abusing the legal immunity meant to safeguard their lives. Deciding he cannot just scold and let this go, the youth grabs the attacker's flaming arm, vowing not to allow a person like him to walk away freely. The red-haired man screams as his burning arm is restrained, shocked by the unexpected counter. The youth notes that his auger gloves are holding up well against the flames. He thinks Young Ji-han was right that investing in quality gear was worth it, then activates his shadow stepping ability. The burned staffer gasps for breath as the healing energies begin to work, and the youth reflects that there are more lunatics here than he expected. The enraged fire user suspects the youth is using the same curse skill from the viral clip and accuses him of it. The youth confirms he is also using a healing skill so the burns will recover quickly even if he cannot stop the flames at once. Surrounded by blue healing light and red fire, he orders the attacker to calm down, suggesting his rudeness is due to his recent awakening. He lectures the red-haired hunter that flaunting strength here is foolish because everyone present is dangerous. He calmly warns that if the man keeps escalating, he will only embarrass himself and might even be expelled from the test, prompting the attacker to hesitate. Other powerful-looking examinees glare toward the confrontation, clearly displeased. More candidates watch tensely, measuring the trouble being caused. The youth releases the flames upward, sending them toward the ceiling instead of the people. The injured staffer is now covered predominantly in blue healing light. Realizing his burns are rapidly fading, the red-haired hunter retreats with the threat to get revenge later, while the youth answers that he is ready any time. The youth finishes healing the staffer, who gratefully says he is fine, and the system informs the youth that staff 2 is thanking him sincerely. A system message pops up saying he has received 10 thumbs up, and onlookers wonder who this youth really is. The recovered staffer explains that the attacker is Yom Radu, an awakened from the Society of Flame who awakened not long after the youth did. Hearing the surname Yom, the youth realizes why the man looked familiar. Other members of the Society of Flame laugh with Yom Radu, remarking that such backing explains his boldness. Yom Radu smirks, recalling that as a support hunter he has seen many overconfident rookies with so-called hunter disease. He thinks that such arrogant newbies need a ruthless beating once to wake them up. Footsteps signal the approach of officials, interrupting the standoff. An official announces the arrival of the examiner and orders everyone to line up. The examinees, including mannequin silhouettes, quickly form orderly rows. More rows of candidates in different outfits line up, showing the large turnout. A short woman in a suit, flanked by staff, greets the energetic rookies and notes how lively this group is. She introduces herself as Yoon Rumi from the Politics and Military Division, explaining most of them would not know her. Her escorts move with her as she steps among the gathered hunters. The youth realizes that someone from the Politics and Military Division is usually part of the president's personal force, notorious for killing or torturing Rogue Awakened. Yoon Rumi states that even her name and face are aliases and hints that today's exam is special compared to the usual ones. She complains that acting like a servant for rookies is tiring but implies she is here because of orders from above. She adds that the higher-ups are very interested because 2 super rookies are participating in this test. Both the youth and Yom Radu realize with surprise that she must be referring to them. Another official instructs everyone to sign the documents being distributed. The paperwork states that the government will bear no responsibility if they die during the test. Yoon Rumi explains that signing means they stop being regular citizens and are instead treated as soldiers, giving this as their last chance to turn back. The youth looks at the form with a nervous expression. While thinking the warning sounds terrifying, he signs the waiver anyway. Others sign as well, internally remarking that such grim terms are not something one normally declares with a smile. Staff circulate to collect the completed documents from each examinee. When all forms are gathered, Yoon Rumi and her assistants stand before the door to proceed. She notes that everyone agreed and that it would be strange to quit after coming so far, then says she will explain the basic rules. She orders them to listen carefully and remember what she is about to say. She outlines the exam. They will enter a dungeon, hunt, be graded according to rules, and everything they do will be recorded. She adds that they may still use their own recording devices if they have them. She clarifies that communication to the outside is blocked, so social media or similar networks will not work. Lastly, she stresses that this examiner from Politics and Military is infamous for viciousness, setting a grim tone. She coldly states she does not care whether they live or die and that they must protect their own lives. She gives one final chance to withdraw, asking if anyone truly wishes to turn back. Several examinees gulp nervously but no one steps out. Taking their silence as consent, she moves to the next phase and orders everyone to put on blindfolds. The examinees don blindfolds that dull their senses and are arranged into lines of 5. After picking weapons they prefer, they ready themselves for the trial ahead. Still blindfolded, each group is led through a glowing gate into the dungeon. Outside the portal, we see them stepping from a rocky canyon toward the swirling blue entrance. Narrative explains that inside the dungeon, examinees will be separated into small stone chambers all around the map in random groups of 5. The final objective is to fight monsters on their way to a central crystal ball. The test concludes the moment that crystal ball is destroyed. Inside one such chamber, blindfolded candidates are told to remove their coverings as the exam officially begins. As the blindfolds come off, they see a massive ornate door before them. The youth removes his blindfold calmly, taking in the surroundings. Outside the dungeon, alarms blare as operators panic, saying the supposedly safe dungeon is behaving abnormally. Monitors report that the gate is turning into an irregular dungeon and that it has now been sealed. Back inside, the youth sits in his chamber, oblivious to the growing outside crisis. He wonders aloud if modern exams always feature such elaborate dungeon scenarios. Strange glowing runes and devices on the door hint that interacting with it will trigger the exam's start. He concludes the test will fully begin once he opens the great door in front of him. Nearby, someone angrily throws their blindfold to the ground, complaining about how frustrating the situation is. Yom Radu vents that the exam setup is excessively harsh, as he stands in the same chamber as the youth. The youth looks alarmed as he realizes who is in his group. Yom Radu also recognizes the youth and curses his luck at being grouped with him. He stammers in shock that he has to be in the same party as the youth he despises. The youth retorts that he feels the same and internally thinks he is doomed to be with a lunatic. Another teammate nervously steps forward, apologizing while asking a question he does not understand. The ponytailed woman asks if the emergency announcement about an irregular dungeon means this apparent dungeon explosion is part of the exam. Yom Radu speculates that it might be, saying he heard of a similar twist in previous tests. He convinces himself that the higher-ups arranged this special exam because of his own strength. The youth notes that Yom Radu is wearing heavy metal gloves and internally scoffs at his bragging. 2 blue-clad siblings introduce themselves as Bang Jin-ah and Bang Jin-woo, explaining they are twins. The youth starts to ask about the silent man in the back of their group. Yom Radu calls to his relative Yom Ma, introducing the stern man as his distant cousin. The youth despairs, thinking having 2 relatives from the same dangerous family in his party means they are in trouble. The youth introduces himself as Ji Chiak Eum, but Yom Radu immediately tells Yom Ma to follow him so they can take the lead. Ji Chiak yells at them not to act alone and asks if they even know what is behind the stone chamber's door. Yom Radu snaps back that anything is better than staying in the same room as the others, pushing ahead anyway. Ji Chiak sighs that they were doomed from the outset with teammates like this. Yom-ma presses his gloved hand against the huge stone door to push it open. He strains as the door slowly begins to separate, revealing a dark gap. The creaking of the door continues ominously as it opens wider. Suddenly there is a jarring impact as something on the other side slams against the widening entrance, startling Yom-ma. He tries to warn his cousin that something is behind the door. Someone's eye widens in horror as they realize what is emerging. A grotesque clawed arm bursts out through the opening, nearly crushing Yom-ma. Yom-radu yanks his cousin away from the gap just in time as the monstrous limb lashes out. The creature steps fully into view, revealed as a towering lizard man. Ji-Chiak and the twins panic, explaining that lizard men are foes even veteran hunters struggle with, being far stronger and faster than goblins. Ji-Chiak adds that because lizard men sense with their skin, they are even deadlier in dark caves, and he curses the government for throwing such monsters at rookies. Yom-radu, however, laughs confidently that it is only a lizard man and invites the monster to come at him. He and Yom-ma ignite their fists with flame and charge, vowing to roast the creature. Yom-radu calls out a coordinated attack with his cousin as they advance with blazing fists. He powers up further, screaming as his flames surge around him for a full-force strike. Ji-Chiak realizes in alarm that the madman intends to unleash a big skill at close range in the cramped stone room. Ji-Chiak draws his sword, incredulous that anyone would use such a wide-area skill in such a narrow space. He orders everyone to hit the ground and shouts the activation of Sylph's blessing and wild roar as blue wind power swirls around him. He then calls out another ability, telekinesis arrow, channeling additional power into his sword. Ji-Chiak's eyes glow with concentration as his skills activate simultaneously. Yom-radu's face is wreathed in raging flames as he prepares to collide with the lizard man. Outside and within the dungeon, magical energies and projectiles streak through the dark blue space as the clash begins. At the monitoring station outside the dungeon, the screens glitch and static appears as the situation deteriorates. An operator realizes the dungeon is undergoing uncontrolled growth and expanding faster than expected. He concludes that because the gate has closed there is no way to enter or halt the now growing dungeon from outside, meaning the exam cannot be stopped. On the monitors he silently watches Ji-Chiak's party in mid-battle inside the chamber. He reflects that the examinees now either have to keep running until the dungeon stops growing or destroy its core if they want to survive. The narration explains the dungeon growing phenomenon, where dungeons evolve and strengthen just as hunters themselves grow. As a dungeon grows, existing monsters are replaced by stronger ones and the internal map becomes increasingly complex. In exchange, such dungeons offer greater rewards, luring many adventurers despite the danger. Officials in the control room buzz with concern, still unaware of the deeper implications. The narration notes that people of this era do not truly understand this phenomenon. Only Jung Ji-han, the spectacled man watching the monitors, grasps what is happening. It specifies that Jong Ji-han alone possesses this knowledge. Ji-han recalls that Ji-Chiak never revealed his abilities and outwardly seemed like someone protected by his troublesome brother. He now recognizes that Ji-Chiak is actually fully capable and is a singularity destined to change the future. Ji-han believes the dungeon growing incident proves Ji-Chiak's importance and silently urges him to survive. Clenching his fists as he watches Ji-Chiak on the screen, Ji-han struggles with what to do. The narration concludes that Jong Ji-han is now forced to make a crucial choice. A man clenches his lips in tense silence, sweating as he steels his resolve. Narration likens his situation to watching a distant chaotic game, questioning whether he should see it through or retreat. It explains that until he finds the answer he seeks, he will remain stuck in place, frozen despite the world moving on. He endures all this in pursuit of the sole path where humanity survives. In the dungeon, a massive fire blast erupts ahead, shocking the team. The black-haired hunter angrily thinks the fire wielder is recklessly endangering those behind him. A GodTube quest window appears, assigning him the Temple of the Scale Demon mission with extra rewards for earning 100 likes. Reading that the dungeon is actually intermediate rank, he panics at having been misled about its difficulty. A giant lizard man roars amid flames as the battle intensifies. The red-haired fire user laughs manically and attacks, intent on killing the monster. He dashes and cloaked in flames, preparing another powerful strike. His blazing fist smashes into the lizard man with explosive force. The fiery blow tears through the creature, sending flames and debris flying. He and his ally continue pummeling the monster together, reveling in the fight. One of his subordinates yells that more lizard men keep pouring in. Yom-radu belligerently shouts back to let them all come. The horde of lizard men charges while the fire users cut them down. Watching from behind, Ji-Chiak and a teammate grumble at the pair's disruptive explosions. The twins criticize Yom-radu's group for ignoring teamwork and recall disliking them from the start. Ji-Chiak silently observes, thinking instead of something more pressing. Noticing the lizardman's unusual scale color, he realizes these are different from ordinary ones. Ji-Chiak points out Yom-radu and his henchmen are abandoning them and simply running ahead. Another hunter calls after Yom-radu, shocked they are really leaving the others behind. Yom-radu mocks them, saying of course he would not team up with them. He orders Ji-Chiak's small group to beg on their knees if they want to follow him. The twins scoff at his arrogance, saying he just spouts whatever he wants. Ji-Chiak remarks that flame skills should be used on monsters, not humans. He reasons that Yom-radu knows this too, yet still acted that way, and notes that even all of them together may struggle here. Jichiak advises the twins that Yomradu's power could make passing easier and suggests they join him if survival matters more than pride. The twins exchange a conflicted, wordless look. Jichiak waits calmly for their decision while they stand on either side of him. The twins ultimately choose to stay with Jichiak, distrusting Yomradu who they fear would sacrifice them. Jichiak smiles, accepting them as comrades while recalling Yomradu is still just a human opponent. A quick flashback shows Yomradu nearly burning someone earlier, underscoring why the twins trust Jichiak more. The twins insist they already know how skilled Jichiak is and excitedly offer to show their own abilities. Jichiak is surprised as they prepare to demonstrate. The sister reveals she is a blacksmith-type fighter who wields a huge hammer in combat. She explains her brother uses threads with a sewing ability to set traps and attack. They admit their skills are not very strong but promise to do their best while Jichiak encourages them to work together. Jichiak notes that Yomradu's pair has already vanished deeper into the dungeon. He decides they should set off as well, leading the twins onward. The twins agree enthusiastically as they leave the starting area. The trio advance through the stone corridors of the temple. Meanwhile, Yomradu relentlessly burns through lizardmen, pushing ahead without rest. Jichiak follows more cautiously, using Eye of Observation to study the lizardmen's carvings on the dungeon walls. While examining a wall, something he sees suddenly catches his attention. He discovers a hidden space behind a mural of a golden demon god and asks the blacksmith twin to break the wall. She steels herself, exhaling in preparation to swing. Using her power hammer skill, Bang Jaina smashes the wall with a mighty blow. The impact blasts the stone apart, opening a passage. They rush into the newly revealed Scale Devil's hidden temple, wondering if lizardmen will follow. The brother checks on his exhausted sister, who admits the hammer skill drained her heavily. Jichiak notes in thought that a single use of her skill leaves her spent, likely because she is a low-level awakener. As they continue through the vast hidden area, they marvel that such a huge secret temple passage exists. Jichiak explains that in dungeons like this, murals and statues usually provide clues to the correct path. Godtube notifies him that his knowledge impressed the twins, granting him 3 likes. He stops them, suggesting they prepare a countermeasure since they do not know what threats may emerge. Jichiak casts Sylph's blessing on the twins, surprising them as blue wind wraps around their bodies. A notification shows Bang Jaina and Bang Jinwoo's attack and agility stats increasing. Grateful, the twins thank him repeatedly while their trust in him deepens. Jichiak sees he has received 6 more likes and thinks his investment in magic power is finally paying off. He rallies the team to move out again, and they answer eagerly. Using the secret passage, they bypass many lizardman-filled corridors. Someone secretly watches the trio from a dark vantage point as they proceed. At the same time, Yomradu keeps fighting ahead unaware of the passage, while Jichiak's party eventually reaches its end. Emerging well ahead, Jichiak says they must have outpaced Yomradu, and should now prepare for what comes next. A rumbling sound alerts them that something is approaching from behind. Jichiak warns that lizardmen are coming and orders the twins to maintain formation while he leads. Drawing his blades, he notes the narrow corridor will limit how many enemies can attack at once. He activates the movement skill fleeing shadow and darts forward. Jichiak charges with fierce determination toward the oncoming monsters. The twins ready their hammer and threads, gearing up to support him. Lizardmen appear in the distance, advancing through the arches. The creatures roar and rush them en masse. One lizardman's eye widens as Jichiak's attack nears. Jichiak unleashes a rapid multi-strike combo, slicing through multiple lizardmen. Energy trails streak through the air from the ferocious slashes. The brother hurls his thread ability to ensnare or cut enemies. Jichiak's foot impacts, launching himself for another assault. The sister leaps overhead with her hammer, startling the lizardmen below. Her hammer crashes down in a powerful blue impact. She and her brother follow up with sweeping hammer blows and thread attacks that batter the monsters. She thinks that since Jichiak already weakened them, their job is simply to finish them off. The twins continue fighting while urging each other to keep moving as they restrain more lizardmen. Panting, Jaina begins to realize something about Jichiak's strength. A system message states Jichiak has slain 5 lizardmen alone and grants him the Lizardman's Challenger title, causing lizardmen to feel fear. Afterwards, Jichiak and the twins stand among corpses, deciding to process the bodies. They spread out and start working on the fallen lizardmen as Jichiak observes. Narration explains that after defeating the lizardmen, the trio begins dismantling the corpses. Jaina methodically drives a tool down, helping with the dissection. Jinwoo also assists, concentrating on his part of the grisly work. They extract magic crystals and collect blood and scales as valuable materials. Containers of blood and stacks of scales pile up while Jichiak watches thoughtfully. He remembers something and decides it is time to bring out a special ability. Godtube introduces Scrooge's Alchemy, an alchemy package promising cheap materials and big profits. Jichiak is relieved the alchemy package is still available for purchase. He confirms the payment, buying the alchemy skill. Jinwoo notices and tells his sister that Jichiak seems to be planning something again. She turns curiously, asking what he means. Jichiak activates Scrooge's alchemist survival camp, surrounding himself with a magical alchemy setup. The system provides a camp with cauldrons, bottles, and neutralizers as part of the deal. Jichiak is pleasantly surprised by how useful the setup appears. The twins stare in amazement, wondering what this strange arrangement is. He explains he just learned a new alchemy skill and that it is perfect now that they have many ingredients. The twins are stunned to realize he even possesses alchemy on top of everything else. He begins brewing, but the system warns his low alchemy level makes success unlikely, with only a 30% chance. His first attempt fails and the ingredients in the cauldron are ruined. Another attempt also fails, destroying more materials. After several tries, the system finally announces success, to Jichiak's and the twins' delight. He has created a new item, Lizardman's Stamina Booster, a potent potion that regenerates stamina and agility for 6 hours. Delighted, Jichiak calculates that each bottle could sell for a large sum. Through repeated failures and successes, he manages to brew a total of 5 bottles. 5 purple potions float before him, the culmination of their efforts. While they keep killing lizard men and turning parts into potions, the grind continues. Jichiak steadily pours collected blood into the cauldrons to brew more. Notifications show likes pouring in from viewers as his GodTube-like count rises dramatically. He continues to carve through lizard men with efficient sword strikes. The system informs him he has accumulated 100 likes and completed the bonus quest. Surprised to have hit 100 already, he receives a prompt asking if he wants his bonus reward now. Jichiak notes he has not even cleared the main quest yet but is eligible to receive the bonus. He agrees and the system begins updating his GodTube-based interface as the reward. Jichiak reacts with startled curiosity to this sudden system update. He wonders what exactly this update entails. A countdown and magical effects signal the update installation. The countdown finishes as light engulfs the interface. The system declares the update successful. Jichiak exclaims in awe as the new interface appears in front of him. The updated system reveals that from now on he can earn likes from his enemies too. He is baffled by the idea and questions how enemies could possibly like him. Before he can ponder further, another group of lizard men charges at him. One lizard man screeches as it lunges in for the attack. Jichiak rushes forward, eager to test how the new feature works in combat. A lizardman's claw swipes down toward him as the fight erupts again. His swift slash bisects the monster, its death cry echoing. Jichiak follows through with focused determination. He unleashes a sweeping attack that decapitates another lizardman. A surviving lizardman screams in terror as it witnesses the carnage. The interface notes that this lizardman fears his blow, indicating the enemy's emotional reaction. Jichiak immediately gains a like from the frightened monster, proving the new system works. He continues slicing through foes, beheading yet another lizardman. Another enemy is deeply shocked by his strike, its fear again being tracked by the system. Jichiak receives another like and laughs, realizing how to exploit the mechanic. He revels in the fact he can now farm likes even from enemies while cutting them down. Smirking, he thinks to himself how overpowered this updated system feels. Empowered by the realization, he keeps executing wide-sweeping sword techniques. A blinding flurry of white slashes fills the corridor as he attacks. The twins, still using threads and hammer, watch in astonishment at his overwhelming power. Narration notes that just when they were nearing exhaustion from the lizardman battles, the weary trio moves onward through the temple, still pressing ahead. Jinwoo suddenly notices something and urgently calls his sister's attention to it. The protagonist looks up, puzzled by something above. The group reaches a massive door, and wonders if it is the dungeon boss room and the end of their trial. Jichiak, uncertain, remarks that a boss monster should usually appear at the dungeon's end. The team concludes the unseen boss must be behind the door, and realizes their work is not over. Another group led by a red-haired man arrives, mocking that the test takers survived and reached this place. Jichiak recognizes the red-haired hunter Yomladu is alive and wonders if he has teamed up with others. Jichiak's twin companions stare silently in shock at the newcomers. Yomladu and Jichiak face each other tensely before the door. Yomladu insists he will open the boss door himself, and Jichiak thinks that if he is that ready to risk his life they should let him. Jichiak allows Yomladu to go ahead and open the door first. Yomladu pushes the boss door open and Jichiak cautiously steps inside behind him. Yomladu continues to shove the heavy door open further into the dark room. He peers inside warily, gauging the darkness beyond the doorway. Yomladu orders everyone to follow him in and to stay alert because they cannot see what may emerge from the dark. As they enter, some test takers whisper that the place feels creepy and worry whether they will be alright. Jichiak's team checks the area, finds no traps, but he still urges everyone to stay cautious. Jichiak is convinced their final mission is hidden somewhere in this chamber. Yomladu ignites a ball of flame in his hand to light the way. The combined group advances through the dark with Yomladu's fire, while nervous test takers watch anxiously. The camera lingers on a shadowy part of the room, building tension as they move forward. A mysterious voice from the darkness demands offerings, startling everyone and prompting someone to shout back in fear. Behind them, the entrance doors begin closing ominously. The doors shut almost completely, trapping everyone inside. The heavy doors slam fully closed, shocking those nearest them. The other test takers scream in terror as they realize they are sealed in. People panic when they see the closed door and realize they have walked into a trap. A winged demon statue on a pedestal speaks again, stating it wants 2 people. The crowd squints at a bright light in front and points out that something is up on the pedestal. Jichiak reacts in shock as he finally sees what is there. The shot reveals the lower half of a large red humanoid figure standing on the pedestal. The entire demon is shown, and the test takers exclaim that the terrifying creature looks like an actual demon. Yom Lada quickly commands everyone to prepare for battle and to spread out instead of clumping together. The examinees cry out in disbelief that they are facing a real demon. Some hunters sprint to take positions as others shout for them to hurry over. Jichiak tells his twins the demon seems extremely strong and suggests they retreat for the moment, which they agree to. Jichiak internally notes he cannot sense any killing intent from the demon and wonders what is happening. He also notices the demon only keeps repeating strange lines and seems focused on something else. The demon's glowing eyes fixate on the crowd as it repeats its demand for 2 people. The demon stands motionless on the pedestal while the examinees circle the large magic formation around it. Yom Lada's ally points out the demon will not move and just keeps asking for offerings, and Yom wonders if there is some trick or a way to avoid fighting it. Jichiak offers to go closer and check things out himself. As Jichiak calmly walks toward the demon, Yom Lada watches in uneasy admiration at his fearlessness. From up close the demon keeps monotonously demanding offerings of 2 people while towering over Jichiak. Jichiak silently studies the demon and wonders why it does not move. He realizes the demon simply repeats the same request and questions whether it intends to attack at all. Observing the pikes around the pedestal, Jichiak deduces their design would channel blood, implying they are meant for impalement. Jichiak suspects the final mission might be horrifying and tells the others he does not think the demon will move for now. He then explains the real problem. The demon seems to be asking them to impale 2 people as sacrifices on the pikes. The crowd erupts in disbelief, calling the requirement nonsense and questioning how the government could assign such a dungeon. Jichiak argues that such an exam would be unprecedentedly cruel in difficulty. He further points out the dungeon is effectively demanding human sacrifices. He reminds everyone that hunters are ordinary humans and not expendable tools. Some examinees reason that while accidental deaths in a dungeon test might be one thing, intentionally impaling candidates as sacrifices is completely different. They conclude that no sane person would willingly accept such a condition. Yom Lada pounds on the door in frustration, trying to force it open. He curses when the door will not move at all, realizing they are completely sealed in. Furious, he blames the exam proctors for trapping them and keeps striking the door. The group devolves into despair, shouting that they were set up and expressing that they do not want to die in this place. Jichiak and one of the twins observe the panicking crowd with serious expressions. Jichiak thinks the situation is deteriorating, realizing that inexperienced test takers naturally find this overwhelming and are slipping into panic. A desperate hunter swings his weapon wildly while screaming to be let out. One candidate bolts toward the demon, declaring he will destroy everything as others try unsuccessfully to restrain him. Jichiak yells for the rampaging man to stop. Ignoring him, the man rushes the demon, shouting to be freed. He leaps high, raising his sword to strike the demon. The attacker's furious face is shown as he brings his weapon down. His sword hits the demon but only cracks the pedestal, unleashing an ominous red energy. Shocked, the man realizes his sword has been destroyed. The demon coolly stares ahead after being attacked. Its eyes suddenly blaze brighter as it activates a power. A close-up shows one of its eyes flaring red as the attack is unleashed. The demon fires twin beams of energy from its eyes straight at the attacker. The beams tear through him, engulfing his upper body. His vision blurs in a flash of white as death approaches. The attack punches a bloody tunnel through his torso and hurls his body away. The onlookers stare in horror at what just happened. Yom Lada grimly reacts, tightening his jaw. Jichiak and the twins watch, shaken, as Jichiak's eye fills with fear and determination. Blood splatters across the floor from the slain man. Others recoil and shout that the situation is insane. People begin racing back to the sealed door, crying that they will all die if they remain. As they slam against the door, many yell that they cannot possibly fight a monster that killed someone with a single beam of light. One twin collapses from shock as the other supports her and anxiously checks her condition. Jichiak reflects that this terror is unlike seeing people eaten by lizard men. It feels more absolute. He reasons that the dread of an unknowable, seemingly unbeatable foe is far worse than fear of a difficult but winnable fight, while the demon continues to demand offerings. The demon's glowing eyes stare unblinking as it repeats its demand. Once again the voice insists it needs 2 people. Someone in the crowd snaps and suggests they just provide the demanded offerings to end this ordeal. Other examinees argue over who could possibly be chosen, insisting no one would volunteer to die. The crowd falls into uneasy silence, no one willing to step forward. Panic escalates as someone is grabbed and begs frantically to be saved. Jichiak notes that people are beginning to lose their sanity and fears everyone will go mad at this rate. A man proposes that sacrificing just 2 people could be acceptable if the choice is made fairly. Others challenge how fairness can be determined, debating metrics like contribution points versus the fact that they are all human, not numbers. The discussion turns into accusations, with some asking if they are supposed to just wait around until all of them die. The crowd fragments into arguing and jostling groups across the hall. Amid the turmoil, Yom Lada keeps pounding the door, shouting for everyone to stop. Losing patience, he yells that they should simply select the 2 weakest among them as sacrifices. He further suggests deciding by fighting and impaling the losers, reasoning that stronger hunters are more valuable for survival. Another candidate claims production-type hunters are the weakest and would also have the lowest contribution points. People latch onto this idea and demand to know which among them are production-type hunters. Someone calls out to those hiding in the crowd and another begs everyone not to go through with this and to regain their senses. A man points at Jicheok's twin companions, identifying them as weak, useless production-type hunters. The brother twin urgently moves to shield his sister behind him. Jicheok grimly realizes the mob is trying to corner the twins as chosen sacrifices. A thought bubble notes they are in serious trouble because the group is targeting the twins. The twins exchange looks, one anxious and the other clenching his teeth in anger. Murmurs and whispers ripple through the gathered examinees, building pressure. One man openly argues they should pick the twins, saying someone must die for the greater good, and they conveniently number two. Yomlada smirks to himself, finding the situation developing in a way that amuses him. Internally he anticipates enjoying watching Jicheok struggle again after daring to oppose him earlier. Jicheok reflects cynically that humans are weak and will do anything to live as long as they are not the direct victims. He steps in front of the twins and addresses everyone, asking whether any of them truly wants to become a murderer. He explains that if they sacrifice innocent comrades, then all 18 remaining examinees will share the guilt. Jicheok insists that if they fight together instead, no one has to be a murderer or victim and, as hunters, they can win. Yomlada scoffs at Jicheok's idealistic speech, calling it nonsense. Jicheok declares that no dungeon is unconquerable, even as the demon keeps calmly requesting offerings. The unseen voice again repeats its requirement of 2 people. A hesitant hunter admits he also does not want to kill anyone but questions whether Jicheok can really guarantee victory without casualties. Jicheok answers that they must make such an outcome happen and insists there is a way. The crowd, still doubtful, asks what this supposed way out is and why they should trust him. Jicheok vows to take the lead and tells them that if things go wrong they can sacrifice him instead, asking if that promise is enough to gain their trust. Yomladu and his ally react in surprise as the other examinees begin murmuring among themselves. Jicheok resolves to stabilize everyone's emotions first and then, no matter what, to find a real escape from this situation. Yomlada dismisses Jicheok's efforts, thinking the other candidates are cowards who will not follow such talk anyway. A GodTube notification informs Jicheok that Hunter Kim Samsik, affected by his words, has given him 1 like. Jicheok's eye sharpens as he notices the system response to his speech. Another notification states that Hunter Kim Jizeon has been encouraged by his resolve and has given him 2 likes. A further message says Hunter Lee Miri is impressed and has also granted him likes. And Jicheok realizes some people have begun to agree with him and look toward the future. One twin remarks in surprise that the crowd's attitude feels different now and praises Jicheok for dissipating the hostility directed at them. Jicheok answers that while things have improved, this is only the beginning. The scene shifts back to the closed boss room doors, emphasizing the unresolved threat. Narration explains that seeing Jicheok's confidence helps the examinees regain their composure and begin preparing to face the crisis instead of sacrificing each other. A system window reports that Jicheok has fully mastered the Eyes of Observation skill, which has now evolved into Eyes of Insight. The upgraded skill description states he can now analyze objects in more detail, and even see some monster statuses. Additional text describes Eyes of Insight as a D-rank growth skill that identifies objects and monsters and can later evolve into an even stronger vision ability. Jicheok realizes he reached full mastery by analyzing neurals earlier and plans to use this new insight to learn more about the demon. Activating the skill, he visually scans the demon, data outlines appearing around its form. The system reveals the creature is a greater demon with a water attribute, and that offering 2 awakeners would let it evolve into a stronger demon baron. Jicheok concludes the demon has refrained from attacking because it is waiting for sacrifices to power its evolution. He announces to the others that he now understands why the demon refuses to move. Curious hunters ask how he figured that out and urge him to explain how they can defeat it. Jicheok explains that the demon is trying to evolve using them as sacrifices and therefore cannot attack first, and he also confirms it is a water-attributed demon. Some hunters deduce they should counter a water attribute with wood or lightning attacks and feel hopeful now that they know its element. Jicheok urges everyone to abandon the idea of clearing the dungeon by sacrificing 2 people because the being is an actual monster disguised as a device. The crowd's mood shifts and several turn away from Yomladu, listening instead to Jicheok's explanation. Annoyed, Yomlada wonders who Jicheok really is to sway people like this. Jicheok begins buffing equipment with a series of beginner craftsman skills, imbuing a sword with strengthening effects. He hands the enhanced sword to the sister twin, explaining its power will last for an hour, and she gratefully thanks him. Jicheok modestly says they helped him gain the skills so there is no need for thanks, while a notification states the twins feel embarrassed yet appreciative, and grant him several likes. The red demon orders everyone to charge forward. 2 trainees sprint determinedly. More hunters run towards the demon, ready to fight. The demon stands calmly on a pedestal as the hunters approach. The demon mocks the humans as fools. The black-haired hunter thinks the demon will not attack first. He begins a ritual, invoking the one who rules over shadows, the black dragon of darkness. He starts chanting the summoning spell. The chant instructs the spirit to appear on his left arm. He continues reciting the incantation. A system message reports that a low-ranking darkness spirit answers his call. Dark energy envelopes his left hand. The dark aura swirls and intensifies around him. The summoned spirit coils around his body. His eyes focus as he channels the power. A description explains the black dragon of darkness summoning, stating the chant, that stronger inner darkness strengthens the summoned spirit, and that a blood-soaked smile awakens it. Other hunters are amazed, and several named teammates are said to be deeply impressed by his black dragon of darkness. He gains 8 likes from viewers. He recalls the demon's eye beam from earlier and hopes the spirit of darkness will counter it. The demon prepares to retaliate. The demon threatens to show the human true horror. The hunter resolves to unleash all the darkness he accumulated during secondary school. He lunges, declaring that abyssal darkness will erode the demon's eyes. The system confirms the darkness spirit is quickly cursing the demon's eyes. The demon is confused as the curse takes hold. The demon reacts in shock as his vision is affected. Now blindfolded by darkness, the demon demands to know what was done to him. He screams in pain as the curse seals his sight. The agony continues as the blinding darkness tightens. Hunters exclaim that the demon's eyes are sealed, but they warn each other he is about to move. The black-haired hunter notes, with relief, that the demon's magic resistance is low. He deduced from the blocked greatsword that the demon has strong physical resistance and powerful magic attacks. He reflects that dungeons are balanced. He reasons that every boss monster must have some kind of weakness. The demon lands heavily on the floor. The hunter orders everyone to attack the grounded demon with wood or lightning attributes. Several hunters rush in with their powers flaring. He thinks that dungeon level can be judged from its monsters. He recalls that experts believe dungeon administrators manually balance these artificial dungeons. A massive light blast erupts, knocking nearby hunters back. The enraged demon sends out a powerful shockwave, scoffing at the attempt to defeat him by blinding him. He vows to kill all of them. One trainee panics in fear. The terrified trainee realizes the danger approaching. The demon and the main hunter clash in midair as another trainee is nearly hit. The hunter comments that he misjudged, realizing the demon is far faster than expected and his balance theory failed. The demon identifies him as the one who cast the dark curse. The hunter taunts that the demon is upset he could not kill him with the eye beam and decides to keep its attention so others can attack from behind. He sprints rapidly to draw aggro. The demon chases him, while a notification announces activation of aggro's skill Scream of the Wild. The demon continues pursuing the focused hunter. The hunter sharpens his gaze, fully alert. He dives toward the demon with his blade ready. He groans with effort as he attacks. The demon snarls, baring fangs. While exchanging blows, the demon laughs and admits the human's skills are not bad. The hunter worries that at this speed the demon will soon catch him. Other hunters complain that the boss is moving too fast for them to land attacks. A teammate notes that although it looks like the main hunter is being pushed back, he is actually dodging every strike. The demon swings his tail at the hunter. The hunter invokes his ability Shadow Steel. The demon's shadow stretches on the ground. Dark energy snakes from the demon's shadow toward the hunter. The system reports that the demon's movement speed and part of his defense have been reduced. Another message states the hunter has absorbed that stolen speed and defense, and he is glad the strong demon lets him take even more power. The demon, feeling weakened again, wonders what the human has just done. Elemental attacks from all directions slam into the demon, stunning him. Explosion and fire engulf him as he cries out. The hunter sees that everyone is now attacking the demon with everything they have. Another attacker charges with a powerful strike. He rallies the group, saying they can win if they keep pressing the assault. The demon's body becomes riddled with wounds. His legs are also damaged as he braces himself. He bursts with energy, laughing. He admits the attacks hurt, but only somewhat. He claims the hunters have already reached the limit of what they can do. Observers react in alarm to his resilience. The demon roars and prepares another charge. The main hunter blames himself for being careless. He realizes the demon's counterattack now puts everyone in danger. A hot-headed fire user pushes forward, yelling for weaker ones to move aside. That fire user declares he will kill the demon himself. He unleashes his maximum firepower, challenging the demon to dodge it. Multiple flaming projectiles streak toward the demon. The demon braces to endure the incoming barrage. Huge explosions consume the battlefield. The demon emerges burn-scarred, grunting. Still on fire, he furiously calls the attacker an insect. He crouches amid flames, ready to counter. The fire user promises to cook the demon thoroughly. The demon snarls back, sparks and embers flying. The fire user's flaming fist races toward its target. The fiery punch continues its charge. From the side, we see him closing in to strike the demon. He is shocked as something goes wrong mid-attack. The demon suddenly appears behind him, questioning why he cannot reach it. The fire user screams and pours out fire, shouting for the demon to die. His eyes burn with murderous resolve. He screams for the demon to go to hell. The demon, avoiding the attack, criticizes that despite the man's skills his combat ability is lacking, leaving the fire user stunned at its sudden movement. The demon laughs ominously. A devastating attack slams down from above. The fire user is smashed into the ground. Blood sprays from his mouth as he is struck. His body falls, smoking, toward the floor. A cloud of smoke and dust rises from his impact. Teammates cry out in shock and call to their fallen senior. One runs to his side begging for help while others look on helplessly. The main hunter sees that the injured man is still alive and waking. He wonders if the fire user charged in without any evasive skill. The demon laughs loudly, surprised that humans he considered insects have troubled him this much. A teammate points at the demon, excited that Mr. Yomrado's attack appears to have been effective. They notice the demon's back is significantly damaged. They spot a glowing bead-like object embedded in the wound. The demon drools oddly as it staggers. The hunter remembers that if a crystal-like bead is broken, the test will end. He recalls the initial rule that smashing the crystal ball concludes the test. He recognizes that destroying the bead on the demon's back must be the real objective. Meanwhile, the enraged demon vows not to let the insects die peacefully. He roars that he will annihilate them all. He releases streams of poisonous-looking liquid while screaming for the insects to die. The hunters react in shock as the unknown substance spreads. People scream as the liquid surges toward them, and one shouts in confusion about what it is. Victims are splashed, and one realizes in horror that it is venom. Chaos erupts as trainees flee, and someone shouts that anyone touched by the venom is finished. The demon laughs hysterically, declaring that everyone trapped in the sealed room will die. He says he will make them experience real pain and die. Venom waves race toward fleeing hunters. One trainee is about to be engulfed by the poison. The main hunter sprints through the rushing venom. He concludes that at this rate everyone will die. He thinks his only option is to use a last resort. He pulls out Lizardman's Berserker pill, which greatly raises his stats at the cost of stamina and possible death, lasting 30 seconds. As the demon advances laughing, the hunter prepares to act. He swallows the dangerous pill, deciding he has no other choice. He braces himself and charges, shouting to go. He feels that thanks to the pill they now have a real chance to win. His eyes turn red as the Berserker effect activates. He groans under the strain of the transformation. System messages announce all his stats have doubled while his stamina rapidly drains. Another warning states he will die after 30 seconds unless he cancels the pill's effect, and he roars in response. He admires how powerful this buff is and orders all remaining likes to be invested into his strength. The system confirms that consuming all his likes has raised his strength to B rank. Combined with the Berserker pill, his strength temporarily reaches S rank. Surrounded by surging energy, he stands ready with his sword. His body tenses as the overwhelming power courses through him. His legs bulge with enhanced strength as he prepares to move. He feels energy flooding his body. He also senses his life force rapidly draining, likening himself to a candle about to burn out. As the demon spreads more venom and taunts the humans about tasting death, the empowered hunter prepares for a final decisive move. A blindfolded red demon senses something approaching. The demon confidently answers that they have enough, then reacts in shock. Empowered, Jichiak rushes toward the demon, declaring it is now the demon's turn. His rapid strikes slam into the demon, while a countdown drops to 24. The demon is hurled around, screaming in pain as the timer falls to 23. Jichiak keeps attacking midair, dual swords in hand. Surrounded by blue energy, he dives down to continue the assault. The timer continues down to 21. Jichiak repeatedly stabs the demon as the counter reaches 20. The demon, spitting blood, cries out in disbelief at Jichiak's sudden strength while the timer hits 19. Jichiak notes to himself that there is still enough time left. The timer ticks down further to 17. With 13 seconds remaining, Jichiak decides it is time to finish the demon. He brings his sword down toward the blue core in the demon's chest. The demon writhes and spews blood in agony. Jichiak glares intensely, fully focused. A huge burst of light and energy explodes from the impact. The blast continues to flare outward. The on-screen counter drops to 09. Jichiak keeps pounding the demon's core with powerful blows. Panting, he realizes he is exhausting himself. He curses under his breath at the situation. Debris flies as the timer reaches 08. Seeing the barely cracked core, he wonders why it is so hard. His sword chips and breaks from the impact, and he groans. Frustrated that even his weapon is broken, he screams while charging again. The counter shows only 6 seconds left. He desperately prays that he can break the core in time, cracks spiderweb through the core as he begs for it to shatter. His eye reflects the glint of the breaking core. Seeing the damage spreading, he thinks in relief that it is finally working. With 5 then 4 seconds remaining, he drives the broken blade down again. Straining and shouting, he resolves to end the fight immediately. Energy erupts from the core while the timer hits 03. The countdown continues to 02 amid blinding light. With only 1 second left, the explosion reaches its peak. The counter hits 00 as the effect ends. The system announces that time is up. Messages inform him that his temporary buff ends and that he has spent a huge amount of stamina while he stabs into the shattered core. Hearing the core finally crush, he thinks in disbelief that he actually did it. Jichiak looks up, stunned, as residual energy crackles. A system window warns that he will lose consciousness in 10 seconds. As he plummets, he realizes with joy that he has finally defeated the demon. The light from the explosion engulfs everything. A massive purple-white blast floods the dungeon. Outside, examinees and rescuers are buffeted by the shockwave of energy. One of the silhouettes in the blast is blown away by the force. Jichiak reflects that the enhancement pill he took was incredibly powerful. He acknowledges that despite the pill's danger, it allowed them all to survive. His eyes flutter as he lies unconscious. He recalls that the pill was meant strictly for emergencies like this one. The battlefield fades into drifting debris as the explosion subsides. Collapsed on the cracked ground, he realizes he is finally blacking out. A notification declares that the dungeon has been cleared. The system begins calculating contribution points, announcing Jichiak in first place for clearing the hidden quest and preparing his reward. Outside the gate, officials look at new notifications appearing in the air. Others also stare at the green screens in surprise. The surviving examinees cheer that they have won and that Jichiak saved them. People call for help for Jichiak and the other wounded, wondering if everyone has passed. Jichiak, half conscious, hears the crowd shouting. His eye opens slightly in response. He wonders how well the recording of this battle turned out, and how many views it might earn. His eyelids finally close again. The system finishes updating itself to version 2.0. As he drifts, he wonders in confusion what is now happening. A vision shows radiant godlike figures with a message that the gods have taken notice of him. Outside, a dark purple gate suddenly reappears before the waiting crowd. An onlooker asks if that means the dungeon was cleared, then remembers it was only supposed to be a test dungeon. Another worries aloud whether anything bad happened to the participants. Someone points out that the rescue team's behavior seems unusual. A superior tells others to move out first. A suited woman sighs about the persistent reporters gathered nearby. Her subordinate reports that the rescue team is ready. The dungeon now reads as B rank, and the gate will open again soon. Shocked, she can hardly believe the reading. She recalls that this gate was chosen for testing because it was considered extremely easy. She thinks that failures sometimes occur here but that no one has ever died inside. She reassures herself that she arranged safety measures as best she could. Looking at the now B rank gate, she realizes that if the dungeon has truly evolved, many examinees might not survive. A blue-haired woman taps her, and jokingly asks why she looks so serious. The blue-haired official arrives, calling her senior with casual familiarity. She pulls a lollipop from her mouth and offers her superior some candy. Overhead, numerous circular drones hover while the two women talk, one remarking on how many there are. The drones spread out through the canyon near the gate. The blue-haired woman says that with this number of drones, they can handle the situation properly. She explains that although she only requested medical drones, these ones also have additional functions. She remarks that the ministry surely knows those extra functions are really meant for exploring dungeons. Shouts go up as people see the purple gate begin to open again. The rescue coordinator confirms that the medical team is ready at the gate. Orders go out for the rescue team to move into position. A rescuer notices that the examinees are finally starting to come out. Exhausted survivors run out of the gate towards safety. One staggered participant is helped along while gasping for breath. Another examinee cries out in relief that they are alive. Rescuers rush injured people away, shouting that some wounds are very serious. Medics lay wounded participants on the ground and begin treating them. Jichiak is carried out unconscious on a stretcher. Seeing the badly wounded, the suited woman curses and wonders what on earth occurred in that supposedly safe test. Reporters note how severe the injuries look and question why so few people are returning. One reporter recognizes Radu among the survivors. Radu limps out of the gate, cursing under his breath. He angrily pushes helpers away, saying he is fine. The blue-haired official speculates that Radu, with his flame powers, would normally be expected to be the standout of the test. Reporters swarm and shout questions at Radu, asking if he ranked first. Furious and humiliated, he yells at them to go away. In front of the crowd he shouts that he is already angry because someone else took first place. A confused person in the crowd asks whom he is talking about. Two teammates emerge from the gate, supporting the limp Jichiak between them. They shout for medical help, emphasizing the urgency. They insist that Jichiak saved everyone and beg the medics to save his life. Ambulances and groups of people begin moving out from the site. The ambulances drive off with sirens toward the hospital. Two reporters hurry to leave as well, planning to chase the story. One explains that Jichiak is a super rookie who conquered a B-rank dungeon and that this news will be huge internationally. His colleague asks what they should do about covering Radu. The first reporter says Radu can be secondary because the main headline must focus on Jichiak. Inside an ambulance, Jichiak groans weakly on the stretcher. Muchiak, beside him, excitedly asks if his older brother is conscious. Jichiak weakly calls Muchiak's name. Muchiak reassures him that he is there and that they will arrive at the hospital soon. Jichiak, still barely awake, asks anxiously about his USB. Muchiak is astonished that his first concern after waking is for a USB drive. He produces the USB, proudly saying he bought the largest capacity one. Jichiak takes the drive and grips it with relief. He quietly notes that it contains omnidirectional video. The system begins transmitting the recorded data from the USB to GodTube. Jichiak entrusts the footage to Muchiak to handle. Muchiak promises he will upload everything. Jichiak's hand relaxes as consciousness slips away again. He lies motionless on the stretcher, finally succumbing to sleep. A close-up shows his peaceful, exhausted face. Muchiak, off-screen, remarks that Jichiak is truly amazing. The system notifies him that his reward is currently being considered. Further messages state that a new system application is being prepared as his reward. Time skips to Seoul Hospital, where Jichiak has been taken. Inside the hospital lobby, people go about their business. A door plaque reveals the room assigned to Jichiak. Someone in a white shirt opens the door to his room. Footsteps are shown entering the room. The visitor stands silently by Jichiak's bedside as he sleeps. The man, Jong Jihan, apologizes earnestly to the unconscious Jichiak. Jichiak, still drowsy from medication, wonders who is speaking. Recognizing the voice, he suspects it is Jong Jihan. Jong Jihan's serious eyes are shown as he looks at him. Jicheok recalls Jihan once saying he had forgotten what kind of person Jicheok truly was. Jihan remembers watching Jicheok risk his life to fight injustice inside the dungeon. Jicheok thinks to himself that he is no hero and is confused by the praise. Weakly, he asks out loud what Jihan is talking about. His eyes open partway as he speaks. Jihan notices him waking and says in surprise that he is awake. Jihan smiles and tells him not to worry, claiming he was only talking to himself, while Jicheok lies silently, still processing everything. The doctor explains that venom combined with the devil's curse caused the patient's hallucinations. He injects an antidote into the four and says the patient will soon recover. He adds that the antidote is a unique elixir that will also raise the patient's stats. The patient lies dazed, barely conscious. A protesting inner voice tells the doctor not to mix the substances so carelessly. System messages declare that the patient has been injected with greater demon serum and his curse is removed. Another message states that his physical strength has permanently increased, as he smiles weakly. The patient briefly sees a glowing, otherworldly figure as his perception distorts. He blinks awake, confused, lying on the bed. He wonders in shock what he has just experienced. He notices his pain rapidly fading away. As he drifts off, the doctor advises him to beware of curses when hunting demigods in the future. Half asleep, he barely registers the advice as the doctor suggests letting someone else land the killing blow. The doctor remarks that he knows the patient would never dodge responsibility that way. Before leaving, the doctor hopes the patient will take better care of his body next time. After discharge, the protagonist marvels at how huge his private hospital room is. He assumes Jong Jihan arranged this luxurious hospital stay for him. Walking in the hallway, he notices a long line of congratulatory wreaths and wonders about them. He is puzzled by the sheer number of wreaths. He walks along the flowers, examining them curiously. Reading the ribbons, he realizes a fan club has formed, wishing Eom Jicheok a quick recovery and calling him their hero. He notes that the stylized logo on the ribbons looks like a thumbs-up symbol. This realization makes him smile with quiet satisfaction. He recalls, with pride, having become a hunter important enough to receive tributes like these. Remembering the test, he thinks he only cleared it, yet wonders how he should repay everyone's support. He considers thanking each supporter individually. System windows appear, telling him hidden quest reward calculations are done and that main quest rewards are being processed. He muses that the main reward is taking unusually long but is glad the hidden quest settled quickly. He raises his thumb toward the interface to interact. The system announces that settlement of the hidden quest has begun. It confirms that he cleared Condition 1 by hunting the demon in his first dungeon without retreating. It confirms Condition 2, attacking the demon without sacrificing allies. It confirms Condition 3, that no one died after the battle with the demon began. As a result, he is granted an item called Demon's Essence. Seeing the orb appear, he stares and reacts in disbelief. He recognizes it as the demon bead he had smashed earlier, now restored. The bead lands in his hand. He notices the bead has shrunk in size compared to before. While looking at the info screen, he wonders how to use this great item and asks for an information window. Instead, the system prompts him to confirm an upgrade to version 2.0. A new notice says he has received a message from the gods. Shocked, he repeats that a message from the gods has arrived. Another notice explains that the update now lets him communicate with the gods. Messages arrive from a god-titled dog who devours the sun, asking him to offer the demon's essence. More gods, including the man who swallows the moon and an agent of the wind, also request the demon's essence. Additional silent notifications continue to appear. Overwhelmed by the flood of offers, he wonders why the divine messages are like this. Studying the bead, he compares the gods' requests to beggars and wonders why they all want it. Realizing even gods covet the bead, he contemplates its value. He reasons that if he offers it, he deserves a fitting reward, but hesitates since he does not know the bead's effect or which god to choose. He decides to take his time and think carefully before using or offering the item. His younger brother Mucheok bursts into the room, announcing his arrival. Mucheok says he brought clothes and explains how hard it was to slip past reporters staking out their home and the hospital. Setting down the bag, he comments that Jicheok must be feeling better now that he can walk around. Mucheok urges him to turn on the TV, saying the recent test has been all over the news. Jicheok responds with mild curiosity. On TV, an anchor asks an expert what a growing dungeon is. The expert explains that it literally means a dungeon that grows stronger, and says he published a hypothesis on it 3 years ago with evidence still mounting. The anchor notes the problem that hunters cannot recognize a growing dungeon until they have already entered it. The expert confirms this and cites the recent Payu incident as one such example. The brothers watch as the program focuses heavily on the Payu test. The report mentions that Mucheok's edited dungeon video has been uploaded to GodTube. A montage shows Jicheok's stretcher scene intercut with his battle, a dramatic edit that rapidly boosted views and likes. The like counter skyrockets into the millions. The host asks if this phenomenon started in Korea and appeared worldwide. The expert confirms similar events in the US, Russia, the Middle East, and Europe. A map shows that both single clear and regenerative dungeons across the globe are exhibiting the same growing behavior. The program defines single clear dungeons that vanish after clearing and regenerative dungeons that reappear repeatedly. The expert states that Korea is the only country that avoided total annihilation in these incidents. Footage shows devastated city areas worldwide, underscoring the destruction. Watching, Muchiak is stunned by the chaos. While Jichiak notes it is no coincidence this all began just as they became hunters. They remark that if the expert is right, hunters can no longer trust official dungeon difficulty ratings. Muchiak says he accepted the risk of dying as a hunter but never imagined things would become this distorted. Jichiak resolves that he must prepare for the new reality and obtain stronger skills. Muchiak proudly tells him he edited Jichiak's appearances in the news. Jichiak confirms in surprise. Handing over his phone, Muchiak says public interest in Jichiak's channel is explosive. Jichiak looks at the screen, impressed and slightly awed. He sees a flashy video titled to hype EOM Jichiak as the strongest and the first to clear a growing B-rank dungeon. Muchiak enthuses that both the summary and full versions of the video turned out amazing. On the channel page, Jichiak sees that EOM Jichiak TV has already reached about 350,000 subscribers. Muchiak admits he polished the footage but praises Jichiak's self-sacrifice and victory over the demon as truly incredible. He adds that compared to another hunter, Yomradu, Jichiak stood out so much they even received a silver play button, which Jichiak laughs about in disbelief. Looking at the individual videos and their massive view counts, Jichiak begins mentally adding up the numbers. He thinks about the total likes he must have earned. His fingers tremble with excitement as he taps on the screen. He continues tapping to open the detailed analytics. He stares intently, anticipating the result. The dashboard shows over 351,000 subscribers, 36 million views, and more than 104,000 likes, making him realize he gained 100,000 likes from clearing a single dungeon. Jichiak reacts with delighted shock at the huge reward potential. Muchiak gives him a thumbs up while Jichiak, now lounging on the sofa, happily clutches his phone. Jichiak smiles brightly, clearly pleased with how everything turned out. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a lab coat descends a staircase into an underground facility. The figure walks through a high-tech lab lined with large tanks and equipment. Inside the tanks are various monsters, one of which floats unconscious in liquid as the researcher passes. A close view shows a restrained monster glaring within its tank, surrounded by bubbles and tubes. Another researcher enters a control room and greets a colleague sitting before multiple monitors, asking why she is in his lab again. She cheerfully calls him friend. The woman with glasses, identified as biotechnology researcher Kim Young-hee, sternly questions being called his friend. The blue-haired scientist hushes her and says she has detected sounds of the other world's dimensional rifts growing. Smirking, she labels the phenomenon dungeon growing. She explains that as dungeons develop, their dimension rips like a spreading tumor in reality. Kim Young-hee examines a device or sample while processing this troubling comparison. Adjusting her glasses, she focuses seriously on what she has heard. The blue-haired scientist visualizes the rift noises as fluctuating signals in a dark, starry void. Kim comments that it sounds like yeast fermenting, while the other says it is really the sound of dimensions tearing, a symphony heralding the world's end. Kim falls silent, then places the device down, calling the situation ominous. The blue-haired woman replies that it is inevitable since everything grows and ages, implying they cannot stop it. Pouring wine, she says they might as well enjoy themselves despite the looming catastrophe. She toasts Kim, raising her glass to the soon-to-fall world. Kim protests drinking at such a time, but the other casually continues sipping. Kim points out that there is still time left and asks whether the scientist intends to save the world. The blue-haired woman stays silent for a moment. She then says she is no hero and plans to use the world's end to achieve her own dream. Kim concedes that such selfishness fits her colleague's personality. Sighing at the thought of the world ending, Kim walks alongside the blue-haired woman. The scientist says she only wants to uncover the world's secrets through living organisms, then remarks that Kim's younger brother recently visited her. She explains that Jihan asked her to obtain demon serum so he could save someone. Kim recalls Jihan's intense question about how she knew so much about him. Frustrated, Kim says she has been living in obscurity without even publishing her thesis, insisting she did not leak any information. She mutters that Jihan and the blue-haired scientist are both strange. The blue-haired woman simply smiles and asks if that is so. Narration notes that as the shadow of the world's end emerged, events elsewhere began unfolding. At the same time, Jichiak and Muchiak filmed an unboxing video for their newly earned silver play button. Back in the present, Muchiak asks his brother how he feels before the shoot. Jichiak admits the situation feels hectic and wonders if they can act naturally before such a large audience. Muchiak scolds him, saying that if he cannot, he must force himself to perform. He then orders the crew to finish preparations so they can start filming immediately. Off-screen dialogue reminds them they also need to perform a tribute during the shoot. Muchiak adds that he will begin intense training from tomorrow and promises to handle editing so Jichiak need not worry. Jichiak, surprised, asks why an already A-tier hunter wants to become even stronger. Muchiak answers that he wants just enough power to help his brother and prevent him from facing such danger alone again. Touched, Jichiak softly calls his brother's name. Muchiak smiles and says he needs his own hunter license if he is to enter dungeons alongside Jichiak. The production staff adjusts lights and equipment, preparing for the shoot. Narration states that filming proceeded smoothly as news of Muchiak's upcoming training spread. Their video centers on presenting the silver play button, The brothers pose together, happily holding the plaque. The finished video is uploaded to GodTube. Reports spread that Jicheok has fully recovered, and combined with the video, they generate another surge of likes. The channel gains about 132,000 additional likes from this content. Using the earnings, Jicheok moves into a spacious new house. The interior is revealed to be extremely modern and luxurious. He admires the tall windows and high ceilings. Walking through the huge living room, he comments that he still is not used to such high ceilings. Exploring the chef-level kitchen and built-in wine storage, he notes how lavishly everything is furnished. He continues touring, taking in the grand architectural details. Seeing the enormous bathroom, he concludes that the house truly has everything. Returning to the living room, he notices a cardboard box placed on the table. He pauses, sensing something significant about it. A staff member or aide explains that the box contains drop items obtained from the demon's corpse, purchased directly by their CEO at auction. Jicheok wonders why the CEO personally paid for these drops and admits he cannot fathom the man's intentions. His thoughts return to that night, still puzzled why the CEO chose to inject the demon's serum into him himself. Sitting on the sofa, Jicheok broods over how the CEO even managed to acquire such a rare item in the first place. Jicheok thinks about the man helping him, and wonders what is expected of him. He closes his eyes deep in thought. Overwhelmed, he sprawls on the couch, decides to accept the benefits, and even resolve to exploit his benefactor. He reflects that he has completed the hunter exam. He notes that he has accumulated enough likes. He reaches toward the system interface. He commands the system to open the store. The store activates with blue energy around his hand. Seeing the store, he considers searching for new skills. A system message praises his virtues and hints at a greater like-based reward. Another message proclaims the concept of justice through likes. The system announces that his shop has been upgraded, and he marvels at the many options. He reminds himself he still needs to find a particular item. He prepares to search through the upgraded interface. He recalls how his fighting style combines many different skills. Remembering the exam, he worries about facing another overwhelmingly strong opponent. He decides he needs a major power-up to be prepared. He hesitates, wondering if boosting his base stats might be better than buying skills. He reasons that higher base stats would make any skill far more damaging. Frustrated by the choice, he agonizes over which option is more advantageous. Concluding he needs guidance, he looks for someone to advise him. With phone in hand, he wonders who he should ask. He remembers an online superpower community he can consult. He searches for FIG, believing it will have the answer. He selects the FIG community from the search results. He opens FIG, described as the world's largest ability community filled with posts and rankings. He logs in as Jicheok, listed as an A-rank multi-ability user. He browses community pages and SSS rank ability lists, concluding that what he most needs is a new skill. He focuses on Romana Lasif, an SSS rank prophet of level black. He learns this prophet grew stronger by finding dungeon items and a skill book, inspiring Jicheok to seek a similar skill. He discovers a skill named the Twisted Spirit of Heaven, a system-created spirit that guides its master's path. The purchase conditions reveal the buyer must specifically be Jicheok, surprising him. He realizes only he can buy it, and wonders if the system itself is selling the item. He recalls that the system issues quests and handles dungeon settlement for awakened people. He understands the system as an unseen entity that appears in hunters' minds and evaluates their dungeons. Checking the price, he finds the skill costs 1 Devil's Essence plus 10,000 likes, which pains him. He complains that the system also demands the Devil's Essence. He muses on why the Devil's Essence is so coveted by gods, heroes, and the system alike. He remembers failing to get expert opinions on the Devil's Essence at the hospital. Holding the orb, he thinks it is a powerful dark item with no direct use for humans. He silently contemplates it. He considers that selling it would just be doing someone else a favor. He reflects that he refused divine protection because godly contracts had too many unacceptable conditions. He wonders if this is his chance to commit to the system instead. Yet, he notes he has never heard of anyone sponsored by the system and worries about unpredictable consequences. He sighs heavily under the weight of the decision. He focuses on the skill the bookkeeper of the Twisted Spirit. After a moment of thought, he steels himself. Trusting that the skill will aid future battles, he decides to gamble and presses purchase. The system confirms he has bought the bookkeeper of the Twisted Spirit and deducts the Devil's Essence, and 10,000 likes as energy storms around him. The Devil's Essence appears in his palm, reacting to the purchase. He watches, startled, as the essence dissolves into blue flame. Power surges, and he reacts in awe to the transformation. Instead of a book, a mystical feathered fan named Baek-Woo-sun, the 8th Twisted Legal of the Heavens, materializes. Seeing the fan, he is confused that this is his purchased skill. A blast of light from the fan rushes toward him. Blue energy whirls around him violently. As the energy takes humanoid shape, he cries out that it looks like a person. A refined spirit in ancient attire appears, introduces himself as a system-created spirit, and asks Jicheok to give him a name. Jicheok is shocked to realize the skill produced a spirit dressed like a strategist from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The spirit confirms he wants Jicheok to name him, addressing him respectfully as master. Jicheok realizes this is spirit number 8 and infers there were 7 others, thinking this companion will be very useful. Pondering a name, He decides he cannot blatantly copy the famed strategist Jigul Gongmyeong. He mutters thoughtfully as he tries to come up with something. He combines parts of his own name and Jigul Ryang's, proposing the name Chiak Ryang. The spirit smiles and accepts Chiak Ryang as a good name. Chiak Ryang explains he is a development-type spirit formed using the devil's essence, clarifying the essence was part of his creation, not just a price. He says the administrator used causal conversion with the essence to keep certain items out of divine hands. Jicheok realizes this made the devil's essence valuable enough for gods and heroes to fight over. Curious, Jicheok asks who the administrator actually is. Chiak Ryang replies that knowledge of the administrator has been erased from his memory, which astonishes Jicheok. When Jicheok asks what the system is, Chiak Ryang calls it a nurturing device that lets humans surpass the heavens, but admits the detailed explanation is gone from his memory. Smiling, Chiak Ryang repeats that the detailed information has been deleted. Jicheok grumbles that all the crucial information about the system has been wiped. He decides to move on and announces he will give Chiak Ryang his first order. He requests a powerful offensive skill capable of challenging stronger opponents. Chiak Ryang agrees and says he will enter power-saving mode to carry out the search. The spirit's eyes glow as he begins this mode. His body dissolves into energy, shrinking into a smaller form. A burst of light signifies the completion of his transformation. Energy shoots upward as his form changes. Jicheok is stunned to learn that this spectacular transformation is only power-saving mode. The spirit reappears as an adorable, fox-like creature, which Jicheok identifies as a baby fox. Jicheok thinks it is extremely cute and anticipates that viewers will love it. Chiak Ryang, now a fox, says he will start searching for the requested skill, and Jicheok nervously agrees. The fox pads up to the system screen. He dashes rapidly along the interface while searching. Watching, Jicheok laughs about how convenient it is to have a spirit that searches for him. Seeing the fox in action, he wonders if he should film and upload a video of him. He checks his phone, seeing how popular other cute animal videos are. He concludes that cute content performs best on GodTube. Convinced, he decides everyone will love Chiak Ryang. Jicheok asks the fox if he can take pictures of him, and Chiak Ryang confirms it is possible thanks to the devil's essence. Chiak Ryang asks if he should convert, and Jicheok eagerly agrees. The fox activates a convert materialization mode, preparing to be properly captured on camera. His appearance sharpens into a more vivid, charismatic form. Jicheok snaps photos, pleased that Chiak Ryang now shows up clearly on the screen. The fox poses as the camera captures him. Watching the shots come out, Jicheok thinks Chiak Ryang manages to look both dignified and adorable. As Jicheok continues filming, Chiak Ryang warns that the footage might reveal too much about his skills. Jicheok realizes that publicizing his abilities would indeed be troublesome. He marvels that even while cautioning him, the fox speaks so politely. Chiak Ryang explains he is a newly born divine spirit created by a god and that he cannot maintain human form for long. He decides to remain as an animal companion but asks Jicheok not to record him while he is actively accessing skills, since that could leak sensitive information. Jicheok agrees, secretly thinking the fox is cute even while scolding him. Chiak Ryang says the system made him sociable and intentionally beautiful and cute, so Jicheok is free to take advantage of his appearance. Jicheok happily pats the fox's head, fully intending to do exactly that and mentally thanking the system for making him so cute. Chiak Ryang announces that he has finished searching and Jicheok asks to see the results. After analyzing Jicheok's personality, Chiak Ryang determines that, at level 1, Jicheok can only safely invest likes in certain ways. He filters out short-term power spikes and recommends 2 martial arts skills optimized for long-term growth, starting with the heaven and earth breathing technique. Jicheok studies the recommendation carefully. The second suggestion is auto energy drain, which automatically gathers energy and speeds up mana and internal recovery. Using 90,000 likes and Chiak Ryang's guidance, Jicheok purchases both skill books and feels satisfied with the choices. Impressed, he praises Chiak Ryang's librarian-like expertise. He remarks that these skills seem perfect for letting him experience being a scheming trickster, and Chiak Ryang thanks him for trusting him on their very first day together. Chiak Ryang vows to use any means necessary to make Jicheok the strongest person alive. Jicheok, smitten by his enthusiasm, mentally likens him to the legendary strategist at the Battle of Red Cliff. Chiak Ryang excitedly urges him to take more pictures right now. Jicheok enthusiastically photographs the fox from all angles, eager to rake in likes together. Chiak Ryang poses cutely, even sitting down, for more shots. Jicheok resolves to capture him from every possible angle, no matter what. Once the photoshoot ends, Jicheok plunges into intense training, dedicating almost all his time to mastering the heaven and earth breathing technique. As he trains, system messages report increases in mana, stamina, agility, and strength, and he notes how martial arts boost his body even without leveling. He realizes that every 5 points of mana automatically raise his physical stats, making this technique extremely efficient. Chiak Ryang explains the synergy exists because the technique serves as both internal breathing and qigong, and affirms that Jicheok is naturally suited for martial arts. Surrounded by swirling energy, Jicheok confirms that the results match Chiak Ryang's predictions. The training aura intensifies around him. Jicheok, feeling the power firsthand, thinks the technique is truly amazing. Some time later, he receives a call asking if he has rested well and inviting him to test his strength in a real battle. He is surprised by the idea of a real-life trial but is told a dungeon list has been prepared for him to choose from. Jicheok asks if he will be going alone and is informed that a team is already assembled, though he expresses a desire to pick his own members. He is advised to at least review the proposed lineup and remove anyone he dislikes. Looking at his phone, Jicheok wonders again why this benefactor is going to such lengths for him. He ends the call by saying he will decide on a time and get back to them. Gazing at the sky, he reflects on the prospect of stepping into an actual battle. Cheok Riang comments that the caller clearly has some plan. The fox adds that, while the man is strange, he senses no ill will from him, which Jicheok finds reassuring. Cheok Riang warns that people who pursue goals without regard for good or evil are very difficult to oppose. Jicheok ponders such goals and the fox asks to accompany him when he meets this man, thinking it will be fun. Jicheok smiles, accepting the idea. He agrees to take Cheok Riang along. 2 days later at the center's office level, Jicheok arrives for the arranged meeting. His sponsor greets him warmly, acknowledging the distance he traveled. After exchanging pleasantries, the sponsor says 2 of the hunters he mentioned earlier have arrived and invites Jicheok to meet them. Jicheok looks over curiously. He sees 2 female hunters, one muscular and one slender, waiting for him. Realizing the recommended teammates are both women, he notes to himself that they are girl hunters. He introduces himself to them, and they politely greet him back. The muscular woman shakes his hand, introducing herself as Young Jicheok, the team's tank and Jihan's cousin. Jicheok, skeptical about their claimed relationship, repeats the word cousins inwardly but outwardly responds that he understands. The muscular woman jokes with Jicheok about not resembling each other as they shake hands, and he awkwardly agrees. Jicheok internally admires her tall, powerful physique, thinking she could pass as a pro wrestler. She asks Jicheok to step back so she can show him something, and he agrees. She bites into a strip of meat, preparing for a demonstration. Jicheok wonders why she suddenly brought out beef jerky while she explains she can lure monsters and raise walls to block attacks. Realizing she is about to demonstrate her power, Jicheok watches intently. She drops into a stance, saying she will show him how it works. Her gloved fist swings powerfully toward the ground. The punch slams into the floor with great force. A shockwave erupts from her strike as power floods through the ground. Stone blocks surge upward from the floor. The rising blocks crash together with a roaring sound. Jicheok and another observer stare in shock at the display. With jerky still in her mouth, she focuses on maintaining the ability. A towering stone wall finishes forming right in front of Jicheok, surprising him. He comments that this kind of wall skill will be very useful in combat. She explains that the wall's performance depends on the ground material. She can enhance her body to attract monsters, and she likes eating what monsters like. Jicheok praises her cool ability and guesses her jerky is monster meat, and she laughs that it is lizardman tendon. He is impressed by both her skill and adventurous taste, and a system message notes that Hunter Young Jicheok has taken a liking to him. Another message informs Jicheok that he has gained 2 thumbs up. The other woman introduces herself as Bile Hannah, a long-range dealer and party guide. Jicheok notes that he did not know the Bile surname existed in Korea. She explains she named herself because she is an orphan, leaving him unsure how to reply. Jicheok recalls hearing that some children in orphanages did not even remember their own names. He tells Bile Hannah her chosen name is really nice, and she smiles and thanks him. Curious, he asks what kind of combat ability she has as a dealer. She explains that her main power is controlling animals to scout dungeons and that she fights with crossbows, daggers, and especially traps. Jicheok is intrigued and repeats the word traps, seeking clarification. Bile Hannah demonstrates by filling the space with nearly invisible trap lines, which Jicheok notes are extremely thin. Jicheok looks up at the glowing grid of traps overhead. Jicheok remarks that many hunters dislike being trapped and wonders why Bile Hannah shows this on first meeting. Jicheok adds that such trapping skills are often abused to capture fellow hunters as well as monsters. Jicheok identifies this as ambushes or team kills in dungeons, and Jicheok confirms many hunters hate that more than direct attacks. Bile Hannah casually says he would have found out anyway as she dismisses the traps. The web of trap lines fades away from the ceiling. She retorts that if people dislike that kind of danger, they should simply avoid getting involved in it, which irritates Jicheok. The mood between the 2 women turns tense, and Jicheok wonders if there is some backstory he does not know. A voice from the doorway apologizes for arriving late. A white-haired boy rushes in, visibly out of breath. The staff member greets him, saying he had been informed the boy would be late. Jicheok, surprised at another arrival, wonders if the newcomer is a student. The staff member introduces the boy Jicheok as someone who will join their party, and the others exchange polite greetings, with Shin Kwan stating he will be the healer. The boy asks them to call him Masung Kwang and explains his unusual appearance comes from the god he serves. Jicheok agrees and says having a healer in the party will be very helpful. Masung Kwang happily says it is an honor to party with them, and a system note states that the devout Sung Kwang sincerely likes Jicheok. Another message reports that Jicheok has received 1 more thumbs up. The staff member notes that everyone has finished introductions. He tells them these are the people he trusts most and asks what they think of the assembled team. Jicheok replies that he is grateful to work with them because their abilities are impressive. The staffer explains that these 3 have been selected as the company's next major hunters and are already known as super rookies. He adds that Jicheok's younger brother will be joining later as well. Jicheok reflects that their classes are so rare that even with his support staff experience, he has not seen them before. He considers that while their team may not excel in large-scale battles, they will be outstanding against small groups of elite monsters. The staffer reminds Jicheok that his little brother is finishing hunter training and will join immediately after passing the exam, which Jicheok is confident he will do. The staffer is sure the 2 brothers will become the strongest rookie duo ever. Jicheok wonders just how much stronger his brother has grown and thinks he will be satisfied as long as the younger one can protect himself. After greetings, the party moves to a meeting room to continue their briefing. There they thoroughly discuss a list of dungeons Yoon Ji-han prepared, focusing on the most important one, a low-grade dungeon called Luminous Mushroom Forest. They decide to tackle this unresolved dungeon, which no one has ever fully cleared. Hearing this, the rookies react with surprise that they are going to such a notorious place. Elsewhere, someone calls out asking where Chi Liang has been. The fox spirit answers that he was secretly watching over Yoon Ji-han and reassures that he can transform freely without humans noticing. With the dungeon chosen, Jicheok excitedly decides to go acquire a weapon, walking along with Chi Liang on his shoulder. Chi Liang comments that his master looks very enthusiastic. Jicheok recalls that awakened craftsmen produce 4 main categories of special items. He reviews the first type, common weapons and shields that can always be bought and are decent and visually appealing. He notes that these standard items are not especially cost-effective but are fairly priced. The second type is numbered gear made from rare beasts, produced in tiny yearly quantities. Because these are so popular, missing a year means waiting for the next batch or buying at auction. The third type is limited items crafted from materials that will never appear again, obtainable only through auctions once the stock is gone. The fourth type is bespoke equipment, made by high-rank awakened craftsmen for a single user, with the makers unconcerned by money. Sometimes such craftsmen personally choose ability users they like and create equipment perfectly tailored to them, at prices far beyond the other categories. Wanting equipment, Jicheok decides to follow Chi Liang's advice on what to buy. He agrees with Chi Liang that he should purchase market weapons and then enhance them via alchemy. He ends up buying a weapon for 500 million won and armor for 300 million won. The weapon is a C+ grade twin sword of an unknown craftsman. The armor is a C+ grade jacket of an unknown craftsman. Lights flicker overhead as he prepares for the next step. Chi Liang asks if they are now going to cut corners using Jicheok's own crafting. Jicheok confirms he will effectively create his own made-to-order gear with his hands. In the underground alchemy room, he and Chi Liang stand before a huge cauldron, ready to use alchemy as a cheaper substitute for hiring a craftsman. Chi Liang suggests they begin by engraving elemental attributes onto the weapon. Jicheok leans over the cauldron and starts the process in earnest. He focuses intensely, activating his special alchemy skill. The system announces the activation of Alchemy of Scrooge as colorful energy pours into the cauldron. The twin swords and jacket are engulfed in swirling magical flames. Power erupts from the cauldron, astonishing both Jicheok and Chi Liang. After 2 enchantments, the twin swords transform into a twin sword of light and dark. That weapon then evolves further into a monoblade, while the jacket becomes a jacket of flame, and then continues changing. The jacket's final form is named Black Flame Top. Jicheok and Chi Liang stare upward in amazement at the results. A detailed status window describes the monoblade, a grade B dual sword containing light and darkness, with skills unlocked only for users like Jicheok. Another window explains the Black Flame Top, a grade B jacket enhanced by Jicheok that boosts agility and fire and poison resistance, and can only be used by him. Jicheok realizes that although labeled B grade, these items might be valued as A grade or higher if sold. Chi Liang insists the attributes make them too precious to sell and urges Jicheok, as a future world ruler, to invest in himself rather than money. Chi Liang then tells him to hurry with his remaining preparations. Jicheok agrees, noting he must still train before entering the dungeon. Using alchemy, he brews potions, creates emergency rations, and lightly reinforces everyday gear like shoes and clothes. With preparations finished, he packs his bag and heads off for intensive martial arts practice. Scenes show him wielding the new monoblade and testing the Black Flame jacket's defenses. Dressed in full black gear and holding his swords, he decides it is time to put his new strength to proper use. 1 week later, the party gathers at the entrance of the Luminous Mushroom Forest dungeon. The narration explains that among low-level dungeons this one is particularly tough, and remains unconquered because its boss has never been defeated. Inside the forest, Jicheok complains about the dungeon's unpleasant smell as he walks with Chi Liang on his shoulder. Chi Liang points out a nearby camp where their party is stationed. Jicheok nervously hopes he is not the last to arrive. A caption shows his thought about not wanting to be the final one to show up. From above, we see him approaching the camp where someone is already working. Jicheok notices him approaching and turns. She greets him for arriving on time, and he asks if everyone is already there. She says they are waiting in the barracks. Seeing Chi Liang, Jicheok asks who the small creature is. Jicheok introduces Chi Liang as a fox-shaped spirit that accompanies him. Jicheok finds the spirit cute and confirms that since he is not a normal animal he should be safe in battle. Chi Liang coyly agrees with that assessment. Jicheok is deeply charmed by Chi Liang, and a system message grants Jichiak 3 more thumbs up. Jichiak happily notes that Chi Liang's cuteness works in reality too and wonders if this is another way to farm thumbs up. Jibiak reports that they have confirmed their team is the only one in this dungeon and reminds him of the laws restricting dungeon access. Jichiak explains that only one team is allowed per dungeon to prevent hunters from killing each other, and Young Jihan praises his knowledge from serving as an assistant. Jichiak's younger brother peeks out from the tent, surprised to see him. The younger brother runs over excitedly, calling out to his older brother. Jichiak scolds him for disappearing from home under the pretense of preparing to be a hunter only to turn up here. The younger brother cheerfully admits he came early to hunt and apologizes for not contacting him. Jichiak reflects that things have been hectic for himself as well. He asks if his brother passed the hunter exam, and the younger confirms he is now A rank and has already leveled up further in this dungeon. A status note describes the brother's class, Archivist rank A, whose abyssal letters empower him and harm enemies. Jichiak thinks it still feels unreal and wonders how much that ability has changed since he first saw it. The rest of the party walks over, and Young Jihan remarks that everyone is now assembled. Young Jihan is surprised that Young Jihan himself is also present as financier and silently questions what role he is playing. Young Jihan declares that with all members gathered they can start the hunt, reminding them they already reviewed the hunting strategy. Close UPS show Bile Hana and Masung Kwang ready and attentive. Young Jihan tells the experienced hunters to proceed as usual and instructs newcomer Jichiak to observe their hunting style first. He further asks Jichiak to mentally simulate fighting while watching the others before joining in. Jichiak agrees readily, saying he will do whatever is requested. The scene shifts to inside the dungeon where numerous mushroom monsters begin moving. Jibiak steps forward eagerly, shouting for the enemies to come at her. She channels power into her fists, preparing her barrier ability. She invokes her skill Barrier Shield. Energy surges around her as she charges the approaching mushrooms. A massive energy field erupts around her, forming a defensive zone. The mushroom monsters swarm toward her, tentacles flailing. From a distance, Jichiak and Young Jihan watch, impressed that Jibiak has initiated the fight with such charisma. They comment that her bold frontline stance and spirit show she has all the qualities of a tanker. Jibiak plows into the mushroom horde, shielded by swirling energy. Her eyes sharpen with focus as power floods around her. She slams the ground, sending colored shockwaves out from her position. In response, towering stone walls rise, blocking and trapping the mushrooms. The mushrooms are forced back and contained against the sudden walls. Jibiak continues her fierce assault, fully empowered by her barrier skill. Bile Hana sprints into position, drawing her crossbow. She begins firing bolts rapidly toward the trapped mushroom monsters to finish them off. Muchiak draws his handgun while rushing into battle. He fires repeatedly at the approaching enemies. The team drops into an area swarming with mushroom monsters. The bullets pierce and blow apart the mushrooms' caps. Two observers are shocked that Muchiak is using a simple handgun. The scholar explains that normal firearms do not affect monsters, so Muchiak enchants his bullets with magical letters. The letters shown represent various effects, and it is noted that Muchiak can currently use only short words. The explanation continues that bullets are imbued with enhance and destruct letters and then fired directly at monsters. The hail of enchanted bullets knocks mushrooms away. One mushroom's body is blown open by the shots. Watching Muchiak fight, someone praises his tactical thinking and says his letter ability could reach A rank and take him to the top. The protagonist admits he had only considered using letters to buff Muchiak's body. He reflects proudly that his younger brother's ability turned out to be amazing. Muchiak continues to fire his pistols while dashing forward. In mid-fight he suddenly notices something unexpected. The mushrooms abruptly split apart into many smaller pieces. The team realizes the mushrooms are dividing into numerous tiny ones. Muchiak and another teammate struggle as the multiplying mushrooms overwhelm them. The tanker complains he has no time to reactivate his defensive skill amid the onslaught. A teammate warns that the monsters are breaking through the stone wall toward their position. The trap specialist confidently reveals she has already set traps to intercept the mushrooms. The rushing mushrooms are ensnared and slammed into the trap nets. With the monsters caught in the nets, the team moves to secure them while they struggle. Muchiak thanks the trap user, saying her preparation let them catch their breath. She insists they stay alert, warning that the smallest mushrooms will still slip through the gaps. The net bulges as the smaller mushrooms begin squeezing out. Muchiak keeps shooting into the trap swarm but laments that weapons are becoming ineffective. He decides to switch to close quarters combat as the fight turns into melee range. He sharpens his focus, eyes intense as he prepares. Surrounded by colorful energy, he charges and starts slashing through mushrooms at high speed. From afar, a teammate shouts in amazement at Muchiak's wild charge. The observer asks if this explosive slaughter is also part of the Archivist's letter ability. The familiar comments that the Archivist's versatile power is perfectly suited to support Muchiak, likely concentrated in his limbs. The familiar suddenly notices something new and reacts in surprise. Another teammate summons flying pig angel creatures and declares it is now his turn to act. The pig angels swarm forward through the air. The winged pigs circle Muchiak's party, surrounding them with healing and buffing light. One teammate happily notes that his strength is rising under the pig angel's blessing. The summoner sends the pig angels toward the trapped mushrooms to support the front line. A huge flash erupts as their combined attacks hit. The narrator remarks on how well the team's abilities complement one another. From their vantage point, the analyst notes that, in his experience, this party's coordination is excellent. The archivist decides he has observed enough and suggests that he and his familiar join the action. The whole group gathers on the cleared battlefield, ready to proceed deeper. The analyst, focused on his tablet, tells the others to distribute loot without him, unconcerned with rewards. The protagonist finds the aloof analyst strange for not participating in the hunt. He reasons that the analyst is not just freeloading but must have a different objective. During a break, a teammate compliments Muchiak for fighting in close range despite being a long-distance dealer. Muchiak modestly credits his own training and says his older brother is actually more impressive. The brother is surprised the conversation turned to praising him and asks why. Watching the slightly awkward mood, the protagonist senses something odd in the group's atmosphere. Someone asks if Bail Hana might be interested in Muchiak romantically. The analyst calls everyone's attention. He relays that Muchiak wants to participate directly in the next battle and asks the party's opinion. Muchiak jokes that his brother must be itching to fight. Hana points out that the tanker Yun Jibiak's opinion should matter for this decision. After considering, the tanker agrees to let Jichiak join in. The tanker proposes that Jichiak, as a short-range dealer with crowd control, cover any enemies that slip past him. He adds that Jichiak's skills will allow new tactics and let them push deeper into the dungeon. Jichiak accepts the plan. Muchiak encourages his brother, saying joining sooner will also give better broadcast content. The summoner remembers Jichiak's streams on GodTube. Excited, he says he will appear in the video this time and wants to watch it later. The archivist assures him Muchiak edits videos very well, so it will be enjoyable. Their leader tells everyone to check equipment and get ready to move, and the group agrees. As they prepare, the analyst calls out to Jichiak to wait a moment. He asks Jichiak to make an important promise before they continue. The analyst warns that under no circumstances is Jichiak allowed to touch the dungeon's boss monster. Jichiak repeats the phrase boss monster in surprise. The analyst describes the boss as an enormous tree-like being whose power matches its size. He explains they can only clear the dungeon safely by not waking that boss. Jichiak replies that he will keep the warning in mind. Internally, he decides there is no reason to risk his life fighting a boss just for video content. As they head down the optimal route, the analyst cautions that stray monsters and stronger mushroom spores will appear, so everyone must prepare detox items. Entering the spore-filled zone, notifications show that the party members have been poisoned by the mushroom spores. Jichiak's system reports that his black flame-top gear is granting resistance, so the poison will not seriously harm him. He observes that other teammates are using their own skills and artifacts to detoxify themselves. Magical artifacts glow as they activate various cleansing effects. He is impressed again at how easily Muchiak handles such hazards with his letter powers. Hana notices something ahead and reacts with a start. The analyst announces they have reached the ancient ruins area, where monsters will spawn more frequently, and Muchiak comments that it feels creepy. The group walks through the eerie ruins lined with overgrown stone and purple spores. A narration box explains that the luminous mushroom forest dungeon was formed around these ancient ruins. Further narration states that ancient treasures can sometimes be found here and that, for prepared low-level hunters, this place is rewarding despite tricky monsters and poison. Above them, massive mushrooms spread across the ceiling of the ruins. Jichiak notes that the sky is darkening because the huge mushrooms are blocking out the light. He decides it is a perfect time to use a helpful skill called Sylph's Blessing. Blue wind-like energy covers the party, and they marvel at the pretty buff, asking if it is Jichiak's skill. Notifications say the hunters are grateful for his blessing, and he gains several thumbs up from viewers. The analyst praises the skill's usefulness, noting that it heals and also improves visibility. Jichiak says he is still getting used to it and reflects that, though he chose it for popularity, it has turned out to be genuinely strong. Suddenly a group of mushrooms appears deeper in the corridor and begins moving toward them. Hana halts the team and warns that monsters are directly ahead. She asks whether they should fight or avoid them, estimating the enemy numbers are high. Muchiak, feeling eager to move again, welcomes the opportunity for more combat. Jichiak volunteers to handle this wave himself, saying he wants to stretch a bit. The tanker agrees, telling him to take the lead while they back him up. The summoner and Hana excitedly say they are looking forward to seeing Jichiak's fight. As they advance, Muchiak asks how far Jichiak has improved besides gaining a new weapon, and Jichiak tells him to just watch. Jichiak activates his new skills, brandishing twin swords surrounded by swirling blue energy. He focuses his gaze, ready to demonstrate. Nearby mushroom monsters begin moving and releasing purple spores. More mushrooms surge forward, filling the corridor. Jichiak dashes straight toward the horde, propelled by his empowered footwork. A system window introduces his movement and fire-imbuing skill Blaze Walk. He grips his sword as blue flames and aura gather around him. Another description details Blaze Walk's effects of leaving black flames, increasing agility, and adding fire to all attacks. Jichiak steels himself, fully activating the combined buffs. Wreathed in swirling energy, he invites the monsters to come at him. He unleashes a blazing light blade arc that cuts through the mushrooms. Jichiak drives the flaming slash deeper into the crowd. He weaves between huge mushroom bodies while slashing with his glowing swords. Fire-coated blades and dark flames trail behind him as he flies through the swarm. His feet ignite the ground with each step, leaving purple-black flames. Teammates watch in awe, remarking on his tremendous cutting power and imagining how terrifying his monoblade must be. Jichiak continues his acrobatic assault, streaking through the air amid falling monsters and embers. Notifications state that the hunters are amazed by his technique. Another notification says he has gained 8 more thumbs up from viewers. The party stares, shocked at how incredibly fast he is moving. The tanker jokes that the battlefield now smells like grilled mushrooms and says he wants to eat some later. He rallies the others, urging them to advance as well. The 3 other frontliners enthusiastically shout their agreement. They charge forward together to support Jichiak. As Jichiak fights, his familiar praises his water-like movement and offers an extra symbolic thumbs up. While Jichiak teasingly asks for more generosity, he continues sprinting through the ruins, flames and aura trailing behind him. Jichiak glances back, noticing his teammates have finally started advancing too. He thinks to himself that everyone is now moving in concert. The mushrooms close in around him, surrounding him with tentacled bodies. Jichiak, recording for his channel, explains to subscribers how terrifying aggro-drawing skills are. He points out that until now the mushrooms had no interest in anyone but him thanks to the tanker's control. The rest of the team opens fire and attacks from behind, pig angels and weapons flying as they support him. Their combined assault creates a colorful explosion that tears through the enemy ranks. Jichiak reflects that every teammate is reliable and that together they form an excellent combination. He then notices the largest mushroom monster devouring its smaller offspring. Deciding he cannot ignore that scene, he resolves to head over and help. Jichiak activates Typhoon Steps, boosting his movement speed dramatically. He rockets forward on his twin blades, practically flying across the floor. A system label introduces another skill, Dark Blade. Purple energy forms a sharp projectile or slash as he uses Dark Blade. He dives toward the huge mushroom from above, weapons glowing. Close up, he charges with determination, both swords shrouded in dark aura. Another system label identifies his devastating finisher Monoblade. A blinding white-blue arc of Monoblade power sweeps out. Jichiak drops through the air, his Monoblade attack carving a massive path. The bright arc continues, cutting through everything in its way. 3 hours later, the corridor is littered with mushroom remains, showing how thoroughly they cleared it. The tanker marvels at their monstrous hunting speed and how fast they are leveling compared to normal. Hannah and the summoner are exhausted and nauseated, realizing they have been hunting at least 5 times faster than ordinary hunters. Jichiak, seeing their condition and mana drain, decides this disgusting footage will be edited out of his video. He and his familiar comment that the party has overworked the healer, who is nearing his limit. The hunters confirm they have cleared everything except the boss and can now split the loot. Their leader decides to end today's hunt. Someone notes there are more monster corpses than expected and they will need assistance to handle them. A group of assistants marches into the dungeon streets. The assistants are shocked the party cleared the difficult luminous mushroom forest so quickly. One assistant recognizes Kim Ajusi and calls out to him. Jichiak runs excitedly toward the familiar assistant. Jichiak and Kim Ajusi happily reunite, trade greetings, and remark how nice it is to meet here. Jichiak's teammates watch from afar and ask if that man used to work with his older brother. The CEO orders the team to return to the middle camp while saying Jichiak will need more time, and the others agree to rest. Muchiak says he will stay and return together with his older brother, so the rest should go on ahead. The assistants protest Jichiak helping them, telling him to rest after hunting. Jichiak insists it is fine, while Kim jokes that Jichiak is stealing their jobs and might make him unemployed. Jichiak thinks Kim still acts like a tsundere and that this feels like the old days. Jichiak invites Kim along and offers to lead the way, to Kim's mock affectionate response. A GodTube message reports that 20 hunter assistants are deeply moved by Jichiak. Another message says Jichiak has received 41 thumbs up. Muchiak asks Jichiak if he is going along to help the assistants too. Outside the dungeon, camp workers process monster bodies around trucks and tents. Assistants busily chainsaw and butcher the massive mushroom monsters. An instructor explains that magic stones lie in the roots, so the corpses must be cut along the grain. Jichiak demonstrates how to dissect along the grain, impressing Muchiak with his speed and precision. Jichiak notes they learn basic monster anatomy as assistants. Muchiak says he found anatomy oddly interesting and even studied beyond the textbook, and Jichiak praises his effort. Suddenly the sky flashes with a huge pink explosion. Jichiak and Muchiak pause in confusion, looking up from the mushroom blocks. A system alert announces that the dungeon environment is changing. Pink energy waves sweep across the forested area. The pink shockwave continues rolling over the landscape. Another alert declares that no one may enter or leave the dungeon. Muchiak and Jichiak react in alarm, starting to suspect dungeon growing. Camp staff run while someone shouts to Kim, asking what is wrong. Nearby mushroom chunks writhe and sprout mouths, making Kim scream. Kim yells that the dungeon is growing. The severed mushroom parts transform into ferocious, many-mouthed monsters as Kim repeats that it is dungeon growing. The pink wave shakes the base camp as people look around in fear. Tents and vehicles are bathed in the ominous color as tremors continue. Cracks spider across the ground under the strange phenomena. Hunters at camp remark that the sky and dungeon have suddenly become abnormal. The CEO points out that the mushrooms outside are rapidly getting larger and fears the implication. He concludes in panic that what they are seeing is dungeon growing. One hunter repeats the term and suggests they should escape as quickly as possible. Another counters that Jichiak and the assistants are still inside the dungeon. Someone anxiously asks what they should do. The CEO stands in tense silence, thinking. The others urge the CEO to decide whether they should stay or flee while the sky continues to quake. They suddenly realize the CEO has vanished from in front of them. A hunter rushes through camp, calling for the missing CEO and checking his tent. Muchiak and Hana remark that it is strange because the CEO was just with them moments ago. The white-haired hunter reports the CEO is not in the tent either, and Hana guesses he must have teleported somewhere using a skill. They reason that since the CEO left without further orders, he probably wants them to remain on standby. Hana silently steels herself, showing determination. The CEO, now on the truck roof, urges everyone to hurry and prepare for battle before more monsters converge. Exploding mushrooms signal the start of attacks around the camp. Hunters on top of a moving truck fire and slash at swarming mushroom monsters amid blasts. Muchiak shoots while Jichiak slashes monsters leaping at the vehicle. The truck barrels through hordes of mushrooms as hunters continue fighting from the roof. Kim, driving, struggles and shouts in pain as the situation worsens. Inside the truck, assistants scream while Kim tries to maintain control. The truck careens forward through the chaotic battlefield. It speeds away from the growing dungeon, chased by mushroom creatures. Jichiak keeps cutting monsters from the roof while the battle rages around the vehicle. He suddenly notices something and reacts in surprise. The CEO appears on the roof beside them and checks if they are alright, shocking Jichiak with his sudden arrival. Muchiak asks if the CEO possesses some kind of teleportation skill. The CEO calmly praises their efforts in holding the line. He acknowledges that dungeon growing has made things serious while Jichiak grumbles internally that the CEO ignores his teleportation question. The CEO states that they are fleeing mainly to evacuate the assistants, and must hurry them away. He adds that to survive they actually need to attack the area where the dungeon is expanding. Jichiak listens grimly, and Muchiak is confused by this sudden change of plan. Muchiak protests, reminding the CEO that he told them earlier not to wake the boss. Inside the truck, someone argues that clearing an uncleared dungeon is impossible, especially with vulnerable assistants aboard. Muchiak brings up how the CEO previously warned they could die or be crippled if anything goes wrong. The CEO falls silent, thinking. He then tells them to calm down and listen, explaining the escape route is blocked anyway. He further explains that once the dungeon's growth completes, the monster's evolution will complete too, so their only hope is to attack before that happens. Jichiak's spirit companion agrees with the CEO but wonders why he remains so composed. The CEO notes this is Jichiak's first time in a dungeon growing event, yet he seems even calmer than veterans who have seen it before. Jichiak thinks their top priority must be the team's survival. The CEO emphasizes that Jichiak is their ace and vows not to let him die. Jichiak is moved yet conflicted by this declaration. He reflects that although the CEO is mysterious, he has always clearly prioritized one thing. Jichiak remembers the CEO in a lab investing in treatments and realizes that focus was always on Jichiak's own survival. He recalls that the CEO spared no money or time for that goal. Muchiak asks Jichiak what his plan is now. Jichiak, attacking with fiery power, decides he must follow the CEO's strategy since it is their only option. The CEO says time is their lifeline and they must strike before the dungeon's evolution finishes. While Muchiak calls out to his brother, the CEO privately acknowledges the risk that all of them could die here. That grim possibility hangs over the group. Despite the danger, Jichiak and Muchiak brace themselves to continue fighting. Jichiak resolves internally that even if they might die, they have no choice but to press forward. He powers up with flames, committing to the desperate plan. Energy surges as the scene rushes toward the next clash. He steels his resolve, thinking the die has already been cast. Back at camp, Kim volunteers that he and the assistants will also fight, though Jichiak warns it is dangerous even for hunters. Kim argues there is no safe option if they stay, reminds the CEO they have basic battle training and gear, and points out they were given rifles with attribute attacks. He insists they will die anyway if the hunters fail, so they should fight alongside them to add one more helping hand. Jichiak clenches his teeth, torn by concern for them. Jichiak protests that Kim could die or be permanently crippled and insists assistants should not be fighting. Kim snaps back asking if Jichiak has any better plan and says they understand everyone's lives matter. He explains they are insisting on fighting because they also want to live. The hunter trio watches the exchange in stunned silence. The CEO interrupts, urging them to decide quickly because every second now affects their chances of survival. Jichiak and Kim lock eyes, both struggling with the decision. Jichiak anguishes internally over why dungeon growing had to occur while Kim is here. Kim grips Jichiak's shoulders and pleads for him to understand that there is no other way. Jichiak curses inwardly but begins to accept the reality. The other assistants and hunters watch tensely as Muchiak stays quiet. Jichiak finally agrees to go together with Kim, who tells him not to worry too much. Jichiak offers to drive, saying the unstable terrain from dungeon growing will make it hard for Kim. The CEO orders assistants to check their equipment, and hunters to gather and choose positions in the vehicle before departure. Assistants arm themselves with rifles, preparing to ride in the modified truck. The CEO explains that the truck can open its roof and sides so hunters can fight while it shields them and lets them escape in emergencies. He assigns roles. Muchiak will provide gun cover. Hana will sit beside him and navigate using her searching skill, and another asks what job remains. The CEO tells the strong woman to make walls to push monsters away if they reach the truck. Jichiak, still unsure of the CEO's exact ability, entrusts him with capturing monsters and notes he always dodges questions about his power. The hunters agree to the plan, vowing to protect the assistants and asking them to avoid casualties. The team members exchange determined looks, readying themselves. The CEO silently watches them with a resolute expression. Jichiak asks Ji Liang to serve as his eyes, and the spirit agrees. The truck speeds toward the growing dungeon through a blur of pink-tinged forest. With the truck's walls lowered, hunters and assistants stand in the back firing at the surrounding mushroom monsters. The white-haired hunter uses his powers to repel enemies swarming the vehicle. Muchiak fires continuously from the back, covering the group. Inside the cab, Hannah shouts directions for Jichiak to turn left. Jichiak responds immediately and yanks the steering wheel. The truck swerves violently through the hordes as passengers groan from the rough maneuver. Jichiak thinks in frustration that too many mushrooms are blocking the path. He observes that ramming them without mana barely hurts them. He worries that if a giant mushroom appears at this rate, the truck will be overturned. Jichiak orders Ji Liang to search for a useful skill, and the spirit suggests defensive options like protective blessings and barriers. Jichiak considers a wide protective shield around the truck but doubts it is enough. Ji Liang realizes they need something stronger and recalls a skill that lets someone control a vehicle with mana. Jichiak eagerly tells him to reveal that skill. A godtube window displays the epic skill Soul Driver, which lets the user control any rideable vehicle with mana and use a booster for acceleration or attacks. Jichiak is shocked at the high cost and thumbs up, comparable to top tier techniques, and complains internally about the price. Seeing he has just over 63,000 likes, he laments that buying the skill will drain all his remaining thumbs up. Acknowledging the emergency, he decides he has no choice and orders the purchase. The system confirms he has bought the Soul Driver skill. Power floods into Jichiak as he learns the new ability and realizes he can now pour mana into the car at will. He presses the pedal while deciding his current mana is insufficient and pulls out a mana potion. Jichiak drinks the blue potion to boost his mana reserves. System messages state he has used a mana recovery potion and that his mana regeneration will greatly increase for 3 minutes. Ji Liang says it is time to showcase skill synergy and assures Jichiak his mana amount is among the best for his level. Jichiak, confident in his mana accumulation and recovery, tells everyone to stop defending and brace themselves. Hannah, startled, asks what he means, only to see something startling ahead. Mana erupts around the truck, forming a roaring stream of blue energy as it charges. At the same time, several of Jichiak's high-grade skills, including the Arc Dragon Magic and Yin and Yang Divine Arts, link together. Auto Energy Drain and other abilities activate, feeding even more mana into Jichiak and the vehicle. Jichiak shouts booster as the empowered truck rockets forward through the mushroom monsters like a blazing projectile. A herd of mushroom monsters flees through the forest. Multiple streaks of blue and purple energy rush forward. A massive blast of blue energy shoots ahead like a comet. System messages report roadkill, an increase in Soul Driver proficiency, passenger admiration, and 52 likes gained. The speeding truck blurs past the seats and passengers inside. Jichiak controls the truck with intense focus, blue energy swirling around him. The truck smashes through more mushroom monsters in a powerful impact. Notifications say the gods are watching closely and gift Jichiak several bursts of 1,000 likes. Jichiak is shocked that his likes suddenly jumped by 1,000. The truck continues barreling ahead in a blazing trail of energy. While speeding, he recalls that 1,000 likes is the basic unit the gods use. Ji Liang tells him now is not the time to think about that and urges him to concentrate. Jichiak snaps back, agreeing that there are more pressing issues. One of the party women suddenly notices something alarming outside. She spots the dungeon boss's silhouette ahead and shouts that she can see it. Inside the truck they all stare out, asking if that looming shape is really the boss. The nightmare mushroom boss reveals itself, bearing rows of sharp teeth. Its enormous shadow looms overhead as it towers above the forest. A notification says the growing boss nightmare mushroom has recognized them and grants 1 like. Another message explains that likes from bosses are valuable because they can also provide information. The party sees the boss turning purple and wonders why its color is changing. Ji Liang realizes the boss is trying to gain a poison-related trait. Jichiak thinks the boss's current pattern is already too hard to attack and now it will even become poisonous. He grimly considers their dwindling options as he drives. Frustrated, he wonders if the system expects them to just die, then resolves to act decisively. He orders everyone to brace themselves and tells Muchiak to buff the truck with magic. He clenches his teeth, steeling himself. Jichiak declares he will ram the boss head-on with the truck, shocking the others. He urges them to trust him, insisting the truck is their strongest weapon and they must hurry. Muchiak hesitates silently, worried. Other party members watch tensely, surprised by the plan. Jung Jihan says that if the truck is given enough mana they actually have a chance to win. Jihan tells Muchiak to trust his brother's judgment. Muchiak firms his resolve in response. Muchiak activates his rune powers in the truck, preparing support magic toward the boss. With Muchiak's acceleration and weight buffs, the truck charges at the boss even faster. Sun Quan begins a prayer to the ox deity, invoking a powerful protective blessing. Narration explains that Sun Quan also casts a defensive blessing on Jung Jibiak. Reinforced by that protection, Jibyok focuses all his tanking power on fortifying the truck's front. Jibyok readies himself on the hood, determined to shield the charging vehicle. Seeing the enhanced energy around the truck, Jibyok thinks this might give them a real chance to win. Jibyok, still driving, warns everyone to hang on as they punch through. The empowered truck rockets toward the boss's gaping maw. From inside, everything becomes a blur of blue and purple energy outside the windows. One older hunter braces himself, straining against the force. The truck and the monstrous mushroom close on each other in a high-speed collision course. Muchiak, Jibyok, and Sung Kwang all grit their teeth, preparing for impact. The truck hurtles straight into the nightmare mushroom's open mouth as Jihan watches. Jihan readies his own power, light sparkling around him. A system window announces that Hunter Jung Jihan has activated his special acceleration type skill. A ring of distorted energy appears in the air, catching the boss's attention. Jichiak notes that part of Jihan's skill name is hidden, and Qi Liang explains this censorship is a filter. Qi Liang says filters appear when a superior trait beyond their understanding is involved, making Jichiak wonder who Jihan really is. The demon's mouth hangs open wide, still unaware of what is happening. Jichiak suddenly perceives the boss moving in extreme slow motion and comments on the effect. Someone adjusts their watch, checking the time again. Qi Liang realizes that while time seems slowed for the demon, their own movement feels normal and asks what skill Jihan truly used. Jichiak, still tense, keeps pushing the attack. Energy streaks around as the truck plunges deeper into the boss. The view distorts further, as their rushing energy fills the space. The truck bursts back out through the boss's body in a massive explosion of light. The damaged truck spins away enveloped in residual energy. Both the boss and truck crash to the ground, leaving debris and blood. Smoke and magic residue drift through the sky after the collision. The nightmare mushroom lies collapsed with a huge hole in its torso while the overturned truck skids nearby. The wrecked truck ends up on its side, the battlefield quieting. Jichiak crawls out and immediately asks if everyone is okay. Muchiak reports that the assistants escaped with only minor injuries thanks to Sung Kwang's protection. Jichiak tells Muchiak to stay and look after the injured misters as he runs off. He again checks with the core party to confirm no one is seriously hurt. Sung Kwang answers he is fine aside from his drained mana. Another teammate yells that Jung Jibyok is in bad shape after tanking the hit. Jichiak rushes to Jibyok's side, asking if he is alright. Someone tries to assure the wounded ally to hang on a little longer. Healing magic, labeled Sylph's Healing, is cast on Jibyok as he tries to ask if Jichiak himself is injured. Jichiak answers that he has temporarily stopped Jibyok's bleeding but laments that his own mana is nearly exhausted. He then asks the others whether the boss truly died this time. Looking at the corpse, someone notes that they pierced its body, but wonders why no clear notification has appeared. Jichiak worries aloud that with so much blood pouring out, something still feels wrong. A message states the nightmare mushroom's evolution has ended in an incomplete state. The party members stare in uneasy silence. Muchiak and Jibyok tense up, realizing something else is coming. Another notification announces that the nightmare mushroom has given birth to a new entity, the Great Demon of Nightmare. Jihan reacts quietly, processing this development. Jichiak is shocked that the dungeon still has not been cleared. He mentally notes that, on top of everything else, a demon has appeared again. He despairs that they now have to face another demon. The newly born demon flies into view with wide, bat-like wings. Its shadow passes overhead as it circles in the sky. A close view shows its clawed hand and powerful form. The Great Demon of Nightmare fully manifests, and lets out a ferocious roar. The exhausted party forms a shaky battle line as they face this new enemy. Jichiak realizes it is not the same demon he fought before and suspects it has evolved further. Another teammate panics at seeing the demon, and Jichiak thinks if they cannot defeat it everyone will die. He worries that he has almost no strength left to fight. Qi Liang warns that if Jichiak pushes further he may die, but Jichiak insists someone must kill the demon, or they are all doomed. Jichiak tries to step forward coughing, while Muchiak supports him and begs him not to overexert himself. Jichiak grimaces that his body is no longer responding. Jihan urges Jichiak to listen to Muchiak, saying there is still one healthy person left who can fight. Jihan scolds Jichiak for trying to sacrifice himself again and asks what would happen to everyone else if he died. Muchiak, confused by the word again, wonders what Jihan means. His narration says Jihan's hero always believes there is no happy ending. Jihan turns his back and declares he will handle the rest, telling everyone to hide somewhere safe. Jichiak and Muchiak are stunned, asking if he really intends to fight the demon alone. The others gather around the two unconscious, heavily injured members while watching Jihan leave. A tremor and sound make Sung Kwang and the woman look up, while Jichiak stares, alarmed. A massive shockwave erupts in the distance, and someone comments on how huge it is. As the sky flashes, someone wonders in awe who Jung Jihan really is to fight a demon one-on-one. Time outside appears to slow dramatically, and Jichiak notices the strange deceleration. He senses that the external world is somehow being slowed down. Lying on the ground, Jichiak asks Muchiak what time it is now. Muchiak checks his phone and says it is 4:23. Jichiak silently looks at his artifact watch again. The watch shows a different time, making him realize there is a temporal discrepancy. He concludes that his watch is an artifact that manipulates time, and wonders what caused such an error in the supposedly perfect system. Suddenly Sung Kwang shouts that their CEO is returning from the fight. Muchiak runs toward the others, asking if Jihan really managed to defeat the demon. Jihan appears in the distance, calmly walking back while everyone waits. The party members stare at him in astonishment as he approaches. Jihan silently thinks that Jichiak's ability clearly relates to time manipulation. Jichiak and Jihan exchange a serious look, both aware of the secret. System windows proclaim that the dungeon has finally been cleared, mark this as their first dungeon clear, and begin calculating extra rewards based on contribution. Outside the dungeon, emergency responders and bystanders crowd the road tending to injured people. Narration explains that Jichiak's party safely emerged from the dungeon. Jihan signals his staff, who have been waiting outside. It is noted that Jihan's company employees quietly handled the aftermath, keeping the media away. Security and transport staff oversee a bus stop where recovery buses have arrived. Text explains that the hunters and assistants board a special bus headed to the hospital. The exhausted group rides in silence on the bus. Once they know they have survived, the assistants finally relax and drift into deep sleep. The bus speeds through the city, carrying them toward medical care. The scene shifts to a peaceful city skyline under clear skies. They arrive at a large hospital where everyone is admitted. In a shared hospital room, the brothers see that their team reward is a special pendant set. A window details the luminous fairy clip, an A-grade accessory artifact. Further descriptions show the set's stat boosts and a group effect, and Jichiak wonders if 6 pendants mean all party members receive one. Muchiak confirms the pendants went to the top 6 contributors and asks what the new luck stat means. Qi Liang explains that this luck is not mere fortune but a hidden parameter in the system. The interface shows hidden figures representing luck, talent, and personality, which cannot be raised by effort and thus are usually unlisted. Jichiak finds this concept vague yet fascinating as he reads his status. The narrative notes that Jichiak has unlocked 2 random unique skills tied to magic advancement dungeons, one being magic golem crafting. Another window shows he also obtained the unique growth type skill Arc Dragon Mana's Heart. Jichiak admits he initially thought this duplicate skill would be useless. After Qi Liang explains duplicate skills can evolve, he reconsiders its value. He chooses to merge the 2 Mana Heart skills into Double Core, a unique growth type ability that gathers mana faster. Additionally, from a random unique item box he gains a B-grade Ring of Troll Regeneration, an artifact that grants regeneration. The narration states that this concludes the list of dungeon rewards. Recovering in bed, the brothers excitedly compare what items and skills they each received. Muchiak proudly shows off a B-grade necklace that generates 5 protective shields per day. He adds that he also received a skill called Double Shot, letting him fire 2 bullets at once, which Jichiak says suits his firearm style. Muchiak happily realizes that by using 2 guns with Double Shot, he will be able to fire 4 bullets simultaneously. Someone remarks that the new ability will be very useful in battles. The protagonist is excited about the powerful skills and items they obtained and is eager to use them. Time passes quietly in the hospital room. He impatiently wishes to recover quickly so he can test the new powers. A book's letters are shown being absorbed, prompting surprise that this absorption is happening. He explains that the absorbing entity is actually a living being now bound to him as a skill. He decides that since it is alive, he should feed it knowledge by reading books. Qi Liang confirms that this is how the parasitic being text of chaos functions, surprising the other person. Qi Liang assures that the parasite has been system stabilized as a skill, so it will not harm his health. Trusting the system's safety guarantees, the protagonist feels reassured. They note he still has not chosen a guardian deity because most contract offers from gods put him at a disadvantage. Someone thinks that his cautiousness fits a law student. Qi Liang says hunters usually pick a guardian deity early, but Muchiak's situation is special, prompting curiosity. Qi Liang explains that because of Muchiak's strong basics and unrestricted A-class skill, he can wait and later pick a god suited to his eventual class, leading to the idea that strong hunters benefit from choosing late. Qi Liang concludes that waiting to sign a more favorable contract is best since Text of Chaos is extremely valuable. Jichiak's brother reports he bought all the magic golem materials, costing a lot but arriving soon since they are unpopular. Hearing the materials will come quickly, Jichiak suggests hurrying his hospital discharge. Jichiak sees his viewership exploding again and proudly considers himself a rising godtuber. At home, his brother rushes in to say all the ordered components have arrived, surprising Jichiak with the speed. Jichiak goes down to the underground alchemy room, where the gathered materials await. He decides to begin and activates his magic golem crafting skill. The system announces that magic golem crafting is being activated as mana surges. A menu appears asking him to choose a floor plan, and he notes there are many options. Qi Liang stops him for a moment. Qi Liang advises him to also use alchemy, since overlapping crafting skills can enhance effectiveness. Jichiak agrees and understands he should activate both skills simultaneously. He triggers Alchemy of Scrooge. The system detects an overlapping area, and he eagerly approves its activation. Both Magic Golem Crafting and Alchemy of Scrooge are activated together, enveloping him in energy. The system reports activation is complete, and that he has obtained a hidden recipe, delighting him. He learns the hidden recipe is a Magic Golem blueprint for a bike that can output power equal to a golem using little mana. Calling the bike idea cool, he He is told all required components are ready and asked if he wants to use them. He begins assembling as the parts float and move under the skill's influence. Narration states that Jicheok's hands move on their own to assemble the bike. Because golem crafting consumes mana, his preset magical recovery circle lets him clearly experience its benefits during the crafting. He focuses intensely as the process nears completion. The mana storm fully engulfs the nearly finished bike. The system announces that the mono bike summon is complete, describes it as a B-grade hidden ride that gains additional performance with flawless crafting, burns mana instead of fuel, and enhances all-terrain riding skills. Jicheok smiles, pleased with the successful creation. Qi Liang marvels that this riding type summon skill is amazing. The system explains the bike's skills, including storing or summoning it, having normal mana costs for its force, and dealing more damage at higher speeds. Riding the bike, Jicheok exclaims that the item is almost unfairly strong. An additional skill, mana influence, lets the bike synchronize with the rider's other skills. Jicheok says this is exactly the kind of power he wanted and, with the bike's mobility, believes no one at his level can match him as Qi Liang agrees. He revs the bike excitedly and invites Qi Liang to go on a thrilling ride, feeling fearless with this gear. Qi Liang enthusiastically agrees to go with him. Soon after, Jicheok uploads a video titled About the Essence of Outdoor Driving, showcasing the new bike. Viewers comment skeptically that he is focusing on driving skills and wonder if he lacks real combat abilities. Other commenters joke that he is turning into a delivery rider leveling up with a motorcycle. More viewers complain the outdoor drive video sounds boring and ask him to return to truck-based monster hunting. Narration notes many comments predict Jicheok's downfall, saying driving skills have limits. The Hunter Agency tried to sue GodTube over issues but found it difficult because GodTube is a foreign company. However, the controversy actually united Jicheok's fandom, which quickly resolved the problem. Fans comment that such a young hunter is shaking the world and ask where he vanished in the blinding drive video, rallying around the phrase Protect G. The scene shifts to the city outside, transitioning to a new location. Focus moves to a building window, setting up another viewpoint. A woman working at a computer thinks that Jicheok should be doing his live stream right now. She is introduced as Shinjuran, the eldest daughter of the powerful Shinsung group, watching with anticipation. Narration reveals she is a top-tier naturally awakened hunter and heir to Shinsung group who subscribes to Jicheok's channel. It is explained she previously bid in his headhunting auction, offering celebrity meetings as part of a counteroffer. Watching now, she tells herself not to worry about him, reminding herself he is aligned with Young Jihan. She scoffs at caring for someone who allied with the disreputable Junga group. The story returns to Jicheok racing fiercely on his mana-fueled bike. He smiles confidently while charging ahead. Juran looks at her collection of his pictures, insisting she saved them just to rest her eyes and not because of romantic feelings. She continues rationalizing that casually watching his videos is harmless and nothing special. Narration clarifies her feelings are not exactly romantic but close, as she thinks about various images of him. It states she cannot take her eyes off Jicheok and keeps thinking about him. Mixed emotions of excitement, thrill, anxiety, and anger crash into her, as if struck by an accident. On livestream, Jicheok presents an orb called the Essence of the Devil to his subscribers, while viewers react with curiosity and fear in the comments. He explains it was looted from the hidden boss Great Demon of Nightmare in the Mushroom Dungeon and bought cheaply from Young Jihan along with other items. He notes with satisfaction that viewer reactions in the chat are very enthusiastic. Jicheok says he will prepare a few things before the hunt while holding the Essence of the Devil. Facing the camera, he warns viewers not to be too shocked by what will happen, saying the orb will act as a tonic for Qi Liang. The narrative explains that in the religious service ceremony, tributes offered to divine beings are compensated with appropriate rewards. A flashback shows the system previously taking the essence of the devil when Qi Liang first descended to him. It restates that Qi Liang originally came down when the system accepted the devil essence as tribute. Live, Qi Liang eats the essence of the devil. Viewers are shocked by the ensuing explosion of light, wondering why such a precious item is fed to a fox and fearing it might die. The system announces that Qi Liang has ingested a second essence and that the summoning has evolved. Qi Liang's silhouette is engulfed in dazzling light as the evolution occurs. The light intensifies until the screen is almost entirely white. The evolved Qi Liang, now a larger divine spirit, appears. The system describes this Stage 2 evolution as a legendary grade summon that can now actively fight and manifest power equal to lower middle-class monsters using the Master's mana. Viewers flood the chat in disbelief and celebration, praising Qi Liang's evolution and calling it the strongest. Jicheok, now with his upgraded Qi Liang and mono bike, checks with the fox that the vantage point is good, and narration notes his rising confidence. To test his newfound strength, he seeks out an empty field and relocates there. He arrives at a mountain field in Gangwon-do that became a monster zone after residents and bases were wiped out. There he begins his personal live stream. On camera, Jicheok nervously greets viewers for his first solo stream, but omnidirectional filming connects without issue. A viewer named Live Magpie offers a huge donation if he hunts in this area and even more if he clears it. Another viewer, Thrillmania, pledges additional money if he can get halfway, and narration says the solo hunt starts backed by donations. Jicheok then plunges off a cliff on the mono bike, with Qi Liang leaping alongside. Qi Liang slams into a gnoll from above, launching the battle. The evolved fox then darts in and clashes with a snarling gnoll. Qi Liang bites into the enemy with ferocity. Viewers comment in awe about Qi Liang's strength and wonder what Jichiak fed it to evolve so far. Meanwhile, Jichiak and his bike vault through the air amid packs of gnolls. The mono bike blurs forward with blazing wheels. Jichiak races past gnolls in a streak of mana. The system, responding to his intent, activates Psychic Link Drive, allowing him and the bike to cut down multiple gnolls in sweeping strikes. The gnolls scream as they are struck and flung away. Viewers watching live express shock and delight, saying this insane spectacle is exactly why they love broadcasts. Jichiak's focused eye reflects the intensity of the fight. The chat crowns him the strongest. The scene shifts to Junga Group headquarters. Inside the building lobby, employees move about as the corporate setting is introduced. In an office, someone remarks in surprise that a never-before-seen magic golem has appeared. A muscular man questions how a low-level hunter survived such a deadly field, leaving his subordinates hesitant. He is introduced as Young Sugi, a water-manipulating ability user and powerful heir of Junga Group, impressed that Jichiak endured the field at around level 20. Hearing Jichiak earned about 120 million won in donations on his first solo live, Sugi notes that is strong performance for such a low level, while aides say it matched their expectations after PR costs. Watching Jichiak's bike video, Sugi remarks that leaving such talent under Young Jihan would be a waste. He wonders why someone so capable chose to side with Young Jihan, and an aide answers that the contract terms were attractive. Sugi admits he is disappointed by that. He complains that family power struggles over recruiting talent already denied him his first promising recruit. Then he suggests it is still possible to poach someone who has already signed elsewhere. An aide asks him to clarify. Sugi orders them to see if they can lure Jichiak to his side with offers of money, power, or influence, confirming he truly intends to approach the hunter. He says he has a good feeling about Jichiak, sensing star quality and intrigued that the hunter hides secrets. When his staff reacts in surprise, Sugi shrugs that Young Jihan may resent him, but he does not care. Punching a bag, he adds that since Young Jihan injured their father's arm, he will make him pay some of that debt by stealing this talent. Continuing to train, he acknowledges he shares some blame for the past incident but insists he had no choice because his cousin kept betraying him, and then dismisses his aides. The aides politely take their leave. Sugi keeps striking the bag, looking tense and thoughtful. While punching, he thinks about Jichiak's unprecedented skills and looks forward to fighting him one day, though he still sees Jichiak as inexperienced for now. He views Jichiak as a unique talent whose future clash with him will be entertaining. The story cuts back to the hunt where Jichiak on his bike slashes a massive two-headed giant. Jichiak follows through with a powerful sword swing. The stunned giant's face shows shock as it realizes the threat. Narration comments on how remarkable it is for a level 20 hunter to battle a level 80 monster. Young Jihan, watching from his office, notes that Jichiak is not even in a party but fighting solo. He watches Jichiak charging on the bike with admiration. Jihan admits he wanted to stop Jichiak from attempting a field for his first solo play but restrained himself. He explains he did so because it would be more dangerous if Jichiak went somewhere unknown without his knowledge. So instead he chose to support Jichiak from a distance where he could still monitor him. He reflects that by doing so he can predict patterns in Jichiak's deaths and has grown disturbingly accustomed to watching others die. Jihan wonders if lightly assisting Jichiak while observing from afar was indeed the right decision. His phone rings, drawing his attention. Seeing that the caller is Young Baiga, he answers and asks what is wrong. Baiga asks if he intends to enter the stock list, and he replies he has no immediate plans but could do it later. She warns him to tell her in advance if he does, which makes him internally question why someone obsessed only with research is suddenly talking about investments. Baiga laughs that she will make more from patents than stocks and then asks why he is even bringing up investments. She reveals she promised Jichiak that if Young Jihan's company gives her its stakes, she will provide her technology, joking they should film a mukbang. Jihan, taken aback, asks if management rights are what she wants and privately wonders why she is so fixated on Jichiak. He thinks there must be more to her request than just wanting to see an eating broadcast, and says he will consider it. Back in the lab, Baiga remarks that Young Jihan is acting hard to get. Her colleague asks if the call went poorly and suggests she meet Young Jihan directly. The colleague refuses, saying dealing with the fractious Junga group is too risky and that contacting Young Jihan could provoke enemy factions, then teases Baiga for fangirling over that kind of man. Baiga sighs and reluctantly admits it somehow ended up that way. She recalls Jichiak on his mana bike, clearly captivated by his image. On the phone earlier she had complained that this rookie is rampaging on a bike killing monsters and dragging her along by wiping out all the gnolls, asking what Jihan expects her to do. Back in the present, the colleague laughs gleefully at Jichiak's crazy performance while Baiga looks flustered and mutters in frustration. The narrative introduces Shinju Ran and Young Baiga. It explains that while studying in the USA they attended the same university and were famous for partying. They are shown enjoying lavish parties, supported by abundant money and extravagant tastes. Around graduation they began forming a relationship resembling friendship. Shinju Ran believed Young Baiga's drone technology could help expand the Shinsung group. This belief led Shinju Ran to casually visit Young Baiga's home. She finds Young Baiga waking amid a trashed room and demands to know what all the mess is. Shinjuren scolds Young Baiga for wasting her genius on drugs and alcohol, while Young Baiga is confused by the sudden lecture. Shinjuren angrily says if Baiga will waste her brain, then she should hand it over so Juran can treasure and use it instead. Young Baiga glares back at Shinjuran. The narrator states that Young Baiga's wild lifestyle turned Juran's jealousy into anger, and that confrontation actually began their friendship. Back in the present, someone protests that Jichiak is not Shinjuren's type, reminding her of her usual ideal partner traits. Juran calmly agrees that Jichiak fits none of her stated preferences. She says if she took him as a lover, her own life would become impossible. Young Baiga asks if she is just a fan, and Juran enthusiastically confirms while mentioning she told him to hand over his shares and that Baiga should also join if that happens. Juran happily anticipates good profits, noting Hunter Entertainment companies earn a lot and urging Baiga to keep pressuring Young Jihan for his shares. Young Baiga, thinking seriously, says she wants those shares so she can financially support Jichiak. A screen shows Jichiak's latest livestream has gathered about 90,000 likes. Relaxing on his bed, Jichiak notes that 20,000 likes came from the gods and expects even more once the edited video is posted. He taps a panel to send something. Jichiak asks Qi Liang what he lacked in the recent battle, and she replies that he lacked nothing. Qi Liang remarks that it is rare for such a new hunter to wipe out a village of level 80 plus monsters, but warns he will attract many enemies and must be cautious. Jichiak acknowledges the risk yet says he needs attention to gain likes and is willing to endure having more enemies. He resolves that therefore he has no choice but to become stronger. Jichiak tells Qi Liang he does not want to lose to any foe and asks what other aspects he must train. Qi Liang recommends focusing on drawing out his own sword chi. Jichiak questions why sword chi specifically. Qi Liang explains that sword chi enables free, long-range attacks that largely ignore an opponent's defenses, more flexibly than his monoblade skill. She points out monoblade's fatal time limit flaw, which would leave him defenseless during its cooldown if the enemy survives. She adds that while his monobike helps mobility, he still needs a better offensive method. Jichiak confirms that sword chi is therefore the optimal path, and Qi Liang explains it will allow long and wide-range attacks and even extending the chi like a spear. Jichiak concludes that intensive training is the only answer. Qi Liang warns that such training will be bone-breaking and he must be mentally prepared. Jichiak confidently agrees to undergo it, prompting Qi Liang to call to him as master. He reassures her he is fine and tells her, as his counselor, to always guide him toward what benefits him most. Narration states that thus his hellish training to acquire a new ability begins. A tall building is shown, setting the place for the upcoming training. Narration explains that Young Jihan arranged for Jichiak to have an entire floor of training rooms. Before starting serious training, Jichiak spends his accumulated likes to purchase several skills. He notes that the full-length video alone earned 15,000 likes and is amazed. Qi Liang advises him not to rely solely on skills but to learn fundamental swordsmanship and basic martial arts skills. Jichiak tells Qi Liang to search for appropriate skills for him. He buys unique growth-type skill books for heaven and earth sword arts, movement steps, and powerful strikes, and the system confirms all books have been purchased. Energy and pages swirl around Jichiak as he begins absorbing the skills. He continues assimilating the knowledge, surrounded by glowing power. With determination in his eyes, he asks himself if they should begin. Jichiak meditates midair, encircled by waves of multicolored energy as training starts. He then launches forward, channeling that energy through his body and hand. While practicing, he internally recites techniques like heavenly cloud steps that allow walking like clouds. He also practices earthly center steps that anchor his movements with the weight of the earth. Qi Liang narrates that he must take time to arrange and internalize each enlightenment, since even small realizations matter. She warns that without organizing and repeatedly reviewing what he feels, he could forget the insights gained. Jichiak focuses intensely, committing his new understanding to memory. The visualized flow of energy reflects his continued concentration. Narration says that compiling all these understandings will eventually lead to a great enlightenment. It adds that training is a long-term marathon, and despite daily practice he keeps up his live streams to pursue enlightenment. His mukbang videos, such as one with hundreds of thousands of views, prompt a discussion about trends. Qi Liang counters that animal-focused broadcasts are also very popular. The narration notes that by combining mukbang with cuteness, Jichiak's broadcasts have become especially successful and people talk online about his rising fame. Jichiak privately worries he might be shifting careers toward full-time mukbang. A month passes with him training and streaming simultaneously. After countless steps and swings, his practice finally begins yielding visible results. Qi Liang exclaims that a light has appeared at the sword's tip, and Jichiak realizes it too. Jichiak raises his sword as sword chi manifests independently of any skill, surprising him. The system announces he has fully mastered the Heaven and Earth martial set and activates the new skill Sword Aura of Heaven and Earth. Overwhelmed by the activation, Jichiak reacts in astonishment. His widened eyes show his shock at the newfound power. A detailed description explains that Sword Aura of Heaven and Earth is a unique buff that triggers when the 3 Heaven and Earth skills are mastered, and that its power scales limitlessly with his training. Jichiak joyfully shouts that he has succeeded. Qi Liang congratulates her master on his accomplishment. He tests the new power, swinging his sword with tremendous speed. Another slash demonstrates his improving control of the aura. A massive explosion of energy shows the destructive force of his sword aura attack. As smoke clears around his feet, the aftermath of the strike is implied. Jichiak smiles, saying he has finally moved past the beginner stage. The scene shifts to the interdimensional labyrinth management department, commonly called the Dungeon Department. Narration describes it as a government agency that the public usually refers to by the nickname Dungeon Department rather than its full title. It is portrayed as the most powerful government body in Korea, wielding great authority. The department manages dungeon excavations and controls artifacts, magical weapons, monster byproducts, and even influences hunters themselves. It essentially safeguards the country and population from dungeon threats. A looming portal appears above Yodo Station in Seoul. The ominous gate crackles with electricity and rumbling energy. The area is cordoned off and heavily guarded, with agents overseeing the sealed structure. Inside the control room, officials note they have just over 4 days until a deadline and ask for countermeasures. They decide their only option is to issue an emergency mobilization order for a dungeon with level 40 restriction and 10-player limit. One official wearily asks about casualties and is told that 4 entire teams have been wiped out. Shocked, he exclaims that 40 men were annihilated without even escaping. Another explains that this is why they know almost nothing about the dungeon and why no one wants to enter again. The superior slams the desk, furious that a level 20 dungeon has escalated into such a problem. He demands to know how such a low-level, unrestricted dungeon could become this serious. He then asks where the fallen teams came from. The answer is that they belong to 4 of the nation's top 10 corporate groups, and he asks if any awakened individuals particularly stood out. Hearing that none did, the superior is dismayed. Looking at the raging portal, he laments why the world is doing this to them. A brief flash of white suggests the severity of the situation. Orders go out from the control center as helicopters fly toward the dungeon. Someone asks which company will receive the emergency mobilization order, and notes that a group can refuse if the dungeon is considered suicidal. An official suggests contacting the Junga group. The superior reacts in surprise and recalls who Junga is. The subordinate clarifies he means the current Rising Star hunter who soloed level 80 monsters. The superior remembers the hunter, Jichiak, from videos and wonders if he can solve this mess. Deciding to try, he commands that the order be issued immediately. The ominous portal continues crackling as they prepare. The superior quietly hopes Junga Group will manage to resolve the crisis. Moments later, a notification sounds on a console in the control room. One of the officials checks his phone. The message from Junga Group states that they would like Young Jihan to participate. A close-up of his mouth suggests he is about to respond. The narrative briefly returns to the dangerous portal. The next day, Jichiak and another hunter arrive at a vast ranch. They confirm the location matches Jihan's directions and are amazed by the ranch's size. Narration explains that the monster wave crisis first threatened food supplies, prompting rapid development of AI-driven agriculture like the drones hovering over the fields. One of the men notes those drones use Young Biga's licensed technology and wonders how much she earns from patents. Jichiak replies that agricultural drones are indispensable, so her income must be huge. When his phone vibrates, he checks and remarks that he has received an emergency alert message. His companion reads that a dungeon break has occurred and that hunters are being gathered to respond. Jichiak confirms the news is everywhere. He notes that similar incidents are happening worldwide and causing great damage. They deduce the events stem from global dungeon expansion. Jichiak says that what they experienced in the bioluminescent mushroom forest is now happening across the globe. He predicts the situation will soon grow so severe that even governments will be unable to control it. His friend nervously concludes that this development is a disaster. Someone approaches and greets them, saying he sees they have arrived. The white-haired ranch owner steps up and praises them for finding the place without getting lost. He cheerfully welcomes them to his ranch. Jichiak and his friend are shocked to learn the enormous property belongs entirely to him. He casually says the drones handle the work and invites them inside where everyone else awaits. When asked who everyone is, he confirms it means the entire party from the previous mushroom dungeon and hints the meeting concerns their next dungeon. The 3 head into a log building where the party is assembled. Inside, a bespectacled man greets Jichiak politely. He informs the group that a level-restricted dungeon has appeared and the government wants them to deal with it. He explains that because of the restrictions, the authorities sought a highly skilled but relatively low-level team and chose them, then directs them to review the provided documents. The team members silently read through the dossiers. The information reveals a 10-player cap, level 40 restriction, and an expected difficulty labeled impossible. One teammate notes that the government's so-called request is actually an order justified by hunters' duty to protect people, though substantial rewards are promised. When asked about compensation, the leader says the payment will be tripled from the usual amount. He adds that they are also promised 10 years of complete tax exemption and relief from the obligation to report their weapons, astonishing the room. Jichiak thinks this is an incredible offer. Narration explains that full tax exemption also removes the state's main means of tracking hunters' activities, making the concession a major governmental decision. Further narration notes that waiving weapon reporting rules frees hunters from national surveillance and effectively lets them operate however they wish if they succeed. Jichiak reflects that such rewards imply the mission's danger is beyond imagination and that ordinary parties could never clear it. The leader points out that Jichiak's solo defeat of level 80 monsters deeply impressed officials, and as the team star he is attracting growing attention they should all celebrate. The white-haired ranch owner enthusiastically agrees. A system message states that Young Jihan and the other team members sincerely praise Jichiak. Another teammate reinforces the compliments, saying the praise is justified. The system shows Jichiak receives 12 additional likes from this praise. The leader cautions that what he will say next is confidential and must not leak. He reveals that future government commissions they receive will become progressively harder to clear. The ranch owner asks why that is so. The leader explains that someone who wants him dead will continually manipulate events behind the scenes to bring about his downfall. The team sits tensely around the table, sweating in nervous silence. The other two teammates also look anxious, sensing something serious. Jichiak recalls Jihan saying he chose only trustworthy people and promising that soon they will freely choose missions if they keep faith and stay with him. The White Fox explains that Jihan plans to finish the successor struggle before then, knows who is tied to the government, and predicts an internal war in Junga Group. Jichiak worries that this coming war might involve real casualties. The bespectacled man states that though Jihan treats his master well, he is fundamentally cold and ruthless. He adds that Jihan is suppressing his feelings now but will undoubtedly seek revenge later. The Fox's handler narrows his eyes, taking this assessment seriously. 2 days later at Yodo Station in Seoul, a huge dark purple vortex dungeon has appeared. The narration identifies the vortex as the location of a dungeon break. At the site, the leader finishes a final inspection of his squad in front of the dungeon. He tells them they will enter now and that he will direct their actions just like during training. The squad approaches the swirling gate as the ground rumbles around it. Jichiak steps into the ominous purple portal. The group emerges from the portal into a vast ornate interior space. Shielding his eyes from intense light, the leader checks if everyone is okay. The others answer that they are fine. The leader says he will soon brief them fully and for now orders a quick reconnaissance. The team fans out at a run, Jichiak acknowledging the order. The white-haired boy runs ahead with the others, grimly focused. From above, the group spreads out around a massive central pillar inside the dungeon. They regroup before an enormous decorated door while the leader watches carefully. A glowing interface appears before Jichiak, drawing his attention. The system informs him that they have entered a special dungeon. Another message says GodTube streaming is disabled here, and Jichiak complains about being unable to broadcast. The Fox explains that some dungeons impose special conditions. It elaborates that one such condition is the complete loss of contact with the outside world, which Jichiak vaguely remembers hearing about. Jichiak sums it up as a mysterious hunter's graveyard, and the Fox confirms this grim reputation. The muscular woman chews on a snack and grumbles that shrine-type dungeons always give her trouble. A teammate remarks that this place does indeed resemble a shrine-type dungeon at first glance. Curious, the younger man asks Jichiak what exactly a shrine-type dungeon is. Jichiak explains it is a temple devoted to a deity that has been entirely transformed into a dungeon. He adds that such places are tricky because enemies can draw on their god's power, meaning they may have to fight empowered priests. Jichiak continues that shrine monsters are deity-created beings smarter and more malicious than usual and capable of mental interference, which could explain why previous hunters were trapped here. He notes that the dungeon's level cap is 40, roughly twice the difficulty of the mushroom dungeon they cleared before. Hearing this, the younger teammate gulps nervously. The leader announces that this is the temple of the obscure god called the One Who Defies Death, and that somewhere on Earth someone likely wields this deity's power. He explains that gods attempt to interfere with humanity and the world. Since some unknown rule prevents direct intervention, gods instead create dungeons as footholds for their influence. A teammate protests that people should be warned and wonders why gods do this, but the leader says the information is classified. He clarifies that only top hunters and select government officials know about this secret. The others fall silent, digesting the weight of what they have heard. One teammate questions how the leader knows this dungeon so well if this is his first time inside. Jichiak internally admits he has been wondering the same thing. The leader says he has his own ways of obtaining intel, including trading with gods for information. The team stares at him from a distance, surprised by this revelation. Jichiak and his friend whisper in awe that their leader actually negotiates with gods. Jichiak remembers rumors that using the Hunter store lets people communicate with gods and wonders if his own Thumbs Up store has similar potential, resolving to investigate later. The leader notes he hid this fact outside the dungeon to keep it secret. He designates their current location as the safe starting point and prepares to brief everyone fully here. He formally introduces the dungeon name again, Temple of the One Who Defies Death, and explains that in it the undead can wield divine power. The team reacts with shock, pointing out that undead are usually mere corpses like zombies or skeletons. The white-haired boy protests that such creatures being sacred contradicts everything they know. Jichiak points out that divine power is normally the undead's weakness, so he wonders how they can fight enemies who also use it. The leader explains that some deities control the power of the dead and grant their undead followers divine abilities. He says this lethal combination is why no previous party has left this dungeon alive. The strong woman mutters that their foes must be terrifyingly powerful. The leader agrees and informs them that at least 3 enemy types will appear in this dungeon. He identifies one type visually as the undead paladin. He adds that the others are undead priests and undead temple soldiers. Back with the team, he reassures them that the regular temple soldiers at least cannot use divine power. The white-haired boy realizes that only the paladin and priest have holy-style skills, functioning like living classes. The leader confirms this but warns they may still have unique quirks, so everyone must stay cautious while exploring. Jichiak and his friends summarize grimly that they are about to fight dangerous corpse enemies in a cult-like temple, even more hazardous than they expected. The leader starts to describe how the dungeon normally has 7 key opponents. Hannah suddenly stops the group, urgently calling for them to wait. She asks if anyone else hears an eerie sound echoing through the dark corridor. A faint, indistinct chant grows louder from within the darkness. The chanting becomes clear, repeating the word peace as figures appear at the end of the hall. Armored footsteps and clanking weapons approach in rhythm with the sound. A squad of undead soldiers marches forward chanting about bringing death that will bring peace. A close-up of the glowing-eyed leader of the undead finishes the mantra, promising peace to their victims. Hearing the noise and feeling vibrations, the team instinctively turns and shouts in shock. The white-haired boy protests that they should not be attacked at the dungeon's starting point, while the leader urges everyone to stay calm and observe. The leader orders Hannah to report what she sees and tells everyone else to draw weapons and ready for combat. Hannah moves into position and activates her eye ability, light flashing as she focuses down the corridor. Her vision reveals a group of armored undead marching steadily toward them. She counts 7 enemies in total as they advance into view. She specifies that 5 are spear and shield undead soldiers. She identifies the heavily armored swordsman at the front as an undead paladin. She then points out the robed staff-wielding figure behind them as an undead priest. Jichiak watches their advance nervously, thinking about how threatening they already look. He steels himself, noting that these foes are unlike previous monsters and that they are in for a grueling team battle. Jichiak mentally calls out to Jihan, asking for tactical instructions. Jihan immediately commands the frontliners to advance, tells Jibiak to stall the enemies, and orders Song Guang to prepare buffs and healing. Song Guang responds affirmatively as he rushes forward. The muscular woman prepares herself excitedly, acknowledging that she will be the first to engage. Song Guang begins an unusual prayer to the apostle of the noble cow, invoking its milk and flesh to aid humanity. As the woman dashes in, he concludes the prayer by asking for strength to overcome this trial. Song Guang channels pinkish divine energy around his arms, finishing the buff. Waves of that energy surge outward. The empowered woman roars forward as a ghostly bull-like figure appears, reinforcing her with divine might. She grins, feeling the boost in power. She charges at the undead, screaming as she launches a devastating ground punch. Her strike hits with a loud impact. The blow raises a huge stone wall between the party and the undead, and she taunts them that they will not get through. Meanwhile, the undead continue their ominous phrase about death bringing peace. The undead paladin steps around the side of the wall as the chant finishes with peace to you. The woman sees cracks forming where she punched and realizes the barrier is failing. Bright light explodes outward as the wall shatters. The collapsing stone erupts into fragments and dust. Debris flies everywhere, propelled by the explosion. The woman curses that the wall broke so easily, and Jihan orders her to keep creating more barriers to delay the enemy's advance. Jihan then shouts for everyone's attention, announcing that aggro-type skills are disabled in this dungeon. The woman grumbles that this explains why her attempts to draw their focus failed. Hannah is surprised, thinking such restrictions only applied in higher-level dungeons. Jihan says he will explain later and tells everyone to brace for incoming attacks. Jichiak confirms that they cannot generate aggro here, and the fox reasons that this is due to the dungeon's special nature. The fox clarifies that aggression skills rely on psychic or secret arts, and that certain creatures can block them entirely. It adds that such counters normally appear only in level 4+ dungeons, while Jichiak notes newer dungeons seem to house much stronger monsters. The fox urges Jichiak to focus on the battle as Jibiak's stone walls begin collapsing, and Jichiak agrees to concentrate on finishing their task. On the front line, the muscular woman blocks the paladin's glowing sword strike with her empowered fist. She counters with another heavy punch against the blade. Despite her efforts, the undead paladin's follow-up slash lands, knocking her back in pain. She realizes the holy power in his sword is stronger than expected, enough to hurt even through her reinforced fists. Still, she notes that her walls have not been totally destroyed and have at least slowed the enemy's progress. As she braces herself, allies call out that they are covering her back. Song Guang controls a flock of glowing birds for support. Hannah readies her firearm to start shooting. Jichiak's friend dual-wields enchanted pistols, firing repeatedly at the advancing undead. Bullets and energy projectiles rain down toward the undead ranks while the frontliner repositions. The undead soldiers' shields and armor absorb the hits with metallic clangs. The impacts leave only shallow dents rather than real damage. The volleys streak past as the undead continue marching. A close-up shows one undead soldier glaring with undisturbed glowing eyes behind his shield. Their eerie chant concludes that the living must accept their end. Jichiak complains that the undead's murmured lines are unnerving as his guns hiss with spent smoke. The undead paladin glances down, noticing minimal damage and reacting with surprise. Jichiak exclaims that none of their attacks are having any real effect. He and Hannah suddenly hear an approaching engine sound and realize what it might be. A throttle twists as a motorcycle engine roars to life. Jichiak rides his buff bike forward wreathed in blue flame-like energy, shouting for everyone to clear his path. He speeds directly toward the undead formation, flames trailing behind. Accelerating even more, he declares that it is time to really start the fight. He grips the handlebar tightly, preparing a special maneuver. The bike's rear wheel spins up with added energy. Jichiak invokes his skill backspin blow. He skids the bike sideways right in front of the undead line, setting up the attack. The spinning rear wheel screeches against the paladin, grinding into his chest plate. The impact sends the undead paladin flying backward through the air. System messages appear telling the amazed teammates that all hunters are impressed by Jichiak's moves and that he has earned 10 thumbs up. Jichiak halts the motorcycle and proudly assumes his attack has taught the undead a painful lesson. However, the front undead only show a dented breastplate, leaving Jichiak stunned that such a dramatic strike barely harmed them. The undead paladin and priest begin channeling purple divine energy, proclaiming that death has been bestowed upon their foes. Song Guang realizes that the priest in the rear is bolstering them and cries out in alarm. He explains that the enemies are protected by a divine shield, rendering normal attacks ineffective. Jihan orders everyone to fall back. He tells them not to treat this like a standard raid but to fight as if facing human opponents, and to apply the special training they have undergone. One of the brothers worries aloud because he and his sibling never received that advanced training. Meanwhile, the undead soldiers continue their relentless approach, glowing eyes fixed on the team. An armored undead creature with glowing eyes roars furiously. The team clashes with charging undead soldiers while one member rushes forward with determination. The female fighter in red darts swiftly through the battlefield. Two ranged teammates ready and fire their energy attacks. Amid the chaotic melee, a strategist yells that fighting like this is pointless and orders Jichiak to go for the priest. Jichiak spots the robed undead priest standing ahead and realizes he is the key target. Someone thinks that Chiak Liang is probably the best one to deal with the priest. Jichiak calls on Chiak Liang and commands him to attack. The spirit fox Chiak Liang answers obediently and hurtles toward the enemies in a streak of light. Chiak Liang smashes through the frontline undead soldiers with his blazing charge. The fox focuses intensely as it drives its attack home. The priest begins chanting ominously and gathering dark power with his staff. Power swells in the priest's eye as he continues the incantation. A devastating beam of energy blasts out, tearing through the undead ranks. A teammate marvels in disbelief at how strong Chiak Liang is. They add that Chiak Liang fights better than many professional hunters. Chiak Liang barrels through more undead, tearing them apart in a blur. The fox's strike punches cleanly through an armored enemy. Chiak Liang howls triumphantly after the assault. Jichiak praises the fox's work and rushes in, promising to finish the rest. He declares he will not be satisfied until he has broken the enemy's limbs. Jichiak blitzes past the priest, slicing him multiple times in a single motion. The priest's staff is cut in half by Jichiak's sword strike. From behind, Chiak Liang warns his master that more soldiers are approaching. Another wave of undead spear soldiers charges toward them. Jichiak, eager to prove his training, resolves to use the martial arts skills he has worked so hard on as he dives into the next clash. One of the armored undead braces behind its shield as sword arcs close in. Jichiak's blows hammer the shield in a ringing clash. He whirls through the crowd, slashing down multiple undead in one sweeping attack. Observing the change, Jichiak notes that with the priest eliminated, the enemy's defense has become weak. He continues cutting through another undead soldier with a swift slice. Seeing how the battle is turning, a teammate thinks they will wipe out the remaining enemies quickly at this pace. The woman in red delivers a powerful punch that floors an undead opponent. The archer and gunner steel themselves and keep firing, urging everyone to hang on. The white-haired boy unleashes his summoned spirits in all directions. Shadows of those spirits streak across the air as they spread out. After the fighting, someone looks over the carnage and laments how brutal this temple is even at the very beginning. Two teammates discuss that now they understand why previous parties left no survivors and admit that even their strong team could be in danger if tougher waves appear. The team leader acknowledges their worries. He explains that despite the risk, he accepted this mission because the dungeon has already killed many and cannot be ignored. He adds that the government cannot allow the situation to reach a dungeon break. He asks the party to accept that this is a special case but reassures them that, based on his intel, the dungeon should still be clearable. One teammate agrees they should not lose hope and says they must trust the leader and do their best. The muscular brother says he is fine with anything as long as he can protect his sibling. An observing voice comments sarcastically on how touching that sentiment is. The leader then tells everyone to prepare for the next battle, assigning Jichiak to scout ahead while the others hold a strong point. Surprised, Jichiak reacts nervously to being chosen as the scout. Jichiak and Chiak Liang move alone down a hallway lined with the remains of defeated undead. Exhausted, Jichiak complains about how endlessly long this hall is and says he is sick of fighting skeletons. He grumbles that the undead feel unrewarding enemies since they show no emotion or appreciation when defeated. He notes to himself that he and undead creatures are not exactly a good match. Chiak Liang informs Jichiak that his mono bike cannot be resummoned yet, so Jichiak admits he overused it and resigns himself to more walking. Suddenly Chiak Liang reacts in alarm, sensing something. The fox reports a massive concentration of divine energy up ahead, prompting Jichiak to ask how great it is. In the darkness, many eerie red lights begin to appear along with clanking sounds. A tightly packed formation of skeletal soldiers with glowing eyes is revealed. The undead army marches forward, weapons rattling as they advance. Chiak Liang estimates there are hundreds of enemies, making Jichiak shiver and want to retreat. As they fall back, Chiak Liang remarks that this dungeon is anything but ordinary, and Jichiak agrees. While fleeing, Jichiak realizes the rest of the team has vanished and wonders where they went. Confused, he observes that the path has been straight with nowhere to hide, so he cannot see how they disappeared. A teammate calls down from an overhead passage, relieved that Jichiak returned unharmed. Jichiak asks why the boy is up there, and is told to climb up and see for himself. A rope drops, and Jichiak climbs into the hidden upper passage. As he ascends, he internally questions what kind of bizarre place this temple is. The white-haired boy hauls Jichiak into the passageway. Once inside, Jichiak looks up in surprise at what he sees. The rest of the team greets him happily, asking if he is alright and noting how large the passage is. Jichiak confirms he is fine and asks how they discovered this spot. The answer is that their president led them here. Realizing this, someone mutters that this must be Jihan's handiwork again. The leader asks Jichiak if there is anything important to report from his scouting. Jichiak warns that hundreds of undead soldiers are marching toward their location, and says he rushed back because he thought there was nowhere to hide, only to learn such shelters do exist but are highly concealed. Jichiak concludes that dungeons are designed with a way to clear them, which he now understands. The leader agrees and explains that although the world is in an apocalypse, godlike beings enforce rules and slow the end, a commonly known story. Jichiak reflects that he has heard that tale many times before. He recalls the ultimate rule that every dungeon must contain a method for being cleared, presumably established by the gods. The leader apologizes for not sharing all information earlier, saying he had to be wary of awakened who can trace voices. Jichiak echoes the idea of tracing voices in surprise. The leader elaborates that such people can remotely eavesdrop by following conversations. He adds that these spies can listen in from any time and place, and admits that many are specifically spying on him. A teammate exclaims how outrageous that ability is and curses those eavesdroppers. Jichiak thinks that Jibiak probably already knew about such power because of their family inheritance disputes, recalling a past murder case tied to similar conflicts. Meanwhile, the sound of armored footsteps echoes as another undead column approaches. A large regiment of skeleton soldiers marches in formation, prompting someone to ask what they should do next. The leader admits the situation is diverging from the intel he received, which had said they would not be attacked until past the starting point. Questioned if a god's information could be wrong, he clarifies the data itself is accurate but circumstances can change afterward, meaning the new development is bad news for them. Jichiak and his brother react tensely, swallowing nervously. The two women also grimace as they realize how dire things are. The leader reveals that the dungeon's original theme revolves around stealthy intrusion. He reminds them that some special dungeons have themes and that the earlier shrine of the scaled demon Jichiak visited was one such example. Jichiak repeats the shrine's name in surprise. He recalls the demonic statue there that demanded an offering from him. The narrative suggests that dungeon's theme was likely deception, since the demon tried to trick the party. The leader explains that they were supposed to move through secret temple passages to avoid enemies and reach the boss room. Instead, their foes were lying in wait as soon as they entered, and now will stop at nothing to hunt them down. He notes further that an entire army is marching along the main corridor, contradicting what the gods had described. The scene focuses on a single undead soldier's glowing eyes, emphasizing the threat. A system message appears, revealing a quest titled Temple of the One Who Defies Death, instructing them to thwart the death-defying deity's plans and destroy the temple for major rewards. Jichiak announces that they have just received a quest, and the others wonder why it only triggered now instead of when they first entered. They notice that the quest's difficulty is labeled Level 2 Extreme. Another teammate remarks that the advanced skill coupon reward is valuable, making the quest lucrative. Jichiak notes that earning a bonus requires 10,000 thumbs up and concludes from the generous rewards that this quest will be extraordinary. Someone summarizes that the dungeon is extreme because they must sneak around without being caught, and even had to unlock the quest by first learning enough about the place, leaving their knees trembling. Jichiak agrees to himself that this mission will not be easy. A sudden rattling sound alerts the white-haired boy, who looks around sharply. He stammers that the undead army must have arrived. Another teammate volunteers to check the situation outside. Outside, the vast undead army marches, interspersed with several priests. The soldiers mutter among themselves as they continue the advance. Up in the passage, the white-haired boy jokes that, strong as the undead are, they will not be able to fly up into this tunnel. Jichiak silently studies the situation, thinking. Below, the undead notice something and look upward toward the high passage. They are ordered to search above and quickly spot the party's position. A priest in the ranks reacts and begins to chant in response. Power flares in the priest's glowing eyes as the spell intensifies. The priest raises his staff, which radiates a dark purple vortex of energy. He proclaims that death will be with them as he completes the curse. Purple miasma spills over the assembled soldiers. The cloud of energy spreads and envelopes the entire army. The undead glow with the purple light as it fully takes hold. Watching from above, Jichiak and his companion realize the priest has cast a spell that puts all undead under the influence of that light. The spell forces the skeletal bodies to crack, snap, and pop as they violently deform. Jichiak and the boy stare down at the writhing mass, horrified and asking what it is. The fused pile of corpses grows into a towering, grotesque structure as someone screams. The The boy shouts that the undead are merging into a single entity. Jichiak stares wide-eyed as he processes what is happening. The merged mass finishes shaping itself into a gigantic serpentine body that begins slithering up the wall. The boy cries out that the fused undead have become a giant snake. Observing its rapid ascent, he warns it will reach them soon and also serve as a ladder for the rest of the army. Jichiak realizes that doing nothing will only worsen their predicament, and desperately wonders if there is a way to wipe out all the enemies at once. Jiak Liang urgently tells his master that he must draw an alchemic circle immediately. Jichiak repeats the term in surprise, questioning what an alchemic circle is. A glowing magical circle appears, and Jiak Liang affirms that this pattern should work. The others peer down in amazement at the newly drawn circle. Jichiak explains that it is a magic circle used by alchemists, surprising his teammates with a skill they did not know he had. Standing around the circle with Jichiak's summoned motorcycle in its center, he modestly says he once learned alchemy and picked up how to draw it. The leader and the others react with stunned, awkward admiration. Asked about the strange bike, Jichiak answers that its cooldown ended, so he resummoned his monobike. He then tells the group they will channel their respective skills into his bike. Jichiak reveals his plan that the empowered bike will function as a bomb they can drop on the enemy mass. The others exclaim in shock at the idea of turning the bike into a bomb. The leader looks on thoughtfully, apparently accepting the bold plan. Meanwhile, the undead snake continues climbing the wall toward them. Jichiak and his teammates kneel at the circle, pouring their powers into it as part of the plan. Energy streams from their hands into the glowing lines of the alchemic circle. The infused powers swirl around the monobike, though at first they remain separate rather than fully unified. Only after Muchiak activates his script called integration do all of their energies truly fuse together. Jichiak stands at the center, calmly letting the combined powers flow through and around him. At his command they trigger the alchemic circle. Jichiak slams his empowered hands down into the circle, unleashing the gathered multicolored energy. Jichiak steels himself, eyes blazing with determination. He commands the three powers to fuse under his will. The swirling energies erupt around the monobike with violent snaps and cracks. Narration explains that three distinct powers clash and whirl, eager to merge. The monobike's particles react to the skills and compress into a glowing sphere. A mass of bones and corpses begins writhing and rising toward the ceiling. The grotesque skeletal amalgam squirms, its eyes glowing ominously. The corpse mass slithers up toward the bright energy sphere overhead. The compressed sphere of light shines blindingly. Jichiak and his teammates brace themselves before the massive glowing ball. Jichiak focuses intently on what is happening. Several spheres of light rain down toward the advancing corpse mass. One of the bright orbs descends directly above the skeletal monster. The monster's skull glows as it faces the incoming light. Jichiak invokes a prayer for light to descend. A tremendous flash of holy light erupts. The corpse mass is engulfed as purifying light washes over it. The light intensifies into a radiant explosion, scattering fragments. Shock waves from the blast roar through the room, forcing everyone to shield themselves. Someone shouts that they must quickly block the entrance. Teammates rush forward, one calling on walls to protect and save them. Other allies deploy weakening traps and script magic barriers to contain the blast. A bespectacled teammate watches in alarm at the unfolding events. Someone orders everything to stop. Jichiak yells as power continues to surge. The blinding energy crackles uncontrollably. Jichiak channels the fused power into his weapon, activating Mono Blade. The energy detonates again, rumbling and shaking the dungeon. Teammates endure the final shock wave with arms raised defensively. Jichiak also withstands the blast, eyes closed against the light. When the light fades, only broken stone and debris are left on the floor. The ruined floor is shown from another angle, emphasizing the destruction. Exhausted teammates lie scattered among the rubble, coughing. One teammate gasps in relief that they have survived. Another, trembling, mutters a prayer in shock at the ordeal. The muscular teammate remarks how long it has been since she exerted herself this hard. Jichiak leans tiredly against a pillar to catch his breath. Grinning, Jichiak calls the others' attention to something. Someone exclaims that their plan worked and all the enemies are gone. Teammates excitedly realize they have leveled up several times from the battle. System windows inform Jichiak that he has attracted the attention of the gods and gained 5,000 thumbs up. More windows stack up, notifying him of 8,000 and 10,000 additional thumbs up. Awestruck, Jichiak notes he keeps receiving more thumbs up and that many gods are watching him. A detailed window describes the legendary title, the one acknowledged by 100 gods, which boosts sponsorships and thumbs up gain. Another window confirms he has obtained this title. Jichiak marvels that his thumbs up income will now increase by 10% and calls himself lucky. He checks his total, seeing over 400,000 thumbs up accumulated. Visualized notifications show numerous gods sending him more thumbs up. A huge notification states that the one who defies death has just sent him 100,000 thumbs up, the largest amount yet. A new message says that this same deity has activated the power of the temple. Jichiak is suddenly surrounded by strange energy, and wonders about this god who defies death. He deduces that the owner of the temple is the one who sent him the massive thumbs up. As power coils around him, he questions what it means for the deity to use its power, and what is happening to his body. Jichiak cries out as more energy rushes into him. Purple and blue energies swirl violently, obscuring his body. A window announces that the one who defies death has invited him. A spectral version of Jichiak appears, eyes glowing, as he is drawn into the god's domain. Time in the temple freezes. Jichiak alone remains able to move as his companions stand still. Two frozen teammates stare ahead, locked in mid-motion before translucent screens. One teammate, still conscious, panics that everything around him has stopped. Jichiak notices that the world's colors have drained away along with the time freeze. Examining his own body, he observes that he alone seems unaffected. His eyes widen as something more occurs. A booming, otherworldly voice greets him as immortal. Overwhelmed by the telepathic voice, Jichiak clutches his head in pain and confusion. The voice declares its presence as light and energy swirl through the frozen space. Jichiak describes the voice as an astonishing sound that reverberates through everything. Narration explains that this is a spiritual sound that penetrates every part of his being, down to his soul. His hand trembles and his eye widens in terrified awe. He recalls stories from hunters about beings that are neither human nor ordinary creatures. Realizing what it must be, he stares ahead tensely. Jichiak concludes in shock that the presence before him is a god. The god of the temple manifests through the obelisk, standing before Jichiak. Jichiak laughs in disbelief, amazed that he is actually facing a god. He reassures himself that gods cannot directly harm humans, so there is no need to panic. The deity's voice declares that it has come to him personally. It states that, because of Jichiak's exceptional performance, it wishes to make him an offer. Jichiak had expected some kind of proposal, and steels himself to hear it. He humbly kneels, saying he is honored to meet the great being and eager to hear its offer. He watches the obelisk intently, awaiting the deity's reply. The god commands Jichiak to become its subject so that he may defy death. A system prompt clarifies that the one who defies death wants to appoint him as its apostle and asks if he will accept. Jichiak is stunned by the prospect of becoming an apostle. He realizes that being an apostle would let him wield the god's power directly, something most top hunters benefit from, and considers it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yet he hesitates, doubting whether he can trust a deity he has never heard of. He remembers being chosen by some unknown god to be a GodTube influencer. He muses that this earlier selection might already make him that god's subject. A warning window appears, saying that if he accepts he will lose the influencer role and gain a new occupation. Another warning explains that his thumbs up store will close and be replaced by an occupation store. The system begins loading information about this potential new job. A detailed description of the legendary occupation, Apostle of the One Who Defies Death, appears, listing immortality and power over the undead as its abilities. Jichiak is floored, realizing that as long as the god does not abandon him, he effectively cannot die. He questions how overwhelmingly strong this occupation seems. Holding his head, he worries because his advisor Chiak Liang was unsummoned in the earlier explosion and cannot help him decide. Jichiak stares sharply, thinking things through. Reflecting on his experiences, he admits he already likes his current GodTube influencer occupation. He reasons that GodTube has huge potential and that, while immortality is tempting, it may not be worth giving that up. A voice advises him to decline, and Jichiak prepares to follow that advice. Before he can respond, he is distracted by something approaching. His bespectacled teammate walks toward him, surprised that Jichiak can move while time is frozen. The teammate asks in disbelief how Jichiak is able to move at all. The bespectacled hunter studies Jichiak seriously. He reveals he had not intended to show his true power so early, but explains that his time-related abilities are special and suited to this crisis, while Jichiak wonders what he means. The deity's voice addresses all mortals in the temple. It declares that fate has brought them to it as well and commands them all to become its subjects. Jichiak panics, protesting that he has not given his answer yet. The system announces that the god is forcefully bestowing its power upon him as purple energy engulfs his body. Jichiak is shocked that the deity is trying to force the power onto him. Tendrils of divine energy coil up his legs as his teammate shouts his name in alarm. The bespectacled hunter glares, preparing to act. He declares his refusal of the god's will and decides to rewind time. Bright clock-like symbols appear as time power wraps around Jichiak's energy-bound leg. Jichiak is pulled back through flowing time energy as the clock runes tick around him. While tumbling in reverse time, someone marvels that the teammate actually managed to reject a god's power. The time user says that detail is unimportant, and that they must ready themselves for battle now that the god is enraged. Time snaps back to the moment before the forced contract, and both realize they have returned, preparing to fight. The deity, amused yet angered, remarks that they dare defy it. It roars that such defiance is happening inside its own temple. Jichiak charges with twin blades as the god swears it will turn them both into its apostles. The time hunter dashes forward, readying his own attack. Channeling temporal power, he forges a sword from the essence of causality. The sword of Kronos, belonging to the god of time, materializes in his hand. Jichiak realizes his ally is creating, not summoning, a divine sword. The time hunter exhales, focusing his resolve. He shouts for focus as the enraged deity begins to move again. Jichiak and his ally stand side by side in battle stances as dark tendrils surge toward them. Jichiak cries out in pain and confusion, asking what the ominous energy is. He watches in horror as the dark mass reshapes itself into a humanoid figure. A grotesque, powerful-looking faceless avatar of the god finishes forming, radiating menace. The avatar commands the living beings to come to it. It raises a hand, summoning a brilliant purple orb while calling something forth. Jichiak stares, eyes wide with terror. The divine avatar lashes out with swirling purple energy, as Jichiak leaps toward it with his blades. The god's energy slams into Jichiak, enveloping him. As tendrils wrap around his limbs, Jichiak wonders what kind of attack is draining him. He screams as lightning-laced tendrils constrict him, filling his body with agonizing pain. Narration describes how it feels as if his entire body is burning. His time-wielding teammate shouts Jichiak's name in alarm. Jichiak feels his energy being siphoned away and realizes the tendrils are sucking his life force. From above, we see the deity's avatar draining Jichiak while the Time Hunter prepares a counterattack. The Time Hunter swings his sword at the draining tendrils. His blade slices through the god's energy, severing a portion cleanly. Freed, Jichiak howls and retaliates with his own desperate slash. He notices in surprise that the attack suddenly stops. They both see that where Jichiak's sword struck, the purple mass has turned into a pitch-black, starry void. The Time Hunter observes that Jichiak's strike has literally sliced open a void. The godly avatar, stunned, mutters in confusion, wondering what just happened. Panting, the Time Hunter looks on warily. Jichiak, still gripping his sword, gasps for breath after the exchange. A system notification flags a system error while someone wonders how Jichiak managed to sever a god's power. A divine authority forcibly intervenes, causing the godlike being to contort in pain and shout at the mortal. The god demands to know how the mortal severed this dimension. The system announces that time manipulation has been detected as the god writhes. The god remarks in disappointment but hints there is more to come. Declaring they will meet again, the god compresses itself into a glowing sphere. Jichiak's teammate exclaims that the god's body is twisting into a ball. The compressed god erupts with violent energy. The resulting blast engulfs the area and silhouettes the combatants. Someone cries out in pain amid the blinding explosion. The dimension collapses in a massive flash of light. Back in the normal hall, Jihan compliments the exhausted Jichiak for enduring until the end. Jichiak, still shaken, asks Jihan if he had known this outcome in advance. Jihan explains that although gods are powerful, the dungeon system is formed by multiple gods' combined power. He reminds Jichiak that gods cannot directly influence humans without special conditions, which Jichiak had only read about before. Jichiak admits he was terrified, thinking he could have become that god's enslaved apostle if things went wrong. As the warp space peels away from the corridor, someone notices the surroundings changing back. The remaining examiners see reality restored and comment that everything is returning to normal. Other participants stare at their holographic screens, registering the dungeon's end. The hunters marvel that the dungeon was extremely dangerous but the rewards are incredible, and they enthusiastically agree. Jihan hushes Jichiak and suggests they hide the truth of what happened from the others. Jichiak silently agrees with a knowing nod. The system announces that the dungeon is cleared and begins calculating each participant's contribution. A special notice states that Jung Jihan and Jichiak will receive extra compensation for punishing the entity known as the one who defies death. Another notice declares a hidden quest cleared and starts loading additional rewards. Jichiak sees he has taken first place with millions of points and multiple random unique rewards, feeling overwhelmed by the flood of messages. His teammates stare at the rain of rewards and ask what is going on. They wonder if they somehow cleared the dungeon, guessing the boss may have died in the explosion. One of them questions whether a dungeon boss can even leave its room like that. Walking away, Jihan answers that in such an unusual dungeon almost anything is possible. Jichiak suspects the boss's death and the god's appearance are closely connected. He further speculates that the boss might have been destroyed in the earlier blast, prompting the god's intervention. The other hunters look at one another, trying to process what happened. Their expressions show mixed surprise and respect as they think back on the battle. Jihan reflects quietly that he has now personally confronted a god. Jichiak also recalls the encounter, his determination deepening. As the portal home opens, he thinks about how he has now witnessed Jihan's extraordinary abilities. Later, Jichiak turns away, still pondering everything that occurred. With a renewed gaze, he resolves to move forward. He feels as if an entirely new horizon of possibilities has opened before him. The narrative shifts to the outskirts of Seoul. Inside a luxurious presidential suite at a hotel, the next scene is set. After safely escaping the dungeon, Jichiak and his team rest at the upscale hotel Jihan arranged. Jichiak receives a legendary title for being the first to conquer a special dungeon with 0 casualties, which increases future dungeon rewards. He is amazed by the title's power and wonders why it appeared only now. Reading the description, he notes that it boosts his dungeon rewards but wishes the effect were explained more clearly. Jiak Liang, his fox-like advisor, appears and politely asks if Jichiak has rested enough. Jichiak says he has, and Jiak Liang urges him to check the enormous number of thumbs up he has earned. When Jichiak opens the stats, he is stunned to see 123,478 likes accumulated. Delighted by the response, he smiles brightly at the screen. Jiak Liang asks to offer advice as his advisor, and Jichiak readily agrees. Narration explains that after checking his likes, Jichiak started purchasing new skills based on Jiak Liang's suggestions. Jiak Liang focuses intently on the system screen, reviewing possible skills. The advisor presents Jichiak with 2 growth paths, one granting quick strength and the other slower but unparalleled power. The system reveals a legendary skill called Angel of Justice who elevates honor, which summons an Angel of Justice. Another legendary skill, Spiritual Unity of Heaven and Earth, can merge all related martial arts into a single buff. Qiaoliang explains that the Angel skill summons a fighting angel, while Spiritual Unity is hard to master but can grant transcendent human abilities, prompting Jiqiaq to want both. Jiqiaq activates the rewards, and luminous skill books spiral around him. As energy pours into him, narration notes that the system upgrades and adds new magic skills to the catalog. More notifications chime as new abilities become available. The narration clarifies that instead of buying direct attack spells, Jiqiaq focuses on environmental control magic to fight more like a true mage, making his overall build more efficient. The story then moves to the Shinseong Group headquarters. In her office there, an overworked woman groans about the huge workload and collapses onto her desk. She thinks that if she were not a hunter she would already be bedridden from the stress and even considers quitting as heir of the conglomerate. She stares at her silent phone, brooding. Picking it up, she wonders why the streamer she follows has been so quiet lately and complains that she is tired of waiting for him. In her imagination, she scolds Jiqiaq for not turning on his camera and reassuring his fans after escaping the dungeon. She mentally shouts that he has been out of the dungeon for ages, so why has he not returned to streaming? Exhausted and distracted, she admits she can no longer concentrate on work. Still daydreaming, she pictures Jiqiaq and his team walking out of the dungeon. She berates him in her thoughts for always choosing the most dangerous dungeons instead of staying safe like other hunters. She worries that fans like her will lose their minds if he keeps risking his life so recklessly. Suddenly her phone buzzes with a notification that a subscribed channel has started a live stream. Overjoyed, she exclaims that he is finally back. She hurriedly clicks her mouse to open the stream. On screen, Jiqiaq greets the Thumbs Up Club and his viewers as he starts the broadcast. Watching from work, the woman is relieved to see he looks healthy and lightly grumbles about how long he took. Jiqiaq explains to viewers that he is doing a surprise live stream to make up for worrying them and apologizes for being too exhausted to stream the previous day. She types that his rest is more important and assures him that fans completely understand. As she scrolls, she is startled by the flood of hate comments mixed into the chat. On the stream, Jiqiaq says today's content will be drawing random unique skill rewards he earned from the dungeon and sharing the process with everyone. Viewers react in disbelief at the idea of revealing unique skills and debate whether showing them publicly might be controversial. Some urge him excitedly to proceed right away. Others spam that they cannot wait for him to start. Jiqiaq moves to the main topic, saying he prefers to get straight to the point just like his viewers. His dedicated fan is shocked that he plans to reveal all his random unique skills and wonders why he would do that. She reflects that exposing an awakened person's abilities can endanger them and even threaten national security, so she cannot understand his choice. Still pondering, she asks herself what Jiqiaq gains from releasing such sensitive information. Jiqiaq floats amid glowing skill books as she worries he might be doing this just to increase his popularity, and questions if he is really serious. Later, outside the hotel, someone asks Jiqiaq how his live stream went. Jiqiaq replies that it went very well and that he obtained fantastic new skills, prompting his friend to predict he will become overpowered. The friend reminds him about their 7 p.m. team dinner and tells him not to be late. Jiqiaq agrees. The friend waves goodbye and leaves Jiqiaq alone in his room. Jiqiaq looks at a newly acquired blue pendant called Segment of Illusion, excited to show it off as Qiaoliang describes its powerful illusion-creating properties. He marvels that he can now freely create illusions and Qiaoliang claims the artifact is strong enough to let him dominate the world. Jiqiaq notes with satisfaction that the skill costs no mana and judges it better than most abilities. He then asks Qiaoliang to summarize the skills he pulled during the live stream since he only had time to open the boxes while hosting. A description appears for Soul Telekinesis, a unique buff that fuses telekinesis with spiritual power into a transcendent ability. Jiqiaq is surprised by the mention of spiritual power, and Qiaoliang confirms the skill merges telekinesis with that force. The advisor explains that soul telekinesis enables both physical and spiritual attacks and can even generate a mysterious spiritual substance. When Jiqiaq asks what that substance is, Qiaoliang says that using spiritual power to communicate with spirits produces it. The narration elaborates that this unknown spiritual substance can itself become a skill, though its exact effects remain unclear. Since even Qiaoliang does not fully understand it, Jiqiaq decides the only way to learn more is to acquire the ability, and then asks what skill is next. The next screen details summon the indestructible toy, a unique magic that calls forth an unbreakable toy controlled by the user's will, which Jiqiaq quickly understands. Qiaoliang adds that Jiqiaq can freely choose the toy's type and size, so further explanation is unnecessary. The advisor concludes that Jiqiaq must obtain both new skills to grasp their potential and urges him to try them. Jiqiaq agrees and resolves to test the abilities. That evening at the hotel restaurant, the team gathers amid lively chatter. One teammate spots Jiqiaq arriving and calls him over. Jiqiaq greets everyone cheerfully, noting they are all early. Jihan welcomes him and suggests they eat first because he has much to discuss. During the meal, Jihan announces that the dungeon mission was a complete success. He explains that the government is pleased with their results, and that their ratings in multiple areas have gone up. The younger teammates react with excitement and curiosity. One woman hesitantly asks if it is safe to talk work matters so openly in public. Jihan assures her it is fine because the hotel is currently occupied only by personnel involved in the mission. Realizing this means he rented out the entire hotel, the others are impressed. Jicheok thinks to himself that for someone like Young Jihan, such extravagance is nothing. Jihan bows and says that although being first to clear the dungeon is great, the best accomplishment is that no one died, giving the credit to everyone present. Jicheok finds Jihan's humble attitude surprising compared with the media's image of him as an arrogant rich heir. Jihan then distributes documents, explaining that the government has sent them important materials. The team members begin reading the contents with serious faces. They learn that only 20 countries worldwide have managed to clear any dungeons at all. Shocked, they exclaim at how few nations have succeeded. Jihan elaborates that out of roughly 200 remaining countries, only 20 stopped their disasters and that Korea lost many teams before theirs. The team falls silent as they think about the heavy sacrifices involved. He adds that dungeon breaks have already occurred in every other country. These nations are now fighting wars against the monsters, with some barely holding on while a few have achieved limited victories. Jihan warns that land around dungeons is turning uninhabitable and, unless the dungeons are completely removed, more casualties are inevitable, especially among low-level hunters. He confirms Jicheok's grim conclusion that deaths will continue to mount. Jihan apologizes for the gloomy briefing but says it is necessary, then hints that the information is related to the offers they are about to receive. One teammate asks who exactly will be making such offers. Jicheok reasons aloud that as the first team in the world to clear that type of impossible dungeon without casualties, their global value has skyrocketed. He concludes internally that the whole world is now watching and trying to recruit them as hunters. The others excitedly ask if this is true and wonder what kind of offers they will get. Cautious, Jicheok reminds them that not every offer is good and that leveling too fast might lock them out of level-restricted dungeons. Jihan counters that they should not hold back their growth for that reason. He argues that they never know when or where dungeon breaks will happen and that higher-level dungeons grant better rewards, so they must keep leveling. He adds that if they do receive offers from various places, there is something important he wants them to keep in mind. Jicheok privately believes such offers will not be a problem for him personally. He reflects that even if his teammates out-level low-ranked dungeons and cannot enter them anymore, he will still be able to. He reminds himself that this is because he is permanently stuck at level 1. The scene transitions to a nighttime cityscape, signaling a new phase. Traffic flows under the city lights as the world goes about its business. Someone in a car reflects that the timeline has undoubtedly changed. Jihan, riding in the back seat, thinks about the many unexpected events and how the tutorial period seems to be ending years earlier than it should. He concludes that they are clearly experiencing some major abnormality. He foresees that as level-restricted dungeons become increasingly problematic, dungeon breaks will grow more frequent across the globe. He predicts that humanity will gradually lose the small safe territories it still holds. In his mind's eye, he recalls battles on vehicles and a lone rider, symbolizing ongoing desperate struggles. His grim reflection ends on the image of a ruined city, thinking about how everything ultimately collapsed in his previous future. Someone reflects that the crisis is arriving earlier than expected, and they thought they had more years to prepare. In a car, the driver notes his boss has not slept at all since returning from the dungeon. The boss is warned that even if his HP is full, lack of sleep will exhaust him mentally. He agrees but trails off while driving through traffic. The city skyline is shown as this ominous timing sinks in. He thinks that the precious tutorial period is almost over. He resolves that he must now catch up to the events already unfolding. He wonders if Jicheok is the only one who has properly used this preparation time. He recalls Jicheok's determined face. He thinks that Jicheok's growth rate is unimaginably fast. He pictures Jicheok fighting powerfully with twin blades. He admits Jicheok does not fully understand the situation, but is glad Jicheok is on their side. The scene shifts to home, where a friend excitedly says he got a message from GOF's headhunter during his live stream. The friend explains GOF is the biggest awakened hunter company in the US, backed by a massive conglomerate that dominates the country. He gushes over how amazing the offer is and asks to see the message while Jicheok tells him to calm down. Jicheok brings up the email on his phone to read it. The message from Guardians of Freedom says they have been watching Jicheok's performances. It notes that because there is no dungeon footage, they cannot see his exact skills. The email adds that many company executives are closely interested in him. It says they know the contract terms between him and Yonghwa Group. The sender offers 3 times that contract amount plus US citizenship. The friend is stunned by the promise of triple pay and citizenship. He adds that they are even willing to cover Jicheok's penalty fee, which Jicheok notes means they have huge money. Jicheok says that if he were after money alone this would be tempting, but he does not feel like taking the offer. He explains that the death rate of awakened hunters in the US is very high. His friend agrees, saying the US gives awakened people more freedom due to limited government interference. Jicheok adds that better gear there is offset by a much higher chance of death. The friend calls America a scary place, and then remembers Jicheok can now upload the dungeon video. Jicheok affirms he trusts his friend with the video, and the friend gladly accepts. Back home, Jicheok decides to use the time to upgrade his skills and train in martial arts. He calls out to Chiak Liang, asking if he is present. The fox spirit Chiak Liang materializes in a burst of energy and answers his master's call. Jichiak asks about dual spell casting, and Qiaoliang explains it lets him hold two thoughts at once and use two magic skills simultaneously. Jichiak remarks that this would be very useful in combat. Qiaoliang confirms that dividing thoughts to cast two kinds of magic at the same time makes the skill extremely powerful, and Jichiak vows to master it. Qiaoliang cautions that dual spell casting applies only to magic and the dual heart method only to martial arts. Jichiak focuses on the fact that he can still think of two things at once, which is what matters to him. Qiaoliang warns that martial arts training requires perfect mental focus to avoid dangerous qi-induced paroxysm, and this multitasking skill could lure his thoughts away. Qiaoliang says he trusts Jichiak will stay vigilant nonetheless. Jichiak agrees, acknowledging that qi-induced paroxysm can be fatal. Qiaoliang silently regards him. Jichiak notes that uncontrolled qi could either make him explode or go berserk. Looking at a ruined city, he compares the world itself to something on the verge of a similar outburst. He concludes that the world is about to explode like a qi-induced paroxysm. He tells Qiaoliang that after the dungeon he reached a realization. He realizes the world he once assumed was safe is actually the opposite. He foresees that more level-limited dungeons will appear and dungeon breaks will continue. He imagines monsters pouring out endlessly until habitable land for humans keeps shrinking. A scream echoes as people are overwhelmed by attacks in this vision. Jichiak senses that this escalating situation might spell humanity's end, and Qiaoliang praises his insight. He says he would not have felt this way if he had not met the entity that defies death. But now he is painfully aware of reality. Remembering that being, he feels like he stared into an abyss that stared back at him. Though he gained knowledge, he feels his mental stability has permanently decreased. As a result, he resolves to take everything far more seriously from now on. He concludes that he must grow stronger very quickly in order to protect himself. He adds that his strength is needed not just for himself but for the whole world and its people. He tells Qiaoliang he will need the fox's help to achieve this. Qiaoliang readily agrees to help his master. Something catches Jichiak's eye as a system reaction begins. A system message flashes that restrictions have been lifted and additional information is now available. Qiaoliang suddenly flares with energy and Jichiak wonders what is happening. The fox congratulates him, saying he has unlocked a secret on his own, which Jichiak questions. Qiaoliang explains that by deciding his future path Jichiak gained an epiphany, releasing some classified information stored within Qiaoliang. Jichiak, surprised, asks what that newly accessible information is. Qiaoliang concentrates intensely. He proposes that they now look at the unlocked information together. Energy storms swirl as the revelation begins. A declaration states that the human world is destined to be destroyed. It continues that this is an unchangeable fact about the future. However, it clarifies that this does not necessarily mean humanity will be completely wiped out. Instead, it says this destruction is part of a so-called great blessing. Jichiak is shocked to hear this catastrophe described as a blessing. Qiaoliang explains that Earth, though ancient, is still immature and fragile like a child. He adds that Earth is so weak that the presence of even a single deity can break it. Jichiak asks how such fragility could be considered a blessing. Qiaoliang says that once fully matured, Earth will be able to withstand gods from 3,000 worlds. He explains that the current upheaval is simply part of Earth's developmental process. Various scenes of nature and civilization are shown as context for this evolution. Qiaoliang states that dungeons are the mechanism through which the planet grows more powerful. Jichiak reacts in disbelief, while Qiaoliang says Earth is not owned only by humans, and that its demise is a matter of perspective. Qiaoliang says that to the gods, Earth is like a plant they are cultivating. He continues that humans are viewed as pests, stubbornly surviving even when gods attempt to eradicate them. Jichiak falls silent, processing this harsh view. He sums it up as humans being mere pests to the omnipotent gods. He extends the thought, realizing the gods likely want to exterminate them. Jichiak asks to confirm that the goal is not total human extinction or their evolution, and Qiaoliang agrees. Qiaoliang compares the coming change to a snake shedding its skin, where one form of life ends and another takes its place. He explains that drastic environmental shifts will erase current human society, leaving only a small group of survivors who adapt but can never again claim Earth as solely theirs. Jichiak asks when this will occur. A system sound indicates that the timing of that event remains restricted information. Jichiak accepts that he is not yet permitted to know when it will happen. He concludes that if humanity does not clear the emerging dungeons, civilization as they know it will fall. Jichiak then asks Qiaoliang whether there is any way to destroy dungeons without clearing them. Qiaoliang replies yes, saying there is an item for that in the thumbs up store. Jichiak reacts with surprised excitement at this possibility. The perspective shifts to Yunha Group headquarters. Inside, someone is shocked to hear that everyone from the dungeon raid survived. An executive, Young Sugi's assistant Kim Yanginjin, thanks fate that his cousin lived and asks about the recruitment plan he ordered. The subordinate reports he could not even get close to the target because the person is being completely shielded, making recruitment impossible. The executive is surprised it went so poorly and admits he underestimated how thoroughly Young Jihan would plan things. The subordinate says Jihan is no longer the reckless rebel he once was, prompting the executive to remark that Jihan has apparently grown up. A note emphasizes that Jihan has become a completely different person. The executive sighs and asks what their next move should be. He then proposes they eliminate Jihan's reliable pawn and asks if the subordinate can handle it, who answers that he can if the target is Jichiak. Curious, the executive asks why only Jichiak is being targeted and not the rest. The subordinate reviews Jichiak's feats, recalling him charging into battle alone. He remembers Jichiak's ferocity and speed when cutting through enemies. He explains that Jichiak prefers solo runs because his mana recovery is extraordinarily fast. The executive comments that such solo behavior sounds very dangerous. Observing Jichiak heading alone into another dungeon, the executive notes how risky solo dungeon diving is. Smiling darkly, he says his cousin might soon lose his buddy. The story cuts to a rocky canyon sky setting. This area is identified as an unpopular dungeon called the Land of the Walking Stones. It is described as a 10-kilometer radius wilderness. The dungeon is simple, with no mazes and only one type of monster, rock golems. A huge rock golem appears as Jichiak attacks it while riding a motorcycle. Jichiak dives in with blue aura, entering a dungeon that a typical level 40 party could farm easily. A powerful slash cuts through stone. The golem's body is shown severed by the aura blade. Jichiak sweeps through multiple golems, trying to clear the whole dungeon solo using his new skills. He rides his bike while wielding his sword cloaked in blue energy. Jiakliang flies beside him and asks how he feels about the new setup. Jichiak notes that his sword aura now consumes less than half the inner power it used to. He estimates he can maintain the aura continuously for at least 6 hours. Jiakliang praises this long duration and says that using it only in bursts during fights will extend it even more. Jichiak breaks to a stop, stepping onto the ground. He relaxes and happily remarks that with his new silent spellcasting he can now activate skills without speaking, which is very convenient. Jiakliang says he is glad everything is proceeding according to Jichiak's plan. Jichiak agrees, saying that combining rigorous martial arts training with thumbs-up granted abilities creates strong synergy. Suddenly Jiakliang halts, sensing that someone has entered the dungeon. Jichiak turns sharply at this news. From a vantage point he sees 2 distant figures approaching across the desert. Jiakliang observes that one carries an axe. He adds that this axe wielder is wearing a thick helmet. The other newcomer is identified as carrying a staff. Jichiak and Jiakliang silently realize the situation and agree the intruders are likely villains. Jichiak receives a system alert saying he has lost connection to GodTube. Another message states he is now unable to stream. Confused, Jichiak asks what is happening, and Jiakliang concludes that the newcomers have used some skill to forcibly sever their GodTube connection. Looking at the axe and staff users below, Jichiak wonders why they would do this, and Jiakliang says the reason is obvious. Jiakliang states plainly that these two have come to kill Jichiak. From his bike, Jichiak wonders aloud how they even managed to enter this dungeon. Jiakliang explains that despite official guards at the gate, influential people can still use connections to slip inside before it closes. He points out this is Korea, where corporations and other powers are deeply entangled. Jiakliang elaborates that energy, entertainment, and defense companies are all intertwined, making such infiltration easy. Jichiak then asks who on earth could have sent these assassins. He briefly suspects a jealous GodTuber might have hired killers over his sudden fame, but dismisses that as absurd. Jiakliang asks whether he intends to kill the intruders. Jichiak answers that he does not want to, but he might have to in order to survive. He revs his bike and charges straight toward the 2 enemies. The axe wielder, introduced as level 62 Axe Master Grand Meyer, remarks that Jichiak is fearless and notes with satisfaction that he has chosen to confront them head-on instead of fleeing. The masked mage Reina underestimates the rookie biker but warns her ally that his summoned bike is powerful. Her partner notes they must also watch out for the biker's psychic arrows and shadow theft abilities. The biker unleashes a barrage of psychic arrows. Reina criticizes rookie streamers for revealing their info as she prepares to move, leaving shadowy traces. Her close-range fighter ally mocks the rookie, saying people like them live off fools like him. The ally casts buff magic on himself, greatly increasing his muscle strength. The buff continues, boosting his speed as well. Charging forward, he taunts the rookie for entering high-level content and calls his recklessness suicidal. Supercharged by buffs, he rockets straight toward the biker, shouting that he cannot tell if the rookie is brave or just brazen. The fox familiar warns its master to brace as the buffed fighter rushes in a flaming aura. The biker decides to go all out as well, gripping his throttle. He reasons that because of his top dungeon contribution rank the enemy assumes he is about level 40. He focuses confidently, revealing hidden power. He thinks the enemy's assumption is completely wrong and accelerates with a huge psychic aura. The bike erupts forward in a massive blue energy burst. The wheel spins within the blurring aura. The rider becomes a streak of blue energy, tearing through the landscape. Reina recalls that her ally's class is one of the best warrior occupations. She notes he excels at close combat and physical strength. Their auras clash as blue and pink power streak toward each other. She remembers he is a hitman who can defeat higher-level awakened in duels. The 2 energy torrents collide violently. The close-range fighter scoffs that a level 40 weakling cannot beat him as the biker charges in. He furiously vows to mutilate the shameless rookie. The biker twists the throttle harder, preparing a counter. His blue psychic power surges even faster. The enraged warrior laughs, asking if the biker really thinks he can win. Biker and warrior hurtle toward each other, weapons and auras drawn. A psychic arrow zips toward the warrior's helmet. Shock registers in the warrior's eye as the arrow closes in. Their collision produces a massive explosion of blue and purple light. After the blast, the buffed fighter lies motionless on the ground, weapon thrown aside. A closer view shows him unconscious and badly beaten. Cracks are visible on his helmet from the psychic hit. Reina gasps in disbelief at the outcome. She internally panics that her powerful teammate truly lost. She recalls how durable and strong her ally is, able to withstand even dumped trucks. Concluding this defeat is impossible, she clutches her staff in shock. She stares at the distant biker and wonders what is happening. The fox informs its master that the close-range fighters survived the attack. The biker confirms only the mage remains and the fox reports she is about 300 meters away, so he prepares to finish it quickly. He surges forward again, wrapped in blue energy. Reina begins chanting and surrounds herself with swirling blue magic. The fox warns that the enemy has started casting as mud swirls beneath the biker, who is surprised. The fox analyzes that Reina is transforming the area into a swamp and notes her high proficiency. The bike's wheel starts to sink, and the rider cries out. The biker plans to overpower the swamp by boosting his engine with a magic stone from his assistants, expecting an easy escape. Before he can, tentacle-like mud appendages erupt, and the fox shouts that something is emerging from the ground. Surrounded by wriggling mud tentacles, the biker is disgusted and questions what they are. Annoyed, he grips his sword, ready to cut them down. He unleashes sweeping slashes that sever the tentacles. He continues hacking through the mud limbs while riding, carving a path. Reina sees her tentacle spell failing and clicks her tongue that it is not working. She worries that as a mage she cannot last long without a frontline tanker. A sudden flash of light appears in the distance, drawing her attention. She sees telekinetic force coalescing massively around the bike and is shocked. The biker declares that she is not the only one who can use magic. He activates his abilities psychic arrows and soul telekinesis. Countless psychic arrows streak through the sky. The arrows converge and rain down toward Reina's position. Reina counters by gathering lightning magic into her staff, forming a towering electric column. She completes the spell Lightning Snake, sending electric serpents forward. The crackling lightning snake arcs outward. The lightning hammers into the biker's psychic barrier, and Reina screams from the feedback. She is wrapped in the very lightning she casts, shocked by the backlash. She glares intensely, trying to maintain control. The biker rides shielded inside a glowing psychic sphere as the lightning storms around him. He braces himself, pushing through the electric onslaught. Encased in the barrier, he speeds straight at Reina. The shielded bike cuts through the lightning snake like a blade. He dives past Reina in a high-speed pass while her lightning still coils around her staff. Reina stands crackling with residual electricity, preparing another move. The biker surges by, charged with energy. As Reina swings her lightning staff, the bike's passing attack slices toward her. A psychic-infused slash tears through, drawing blood. Blood splatters from the decisive strike. The biker smiles slightly, knowing he has won. He screeches the bike to a halt. Behind him, Reina staggers and collapses. Reina hits the ground and her staff falls away. Blood pools on the earth from the fallen mage. The biker remarks how quickly the battle ended and how easy it felt. He wonders aloud whether the assassins were weak, or he has become too strong. The fox estimates from intel that the defeated enemies were level 60 to 70, praising how powerful the master has grown. The fox comments that using and strengthening a bike is extremely rare among awakened, and the biker notes no one truly knows his full power. The fox cautions that hunters above level 80 will be on another level entirely. Jihan argues such high-level people would not bother attacking him, but the fox warns that his exceptional global growth rate could make him a target. He swallows nervously at the implication. He sighs, realizing that gaining more online popularity also attracts more enemies. Narration explains that after clearing the dungeon, Shichiak streamed his results live and checked the rewards. One reward is a C-rank heavy longsword made from a destroyed rock golem core, which heals itself and triples its weight on impact. He decomposes the heavy longsword through his system. The system reveals a hidden essence was found from the decomposition. That essence becomes a B-rank item called the Heavy Elixir, an elixir for summons that grants the longsword self-heal and instant mass increase effects. Jichiak realizes it is essentially a pill that transfers a weapon's powers to a summoned creature. Delighted at the rarity and dual abilities of this strengthening elixir, he admires it with his fox. He exclaims that the reward is amazing. He asks Jiakliang if he wants to take the elixir immediately. The fox drinks the heavy elixir, and the system notes a delayed skill update due to the large level gap. Jiakliang explains that because of his low level he needs time to fully digest the elixir's power. Jichiak is disappointed he cannot see the new skill right away but accepts it. He ends his GodTube broadcast. Off-stream, he eyes the captured Grant and Reina in his tent and wonders what to do with them. Someone rustles the tent flap and politely asks if he is inside. Recognizing Young Jihan's voice, Jichiak invites him in. Jihan enters and Jichiak nervously asks why his superior came. Jihan says a major incident occurred and he came because those infamous criminals were caught here. He confirms he knows them and calls them Grant and Reina, both notorious assassins. Jihan explains they once wiped out 5 members of a level 80 party thanks to their one-on-one specialization, then asks how Jichiak managed to defeat them. Impressed again, Jihan offers to take custody of the assassins. He adds that the pair may hold information useful for solving international crimes. He further notes they could bring diplomatic advantages as bargaining chips. Jicheok thinks this pragmatic attitude is typical of Jihan and gladly hands the prisoners over. A transport van drives through the canyon, carrying the captured assassins. Inside, Jihan reflects that transporting Grant and Reina so easily is almost unbelievable. Sitting opposite Grant, he muses about how easily he captured such vicious criminals. Jihan reaches out and channels a glowing power toward the unconscious Grant's forehead. A ring of energy envelopes Grant's head as Jihan uses his ability. The psychic circle pulses brightly. Grant's memories begin surfacing as light pours over his face. His brows twitch as the memory probing continues. From outside, the van speeds along while someone screams within. Heavy breathing echoes in the enclosed vehicle after the scream. Grant jolts awake in panic, shouting that he was just fighting a bike and asking where he is, while Jihan tells him to calm down. Jihan advises him not to move because of his severe injuries. Grant demands to know who Jihan is, suspects a connection with Jicheok, and asks what was done to him. Jihan silently stares back, unfazed. He methodically recites Grant's identity and awakening age. Jihan delves into Grant's past, recounting his first murder of his own father, his lover Amy, and how Amy's death at the hands of a dealer named Billy pushed him into outlaw work. Shocked that his private history is known, Grant yells and demands to know how Jihan learned it. Jihan insists Grant answer his questions first. Jihan asks why Grant came here now when he is supposedly working as a mafia mercenary. Grant refuses at first, saying Jihan should just hand him to the police. Jihan coldly promises a peaceful death if Grant tells the truth. He warns that if Grant resists, he will make him beg for death. Realizing he is doomed either way, Grant debates trying to curry favor. He admits his boss ordered the job, saying it came from an investor, and he knows nothing more. Jihan activates another ability with a glowing interface and prompts Grant to clarify who this boss is. The holographic lens covers Jihan's glasses as he uses his information powers. Grant's fearful expression shows he understands Jihan is serious. Jihan identifies that Grant belongs to the group Grimoire, which Grant nervously confirms. Jihan concludes that Sugi is attempting to ally with Grimoire. He thinks back, tracing this whole unexpected chain of events to the earlier battle with the biker. His glasses flash as he focuses on the implications. Some time later, Jicheok trains with Chiak Liang at a facility and says the week of intense practice helped him grasp martial arts principles. He explains that repeated training turned a vague bodily feeling into a clear mental understanding, and the fox praises his talent. The fox then reports it has located the intuition-related skill Jicheok requested. The system displays a B-rank rare skill called Trivial Intuition that sometimes nudges the user toward the better of two choices. Jicheok complains that the skill is unreliable and suspicious, while the fox notes that stronger prophetic skills cost far more thumbs up. Jicheok shrugs and decides to buy this intuition skill anyway. The protagonist notices a notification on his phone and realizes it is a public safety alert. He reads a government warning that a dangerous gate has appeared in Yodo and people must evacuate, which alarms him. While he walks through his home, a news report explains that a special dungeon has appeared inside a convenience store on a building's first floor in Yodo. The report adds that this dungeon comes with a level restriction. A newscaster states that only hunters under level May 20th enter, and that 2 teams have already been annihilated. Hearing this, he reacts with tense determination. The broadcast warns that the dungeon could soon break, devastating Yudo, and his spirit companion asks if he is going now. He answers that he should. He dashes off, saying he will first gear up. Scene transition as he rushes away. While packing equipment, his spirit explains the dungeon was created by a broken warding stone and that its malice is evident from how quickly teams are being wiped out. He asks if other nations face similar events. The spirit replies that similar cases have been found in Western Europe. It describes how elite monsters spilled from a dungeon there, and even after it was handled, another dungeon immediately appeared nearby. From the data, the spirit concludes that broken warding stones cause multiple dungeons to emerge consecutively. Fully suited up, he thinks that such a chain of dungeons would be like hell. He wonders if this crisis is happening because the tutorial phase of the world is ending. He reasons that once the real game starts, humanity will face even worse dangers. Sprinting down a hallway, he wonders if obtaining a certain skill is the only way to resolve these problems. A GodTube panel about S-rank information on extinguishing dungeons with 10 million likes appears, and he resolves to purchase it. The story cuts to a dilapidated industrial building that is actually a dungeon. The entrance of the building is shown, setting the scene inside. The view moves inward through the structure's corridors. Inside, many fallen hunters lie scattered, revealing a massacre. Close UPS of corpses and dropped weapons emphasize how thoroughly the teams were defeated. A lone exhausted hunter stands amid glowing blue circles as time energy gathers around him. He grips a weapon, breathing hard, his cracked glasses showing how battered he is. A golden cube artifact suddenly manifests, and he is relieved that this item still exists in the current timeline. The golden cube breaks apart into bright fragments. As it does, he remarks that he has retrieved the shining trapezohedron. A blinding flash engulfs everything. He concludes that, thanks to this, he has prevented one catastrophe. A red, ominous core appears before him, surrounded by rumbling energy. The red object shatters into multiple shards. The shards stream into his outstretched hand. As crimson mist swirls around him, he feels a strange nostalgic longing for an unknown place. The power surges painfully through his arm and he cries out. Fighting the madness, he realizes that losing his sanity would turn him into another golden cube. He struggles to keep calm while the red aura reflects off his cracked lenses. The scene fades into a red haze, marking the end of this rewind attempt. In another timeline, while flames roar around the building, someone calls Jung and asks if he heard about the Yudo dungeon. He answers affirmatively. Jung says he knows the dungeon is close to breaking. He admits over his earpiece that he is not yet level 20. Because of that, he asks to enter the dungeon alone, shocking the caller. When asked where he is, Jung replies he is already about to head for the dungeon. The caller decides to come meet him in about 30 minutes, despite Jung's protest. The caller insists they also need to have a conversation. Jung agrees to wait near the burning structure. He ends the call, looking thoughtful. The building suddenly explodes in a massive blast. Explosions continue to rip through the area. As debris and fire fly, someone wonders if this 104th attempt will also differ from previous timelines. Protected by time circles, Jung stands amid the flaming devastation. He reflects that his rewind skill is nearing its limit. Amid smoke and sparks, he thinks about what he has learned so far. He concludes that Jitjiak is the sole singularity affecting all these timelines. The scene shifts to a cosmic, aurora-like backdrop, emphasizing this singularity. Back in the present, Jitjiak and Jung arrive at Jitjiak's home but see that Muchiak is out training and probably buried in research for the Chaos script. Jung asks why Jitjiak is in such a hurry since they still have a day or two before a dungeon break. Jitjiak replies that they should not waste time because further casualties are unacceptable. Jung agrees but says they must not rush because of complicated circumstances. Jitjiak asks if politics are the issue, while Jung notes that revealing Jitjiak is under level 20 would cause controversy. Jitjiak acknowledges the point and prepares to ask something. Jung bluntly asks what Jitjiak's actual level is. Jitjiak hesitates, weighing how much to reveal. His spirit companion advises him to tell Jung at least part of the truth. Jitjiak quietly wonders if that is the right choice. Jung says that if Jitjiak has reasons he cannot explain, he understands. Jung instead pulls out a rolled parchment, saying he will use it. When Jitjiak asks what it is, Jung explains it is a cursed magic item called a contract of oath. Jung describes how this contract, created by a god of oath, forces absolute secrecy once signed and promises to include a clause that he will never reveal Jitjiak's secret without permission. Jitjiak nervously asks what happens if the contract is broken. Jung explains that the contract magically prevents him from speaking and will destroy his soul if he still tries to talk. Jitjiak says such a drastic measure is unnecessary. Later, Jitjiak checks GodTube and learns that the oath contract itself is worth 1,000,000 thumbs up. He is shocked, wondering how Jung obtained such a rare item and why he is willing to use it for him. The spirit comments that Jung is clearly sincere toward Jitjiak, leading Jitjiak to wonder if it is because he is unique. Seeing how valuable the item is, Jitjiak suggests they put it away. While the spirit observes that Jung can be scary but seems loyal to his master, Jitjiak decides he understands Jung's seriousness and will finally explain today. Jung promises with a smile that he will not tell anyone, reassuring Jitjiak. Jitjiak reveals that his level is stuck at 1 and never increases. Jung pauses, then concludes Jitjiak must possess an extraordinary skill. Jung asks if Jitjiak is the only person in the world with such an ability. Jitjiak confirms this generally, though he cannot share the full details. He adds that his power lets him grow stronger regardless of his official level. The spirit clarifies that Jitjiak still needs people to give him thumbs up, or he will not gain strength even if he clears many dungeons. Jung is astonished, recalling Jitjiak's feats in the temple of the one who defies death, and asks how strong he truly is. Jitjiak decides he trusts Jung enough to share his visible stats. He also reasons that he must be open to cooperate properly with his upcoming party members. Jitjiak lists his attributes, showing most are high grades despite his level. Jung exclaims that Jitjiak's stats rival those of level 60 hunters and that he is far stronger than expected. Jitjiak states that since Jung knows he can solo a 1-star dungeon, he does not want to waste any more time. Jung agrees to support him, promising to negotiate with the government and dispatch a company team to assist. As Jung puts away the contract, Jitjiak feels relieved after finally sharing his secret. Jung wishes him luck and advises that he prepare a fire-related skill before entering this particular dungeon. Jitjiak ponders the need for a fire skill. He thanks Jung for the advice. The scene shifts to the dungeon control area in Yodo, where a dark vortex is contained by security forces. The gathered crowd murmurs as officials and onlookers observe the ominous gate. Reporters shout that Jitjiak has arrived as he walks toward the barricade in combat gear. A swarm of journalists rushes forward, asking if he is entering alone again. Seeing the crowd, Jitjiak notes how many people have come. Reporters bombard him with questions about being under level 20 and clearing a higher-level dungeon solo, begging him to explain. Surrounded by cameras, he thinks how quickly the reporters arrived and is impressed. Suspecting a government tip-off, he worries that officials may be tracking his movements. Security personnel try to hold the crowd back while reporters still plead for comments. Guards warn the reporters to step back because the area could become dangerous. Jitjiak pauses, considering his response. He decides to accept a few questions before entering the dungeon. The crowd is surprised that he is willing to talk. Addressing everyone, he thanks them for their interest but limits the session to 3 questions. Many hands shoot up and he chooses one reporter to begin. The first reporter introduces himself and asks Jichiak what level he is right now. Jichiak only confirms that he is below level 20, refusing to be more precise and moving to the next question. He adds that he will skip anything too difficult to answer, then selects another reporter. The second reporter introduces himself and mentions that Jichiak's temple video is trending, setting up a pointed question. He notes that critics think soloing this special dungeon is reckless. He directly asks Jichiak for his opinion on those concerns. Jichiak meets the question calmly, considering how to answer. He replies that he is confident in going alone and that without such confidence, entering now would indeed be suicidal, then asks for the final question. A third reporter introduces himself and says many experts believe Jichiak is likely to die and that some people think the government should forbid him from entering at all. The reporter asks Jichiak what he thinks of such calls to ban him. Jichiak inwardly notes that people clearly doubt his survival, explaining why reporters have not been giving him thumbs up. Aloud, he says the question is essentially the same as the previous one and that his earlier answer is all he can give. Security tries to disperse the crowd as people clamor for just one more question. Turning his back to them, Jichiak instead asks everyone to watch as he clears the dungeon. He simply asks the public to place a bit of faith in him. One reporter silently watches him leave, deep in thought. Jichiak walks past the barricade toward the swirling gate as officials step aside. He tells his spirit companion Chiak Liang that they are going in, and the spirit prepares to activate his live stream. As he enters the vortex, the spirit links Jichiak's recording skill to a live broadcast and announces that they are now streaming. Jichiak fully steps through the gate into the dungeon. The scene then shows his entry being broadcast live, labeled as a stream of Hunter Jichiak. Inside the dungeon, Jichiak finds himself on a forest path, carrying his large pack. Looking around at the dense trees, he remarks that despite the lush forest, the air feels strangely stifling. He continues scanning the surroundings, unsettled by the oppressive atmosphere. Without warning, vine-like tendrils lunge at him from all directions. He dodges while shouting in surprise, joking that it is quite a hostile welcome. He activates Shadow Escape and Way of the Wind, sprinting away with enhanced speed. His wind-powered movement sends a blue streak through the forest. He zigzags between the whipping vines, using his speed to avoid their attacks. Confident, he thinks that the vines will not be able to catch him. Chiak Liang warns him to look below as he continues to evade. Jichiak glances down in alarm. He sees numerous hunters wrapped tightly in vines on the ground, revealing captured victims. Shocked, he asks if all of those wrapped figures are bodies. The spirit confirms there are 6 corpses. While still running, the spirit notes that 2 full teams had entered this dungeon, so it is unclear where the remaining members are. Jichiak grimly hopes some of the others are still alive. He decides that, for now, escaping the vine zone safely is the immediate priority. He continues to speed through the forest as the vines whip past behind him. After finally outdistancing them, he stops and tells his live stream audience that he has successfully escaped the vines. The protagonist explores a strange, lush forest filled with unfamiliar plants and eerily devoid of animal sounds. Seeing a sun overhead, he wonders if this dungeon is an open-type environment. His fox-like companion praises his live stream commentary skills, which he modestly downplays. Elsewhere, Jihan's colleague realizes why he was warned to prepare fire-type attacks. That man deduces the dungeon is full of plant monsters and happily activates his 2 fire skills, Shield of Black Flame and Blaze Walk. A GodTube dungeon description reveals this place is a mutated World Tree Fragment Garden rated 1st level extreme, cleared by defeating its owner or residents for a unique skill coupon. Reading the difficulty, the streamer is shocked and compares it to a higher level dungeon. He concludes this harsh rating explains why no one has cleared the dungeon before. The ground around him bulges and cracks, signaling something emerging. Chiak Liang warns his master that something is coming up from underground. Thick plant stalks suddenly burst out of the soil. The hunter turns with a tense expression toward the disturbance. Carnivorous Nepenthes-like flower monsters erupt from the ground screeching. Surrounded by numerous Nepenthes monsters, Chiak Liang exclaims how many there are. The hunter notes several Nepenthes are charging straight at him, and draws his blade. Brandishing 2 swords, he declares the hunt is beginning and rushes the monsters. Chiak Liang, watching the stream UI, says viewers are eager to see his fire skills. He adds that the comment section is buzzing with excitement about those fire abilities. The hunter laughs and tells viewers he will save his fire skills for the boss room. He promises to defeat the current monsters without using fire and asks the audience to keep watching. Chiak Liang protests that his master need not push himself so hard and offers assistance. The hunter refuses help, wanting to test the results of his own training. He reasons that fire skills are too obvious and easy, and relying on them would not earn many likes. He thinks there are already too many streaming fire mages and he must stand out. He resolves to keep subscribers on edge with more creative combat. Chiak Liang realizes his master had this showmanship plan all along and agrees to follow his lead. The hunter closes his eyes, deciding to charge energy while recalling the divine intervention of heaven and earth technique. Blue spiritual energy surges around him as he focuses. That energy wraps around his torso like flowing strands. It trails down his swords and feet as he moves, filling the area with swirling power. The world blurs into a wash of blue and purple aura. A powerful burst of energy radiates outward from him as he activates it. The Nepenthes are engulfed in a flashing wave of multicolored chi. Watching its effect, he excitedly recognizes that this is the feeling he sought. He realizes he can now sense everything around him with chi, like echolocation, and feels body, energy, and mind unified. Xiaoliang explains that with this technique he can detect many things without touch and expand his inner world. The fox names this heightened perception chi sense. The hunter races through the forest thinking that if he can freely use chi sense and sword aura together, he steals his resolve mid-sprint, envisioning the outcome. He concludes that mastering both will put him at a state of ultimate mastery. He unleashes rapid sword aura waves, slashing through the Nepenthes crowd. A single sweeping arc slices apart one of the plant monsters. As flowers screech and fall, Xiaoliang reports that the hunter just earned a massive surge of thumbs up. The hunter keeps cutting while telling himself to synchronize his breathing with the wind and his sword movements. He swings in a wide arc, cleaving more monsters. Another sweeping strike follows as he presses the attack. He identifies this lightning-fast style as the fast sword technique. He charges a monster cluster, sword aura carving through them in one huge stroke. Observing the ease of the kills, he notes the Nepenthes are weaker than expected. He continues mowing them down with a flurry of sword aura blasts. Reflecting mid-battle, he wonders if he overdid it from the start, and that using sword aura might have been unnecessary. Deciding to hold back, he resolves to go easier for now as he runs. Xiaoliang warns that more monsters are approaching. Another wave of Nepenthes surges toward him with shrill cries. Addressing viewers, he says these enemies are too weak for him to fight seriously. He adds that since unknown numbers may remain, he will keep handling them without fire skills. He dispatches the next group with intersecting arcs of sword aura. Those arcs explode outward in a blinding rush. The blast devastates a wide swath of the forest floor. Panting afterward, he sees a notification that he has gained thumbs up and that gods are noticing him. Another notice shows his total has just increased by 1,100 thumbs up. Xiaoliang comments that the comment section is going wild and likes keep pouring in. The fox says his intrigue-based strategy has clearly succeeded. The hunter is glad, and Xiaoliang remarks that his vow to avoid fire made the stream especially exciting. Surveying the field of plant corpses, the hunter says his fighting here is finished, and he will now collect the bodies. Off-stream, he stands beside several bagged corpses, and Xiaoliang realizes this cleanup is why he paused the broadcast. He explains there is no reason to show dead people and asks why his master works so hard to recover them. The hunter answers that this harsh world ignores fallen hunters. He recalls that many families must hold funerals with only belongings because bodies are never retrieved. He therefore feels the least he can do is return the remains intact. Kneeling by a corpse, he says that as a fellow hunter and human, retrieving bodies is his way of honoring them, just as a small god's cat sends him 2,200 thumbs up. Surprised, he realizes a cat-type celestial has just supported him. He reaches into a body bag, searching among the belongings. His eyes widen as he spots something. He pulls out a locket with a picture of a heterochromatic cat and recognizes it. He asks Xiaoliang if a cat could become a celestial, and hears it is possible only with extraordinary deeds. Looking at the locket again, he muses aloud while staring at the cat image. He imagines a deceased cat meeting a celestial on the way to the afterworld and asking it to send thanks to the human who wished its owner peace. Later, he slashes through new wooden monsters with powerful arcs of sword aura. The blades slice through their wooden limbs. Viewers comment in awe about his soul telekinesis skill and wonder if he is using anti-gravity magic as he hovers midair. The hunter accelerates again, announcing to his fans that the real show is starting. He powers up sword aura of heaven and earth. He chains it into shadow swordplay using the forces of white and black knights, filling the air with twin energy streams. With that combined technique, he shreds the wooden monster's limbs. A viewer balks, wondering if they alone saw what just happened. Another notes that he clearly activated two distinct sword auras simultaneously. Someone jokes that sword auras seem like buy one get one free these days. His sword aura blurs into a storm of light, erasing foes. Seeing the sheer number of enemies, he decides to speed up and cuts them down even faster. A notification states he has eliminated 87 monsters in one go. Xiaoliang asks if he can hear how fast the thumbs up count is skyrocketing. The fox calls the response incredible as another spectral thumbs up icon appears. The hunter happily resolves to maintain this pace, streaking through the air encircled by blue and purple chi. The scene shifts to Youngha Group's corporate headquarters. Inside, someone watching the stream remarks that he now understands why their previous team failed. He concludes the hunters they sent last time were clearly not strong enough. A subordinate confirms the streamer's official level is below 20 but says his apparent power is far higher and asks for an estimate. Nervous, the subordinate worries that giving a wrong answer could anger his superior. He finally guesses the streamer fights like at least a level 80 martial artist, noting how rare such sword aura skill is. The superior replies that in terms of martial arts there is likely no one stronger in the nation. The warrior-type aura blades are more common. He dismisses warrior aura as different from true martial arts. He explains that while warrior aura and martial arts both use the body, their principles and goals differ greatly. Sitting down, he wonders why the streamer chose the harder martial arts path. He speculates the hunter surely knows warrior aura would have been easier and admits he does not understand the choice. After pondering, he decides he must meet this hunter face to face. When asked, he orders his aide to arrange a meeting and says they should try to recruit the hunter. Energy crackles around his hand as he quietly powers up. Smiling amid spreading ice-like crystals, he says that if the hunter refuses his offer, he coldly concludes he will have no choice but to destroy the young man. The crystals solidify ominously in his palm. He clenches his fist, scattering shards of frozen energy. His eye gleams intensely, betraying his deadly intent. The ice crumbles around his hand as he relaxes, ending the display. Watching, the aide silently thinks that his boss's laughter always gives him goosebumps. The superior asks almost cheerfully whether Jichyak will surely join their side once he thinks it through. He privately belittles Jihan as a sudden upstart and troublemaker who only pretends to have his life in order. He is convinced Jichyak would never stay loyal to someone with no power. The aide, by contrast, believes he himself is the leading candidate to inherit Yongha Group. He judges that if Jichyak remains loyal to that so-called troublemaker, he would have to be insane. Back in the dungeon, the exhausted hunter surveys piles of felled cactus and wooden monsters and remarks on their huge numbers while asking Chiak-Liang if any threats remain. Chiak-Liang reports no more enemies nearby, and the hunter expresses relief. Looking at the towering world tree fragment, he says the only task left is to kill the dungeon boss. He notes with satisfaction that he has reached this point without using any fire skills, just as promised to viewers. Viewer comments debate whether he will actually enter the boss area and point out he cannot stay in the dungeon forever. One commenter urges him to go ahead and use fire on the boss, saying he has already honored his promise. Smiling at his holographic screen, he observes how chat is buzzing about his impending boss fight. Chiak-Liang suddenly snaps its head around in alarm. A blue crackling vortex appears before them, and the fox shouts for its master to look ahead. The hunter sees a strange colored portal forming and wonders why it suddenly appeared and why it differs from the usual ones. Chiak-Liang explains this special portal opens after a normal clear where all monsters except the boss are slain, offering an early exit. Hearing this, the hunter confirms that leaving now would still count as a clear. He then realizes that using the portal would reset the dungeon entirely. Chiak-Liang clarifies that the portal exists to stop hunters from regrouping and returning later. If he ignores it and still kills the boss, he will achieve a perfect clear. Accepting this, the hunter decides not to waste time and prepares to go after the boss. He strides forward with determined eyes, readying himself. Suddenly the ground cracks and splits as Chiak-Liang yells that a fragment of the mutant world tree's branch is about to emerge. Feeling the earth shake, the hunter is shocked to learn it is actually a fragment of the boss. Chiak-Liang urgently warns that the enormous boss is rising from below. Seeing its size, the hunter exclaims that expecting a sub-2-0 level party to defeat such a monster is outrageous. A colossal wooden eye pushes up from underground amid rumbling. A gigantic wooden hand bursts through the ground. Jichyak summons his monobike G-mount and races away, saying he needs to retreat for the moment. Gripping the throttle, he vows to escape before he is buried alive. He shouts as he speeds through the battlefield. A blinding white blast erupts behind him. A massive crystalline pillar or flower-like blast slams into the ground where he just was. He rides hard, alarmed by the destructive strike falling around him. The impact rocks the entire forest, debris and dust exploding into the sky. As the dust settles, enormous wooden limbs haul a towering humanoid branch monster up from the shattered earth. A massive wooden creature opens its glowing eyes. The giant tree-like body begins to move. The towering tree giant strides through the forest toward the clearing. The protagonist spots the stomping tree giant approaching and is startled. He identifies the monster as a tree giant nearly the size of a small building. His fox companion notes that the monster's size alone is intimidating and says teams under level 20 cannot defeat it. He replies that he is different and suggests they try taking the giant down now that they have enough thumbs up. He orders all his thumbs up points spent to raise his mana as much as possible, and the fox agrees. System messages show 20,000 thumbs up being used to raise his mana and inner power up to B rank as he races forward on his bike with the fox. A description window reveals an A rank artifact called Segment of Illusion that raises one level of magic when worn, up to rank A. Factoring in the artifact's buff, he concludes his mana and inner power are now at rank A. Empowered and surrounded by energy while riding his bike, he says he is ready and urges them to go. The scene shifts to Jung Viga's lab. Machines were inside the lab, preparing for a procedure. During an intensive body procedure, the doctor comments that the patient's brother is impressive. The doctor observes that the patient does not flinch under a blow that could crush a drone and muses that this toughness fuels his popularity. The patient on the table awkwardly agrees that his brother can be like that. The doctor praises the brother's late awakening, positive attitude, and habit of venturing where others avoid, calling him an ideal obsession. The equipment continues working over the patient. As robotic arms move, the doctor wonders aloud why the brother pushes himself so hard. The doctor reasons it cannot be for money, since offers flood in, and questions his true motive. The doctor adds that the brother does not seem ambitious enough to be chasing business success. Hearing all this, the patient thinks she is unusually curious today. She admits she does not understand him either, and asks why he strains himself when his brother is so dependable. The younger brother silently reacts, eyes widening. He thinks it is wrong to rely on his brother's sacrifice. Remembering past fights, he reflects that he has lived so far only because his brother risked his life. He resolves to stop living off money earned from his brother's dangerous work. While the procedure continues, he wishes he had been the one to awaken instead. He feels his awakened brother has grown distant and believes he cannot catch up using standard methods. The doctor finds their sibling story heartwarming, contrasting it with her own family. The machines keep injecting his body as the procedure proceeds. She tells him to endure a bit longer because they are almost finished. Afterward, she is amazed by the results and says the data she gathered thanks to him is great. He smiles and insists he should be the one thanking her. She explains that his aim, thinking speed, and recovery have all been improved, with an emergency overdrive now possible. She adds that in exchange, about 22% of his body has become mechanical, though that is normal nowadays. He accepts the explanation without complaint. He thinks over the implications with a determined look. She sends him off to rest while she continues watching his brother's boss fight livestream, curious how it ends. Back in the dungeon, the tree giant sprouts whipping vine tentacles, which the fox reports while the rider expects a second phase of the boss. As the vines lash out, the fox warns that the attack is coming. The tentacles crash down around the speeding bike as he dodges. Riding hard, he tells viewers he has prepared something special and announces the skill soul telekinesis. Using the new power, he creates a glowing blue path that lets his bike race upward. Energy swirls around the bike's wheels as they grip the conjured path. He challenges the boss to try catching him now as he speeds up the vertical trail, out of vine range. Onlookers watching the stream marvel at the bizarre sky path. A viewer wonders if he is literally creating a path in the air. Another viewer comments that the vines will never reach him now. Spectators are stunned that he can do that with a motorcycle, calling the ability overpowered. They then question why he keeps accelerating instead of stopping. He explains he must keep the video exciting to maximize thumbs-up income. He rockets higher along the path, preparing for a turn. He plans to reach the sky first, then make a U-turn for a dive. The fox, watching the ascent, calls it incredible. The fox judges that with this speed he can likely defeat the boss in one blow. The bike climbs to a dizzying height above the dungeon. He shouts that it is time and launches himself downward with the bike. Focusing intensely, he vows to unleash all his skills simultaneously. He dives like a comet toward the tree giant, intent on compressing his monoblade's power. He aims to fuse that power with the sword aura of heaven and earth as he targets the boss. He also links in all skills associated with his mono bike G during the plunging attack. He opens his mouth to activate the final technique. Empowered by swirling energies, he hurtles toward the ground at extreme speed. Closing in, he reaches maximum velocity and charges straight through the forest of vines. A system message triggers, announcing the activation of his acceleration skill. His eyes sharpen as he locks onto the target. He mentally tells the giant he is about to slice it in half. His attack streaks downward like a blinding energy meteor. The tree giant looms over the forest, unaware of the imminent strike. The descending energy blast fills the screen, moments from impact. The vertical beam slams down from sky to ground. A colossal explosion erupts, obliterating the area around the boss. When the dust settles, he lies in a huge crater as system messages announce that the gods have noticed him and granted 1,100 thumbs up. Another message repeats that he has received 1,100 thumbs up. The thumbs up reward notification lingers on screen. The devastated battlefield around the crater is shown. The fox congratulates him for blowing the boss apart. While he admits he cannot move after expending everything, the fox says that is understandable. System windows declare the dungeon cleared, show Jichiak ranked first in contribution, and confirm that he has earned the quest reward. Another window reveals that he has also cleared a hidden quest and obtained its reward. A bright flash indicates the appearance of reward boxes. The fox informs him that 3 boxes have arrived at once. Jichiak watches surprised as the boxes materialize before him. Delighted, he exclaims over the rewards he has just obtained. Later, a portal opens in the city as he returns from the dungeon. He steps out of the closing gate carrying his gear. A crowd gathered outside shouts that he is coming and rushes to photograph and film him. Reporters immediately surround him with microphones and cameras. They barrage him with questions as he tries to respond. The crowd continues to shout and reach toward him. Exhausted, he walks away from the station thinking how sore his body feels. Entering home with the fox, he wonders how many interviews he ended up doing. While punching in his door code, the fox reminds him that he defused a bomb in central Yodo, so the attention was inevitable. He opens the front door. Stepping inside, he calls out that he is home to his brother Muchiak. Hearing no reply, he looks around, puzzled. He notes the unusually quiet house and wonders if Muchiak is out while he himself is dead tired. His stomach growls loudly. He admits that all the hard work has made him hungry. Tossing his big bag aside, he decides he needs to eat before checking his rewards. He asks Jiak Liang to prepare the quest rewards while he eats, and the fox agrees. Narration notes that he earned 3 rewards for clearing the quest. One reward box, inscribed with runes, appears. The prizes turn out to be a unique skill coupon, a mysterious stick, and a warding stone. The glowing crystal warding stone is shown. Relaxing on the couch, he asks what the stick is and has the fox display its information. A window explains that it is a tiny branch of the world tree that purifies surroundings, produces pure mana, accelerates recovery, and dispels minor curses in a radius. Impressed, he says the item surpasses expectations, and the fox notes that doubling his recovery lets him hunt twice a week. The fox adds that this item alone can double his growth rate, and Jichiak agrees the benefit is obvious. The fox continues that the warding stone can prevent dungeon spawns and protect nearby areas. Jichiak reaffirms his goal to quickly gather 10 million thumbs up to free people from dungeon terror. He thinks that once he achieves that, he might learn why this phenomenon is happening. The fox counters that at his current pace earning that many likes would take ages and would slow his growth when emergencies loom. Instead, the fox urges him to become strong enough to earn 10 million thumbs up from a single video. Jichiak is shocked by that target and doubts such a feat is possible. He concedes it is the surest method but questions whether he can truly pull it off. Reflecting on how difficult earlier elite dungeons and the tree giant were, he suspects these challenges mean the tutorial is nearing its end. The fox confirms things will worsen and says humanity will have to cooperate to overcome the coming hardship. Jichiak doubts humans can truly unite toward a common goal and wonders if other dimensions managed it. The fox replies, referencing high-rank skills, that at least some fantasy realms have survived their tutorials. Images of elves and dwarves illustrate those fantasy worlds enduring. The fox adds that anthropomorph and magipunk dimensions also seem to have made it through. Jichiak says that is good for them, and the fox points out those races have long lifespans and innate magic. A summary bubble notes that such beings are likely far stronger than humans at the same level. Jichiak concludes that Earth starts at a serious disadvantage. He lists human weaknesses like short lifespans, inconsistent physical abilities, and lack of natural magic. The fox says global unity might be enough, but human nature works against that outcome. Jichiak agrees, saying that is why progress is so slow even as the tutorial nears its end. The fox argues that human flaws can actually benefit Jichiak. It explains that weak, imperfect beings feel stronger emotions, which is ideal for generating thumbs up. Jichiak realizes the key is their emotions. The fox confirms that thumbs up are formed from genuine emotions and that robot likes do not count. The fox continues that while humanity may never fully unite, its emotional power can inspire and influence across generations. Jichiak listens, taking this new perspective seriously. He concludes that harnessing people's desires as power means GodTube itself can become humanity's ultimate weapon. Symbolic emotional orbs appear, representing the potential of collective feelings. Against a glowing backdrop, the fox says that to save the world he must follow a certain path. The statement finishes that he must become a super GodTuber. Just then Muchiak returns home, greeting Jichiak, who welcomes his brother. Muchiak asks why Jichiak has been so hard to see lately, and where he keeps disappearing to, while Jichiak notes that Muchiak is rarely home either. As they talk, Jichiak suddenly feels an ominous energy around his brother. He shivers, sensing something unsettling from Muchiak. Muchiak himself feels that something about Jichiak is creepily off. As Muchiak heads off to wash, Jichiak observes that his brother seems different. The fox explains that Jichiak has reached extreme mastery, letting him sense such changes. Jichiak realizes this heightened perception is a result of his training. He still wonders why Muchiak suddenly feels so much stronger. Determined, Jichiak decides he needs to confront his brother about it. From another room, he calls out to Muchiak, asking him to be honest with him. Jichiak senses Muchiak has become unnaturally strong and presses him to reveal what happened. Muchiak casually attributes his growth to past dungeon battles, mana recovery, and building muscle. Jichiak inwardly notes Muchiak is obviously dodging the question. Jichiak concludes to himself that Muchiak is definitely hiding something. Chiak-Liang tells Jichiak Muchiak will not confess no matter how much he is questioned. Chiak-Liang suggests handling other matters first, and Jichiak decides he cannot force Muchiak to talk. Jichiak warns Muchiak not to get involved in anything shady. Muchiak is startled by Jichiak's stern warning. Muchiak insists he is grown up and knows what he is doing, then offers to make coffee for everyone. Jichiak accepts the coffee and says he has important new information to share. Muchiak curiously asks what Jichiak wants to tell him. Jichiak reveals that when the tutorial ends, humanity in this world is slated for destruction. Muchiak is shocked that only humans are targeted and demands to know why. Jichiak admits he was also shocked and starts to explain what sounds like a conspiracy. Muchiak cuts him off, saying he trusts Jichiak. Muchiak affirms he believes Jichiak's strange system of gaining strength from thumbs up and asks how much time remains. Jichiak hesitates, unsure how to answer. Jichiak says he does not know and needs more thumbs up or system conditions met to learn more. He states that if more dungeons keep spawning despite warding stones, Korea itself will vanish. Muchiak grimly asks if that means the entire world will also perish. Jichiak answers that unless other special awakeners like him exist, global destruction is inevitable. He speculates other countries might also have non-leveling awakeners like himself. Muchiak sets down his mug, lamenting how terrible this news is. Jichiak adds that respawnable dungeons are another looming threat, though the last one he cleared was not. He explains that while spawn rates are currently low, his team will soon out-level dungeon entry, limiting their ability to clear more. Muchiak summarizes that more dungeons mean less habitable land for people. Jichiak confirms this while sipping his drink. Jichiak says most people would dismiss his warning as a crazy doomsday theory, since many prophecies about the world's end already circulate. Muchiak asks Jichiak what he intends to do in response to all this. Jichiak silently contemplates his answer, He decides he must first become famous enough to accumulate 10 million thumbs up, then buy the information needed to erase dungeons and reveal the world's secrets. Muchiak reacts in disbelief, asking if Jichiak plans to sacrifice himself for the world, but Jichiak replies that everyone will die otherwise. Muchiak worries aloud that Jichiak will bear this huge responsibility alone. Jichiak muses that perhaps someone else might reach the goal before him. He clarifies he does not intend to throw his life away, only to aim his efforts toward that objective while valuing his own life. Muchiak realizes Jichiak's resolve is already firm. He accepts Jichiak's decision, but urges him to be careful. Jichiak agrees. Later in the training room, Jichiak and Muchiak sit in glowing magic circles labeled as the Cult of Vision's formation. Jichiak activates a skill called the Tiny Branch of the World Tree. A system message announces that their mana recovery rate can increase by up to 599%. Both men meditate as Muchiak marvels at the 599% boost. Muchiak excitedly notes his mana will now refill in a day or two instead of a week, calling the boost impressive. Jichiak asks Chiak-Liang if the branch can be planted and grown into a tree somewhere. Chiak-Liang praises Jichiak's foresight, calling him visionary. Chiak-Liang enthusiastically supports the idea, saying it could yield the best possible results if it works. Jichiak happily decides to try since there is nothing to lose. Chiak-Liang then proceeds to purchase the recommended skills and items from the system store, which Jichiak thanks him for. Chiak-Liang browses the floating interface to complete the purchases. The screen scrolls through blue menus as the transactions go through. Chiak-Liang focuses intensely, confirming the selections. Narration states that Chiak-Liang has bought the 2 recommended skills. A description appears for the F-rank unique buff skill Shadow, which lets the user manipulate the essence of shadows through spiritual power and visualization. Another description details Shadow Pouch, a rare buff skill that creates a large, unrestricted shadow-based pocket dimension requiring the Shadow skill. Narration adds that he also bought an Elven Alchemy potion enabling plants to grow faster and stronger. The system shows the recipe for Elven Growth Enhancer, a rare non-buff potion usable only by those skilled in alchemy. Jichiak confirms that with this he will be able to wield shadows, and Chiak-Liang explains that many famous awakeners use such powers but that storage capacity is the real reason for this recommendation. Jichiak asks what Chiak-Liang means by that. Chiak-Liang explains that Shadow Pouch has the greatest storage capacity among pocket dimension skills. Chiak-Liang assures Jichiak this storage skill will be vital later, and Jichiak vows to master it. Jichiak says the remaining tasks are to plant the branch and gather ingredients for the potion. Chiak-Liang emphasizes that high-quality ingredients are crucial for maximizing the potion's effect. Jichiak wonders if there is any place he can obtain those materials. Time skips ahead a few days. The narration introduces Jungvi Heavy Industries, a Junga Group subsidiary that manufactures military goods and hunter gear. In an elevator at Jungvi, Jichiak thanks Chiak-Liang for suggesting this ideal site for alchemy practice and notes how easily their powerful contact allowed them to use it. Chiak-Liang credits Jichiak's popularity as a godtuber for earning such favor, and Jichiak bashfully asks if that is really true. A red question mark panel appears as Jichiak says he is eager to see what awaits. The door opens in a flash, revealing Jung Viga's laboratory. Jichiak enters the high-tech lab and is amazed that all the machines are constructed from magical artifacts. A special heating beaker is introduced, which boosts alchemy's success and further enhances results when used with Viga's equipment set. A special centrifuge is shown, providing another success boost when part of the same alchemy set. Jichiak is stunned that Viga built these devices herself instead of finding them in dungeons, calling her a prodigy far beyond a rookie like him. Chiak-Liang comments that despite her genius, her company embodies ruthless capitalism. He notes that although her drones were designed to produce food, they were also turned into deadly military weapons, and Jichiak remarks that powerful capitalists are rarely kind in reality. Jichiak proceeds deeper into the facility with Chiak-Liang riding on his shoulder. Fired up, Jichiak declares they should jump straight into alchemy work. A glowing magic circle under a device activates to begin the process. As blue flames swirl, Jichiak thinks that nothing in life is free. He wonders if he should at least give Viga a deep bow for lending her lab at no cost. He also considers trying to maintain his appearance so that his mysterious benefactor will continue to favor him. Jichiak reflects that their Yungjin group is steadily expanding. Chiak-Liang repeats Jichiak's words, questioning his use of the term our group. A thought bubble clarifies that Jichiak now sees Yungjin as partially his because he agreed to receive company shares. Documents appear as Jichiak laughs that loyalty stems from owning shares and notes he has been promised half of everything. Chiak-Liang remarks that once Jichiak signs, he and the other man will officially co-own the company, which Jichiak affirms. The alchemical device continues roaring with blue energy. Jichiak watches the towering column of energy in awe. Chiak-Liang announces the potion is finished and invites his master to inspect it. Jichiak excitedly observes the swirling blue liquid while the system describes Jichiak's uniquely infused Elven Growth Enhancer, which dramatically accelerates tree growth thanks to high-quality gear and alchemy. Chiak-Liang says the potion might be sufficient to nurture the tiny world tree branch. Jichiak happily celebrates their success while holding the completed potion. The alchemy flames die down as the lab's machinery whirs and cools. Elsewhere, Vega watches drone footage of Jichiak's work and likens his earnestness to a hamster thrilled by a single sunflower seed. Holding a glass of wine, she admits she can see why Juran is fond of him. Vega sips her drink, amused. In her first lab, Vega lounges with her wine, surrounded by scientific equipment. She muses that only a handful of alchemists can reach Jichiak's displayed level. Watching his magic circle on a monitor, she wonders how he acquired such an advanced alchemy skill. Vega notes that his ability does not even seem related to martial arts. She analyzes that Jichiak's skill is extremely efficient and versatile, and thinks he might eventually master Chinese martial arts style alchemy as well. A drone informs Vega that she has a visitor. The drone reports that the guest is Jungjin's president, Jung Jihan, making Vega wonder why he has come. Vega instructs the drone to let him in. She remarks that he has never visited in person before and suspects his appearance is connected to Jichiak. A shadowy figure approaches behind the lab doors. Jung Jihan steps into view, expression unreadable behind his glasses. Vega greets her rising star younger brother teasingly, and scolds him for spying on her employee, which he denies by asking her to stop surveilling Jichiak. Vega grumbles that her brother is as cold as ever and wonders if he only smiles around Jichiak. She insists she is monitoring Jichiak for security since she lent him extremely valuable equipment, so keeping watch is reasonable. Jihan reluctantly concedes and tells her to do as she likes. Vega internally questions why he is so overprotective of Jichiak, almost as if guarding a beloved pet. She presses Jihan to explain his real reason for visiting, knowing it is not just to nag, and he silently hands her something. Vega looks puzzled as she reaches out. Scarlet energy bursts from Jihan's fist, surprising her. A sinister red object appears, and Vega is impressed he obtained it while still saying. She asks how he managed to acquire such a dangerous thing without becoming enlightened. She notes he is neither hoarding it nor trying to dump it out of fear, instead freely offering it to her, which surprises her. Jihan dryly says that if she does not want it, he will simply take it back. Vega hastily grabs the item, saying she will accept the gift rather than be rude. Jihan watches quietly, adjusting his glasses. Vega examines the ominous object, appreciating the gesture but admitting it feels suspicious. She says she is extremely curious why Jihan has changed so drastically. Activating the red artifact fills the lab with swirling pink energy, engulfing them. The pink energy spreads through the facility. The mysterious energy seeps even further as machinery hums. After the surge, the lab's devices whir and rumble back to normal around the two siblings. Vega, surrounded by mechanical arms, reminds Jihan she can control thousands of machines simultaneously to study him. Jihan acknowledges her suspicion but insists she will not uncover anything useful no matter how thoroughly she probes him. Vega replies that she will decide for herself after dissecting him with her instruments. She cheerfully promises to patch him up afterward and assures him he will not remember the procedure. Observing that Vega also resists enlightenment effects, Jihan reflects internally that she will not be swayed like others. He reasons that she will either fall for the artifact's illusions nor be lost to another dimension, making her the right person to hold it. He further characterizes her as a cold, human-shaped being willing to do anything to reach a mysterious library of origin. Vega tells him she has long been thinking about him. She begins explaining her theories, first suggesting he might no longer be her real brother. While he dismissively notes, he never agreed to listen. Mechanical arms bind his legs tightly. Vega continues that while rare, it is possible some divine superior being has taken over his body. She asserts this idea explains their situation and his sudden maturity. She adds that it also accounts for his massive power growth, though not his obsession with Jichiak. Bound by countless arms, Jihan asks what her next theory is. Vega says her second hypothesis is coming next. She proposes that some deity granted him ultimate wisdom or prophecy, a phenomenon she thinks is fairly common worldwide. She then mentions a final hypothesis and asks if he wants to hear it. Jihan, still restrained, tells her to go ahead. Vega suggests he might have fused with another being entirely, which would explain his altered personality and skills. She demands to know which hypothesis is correct, warning that many powerful people will start investigating his past once they finish scrutinizing Jichiak. Jihan sighs and says her guesses are both wrong and somewhat right at the same time. Frustrated, Vega demands he clarify what that is supposed to mean. Jihan prepares to finally answer, his mouth beginning to form words. The brother is restrained by mechanical tendrils as some kind of device activates. We see he and the blue-haired scientist are bound while glowing rings appear around them. The tendrils coil around his legs, holding him in place in the lab. The scientist praises his deduction and reveals her project is a mix of his second and third hypotheses. He says he has told her everything he can for now. Amused, she calls his hidden secret interesting and says he is more entertaining than she thought. He advises her to keep the item he gave her instead of dissecting his brain, suggesting she use it to form a new deal with her machinery deity. Hearing him use the word deal, she is surprised and questions that choice of term. She realizes he actually knows the core terms of her contract with the deity. She summarizes his story, saying he gained wisdom from a divine being and fused with something, gaining powers. She notes that this fusion granted him an ability befitting his given name. He confirms her understanding is basically correct. She privately grumbles about the odd fortune teller who inspired their grandfather's strange naming sense. She then asks why he is giving her this powerful magic stone. He thinks to himself that after revealing this much, there is no turning back. Internally, he wishes that this lifetime will finally be his last. Aloud, he says he wants 2 conditions in return for the stone and information. She listens intently, waiting for his demands. His first demand is that she treat their relative Jichiak more kindly. She protests that she is already nice, and he concedes that her treatment of Jichiak is not actually a problem. He recalls that in previous lives, no matter his efforts or Jichiak's strength, tragedy always occurred. In those timelines, his sister repeatedly removed Jichiak's brain to satisfy her curiosity. He notes with relief that this time around Jichiak has managed to win her affection instead. She happily admits she expects to like Jichiak for a long time and asks what his second condition is. He steels himself before stating the final request. He asks that she herself become the new king of machinery instead of relying on the current deity. Shocked, she flinches at the enormity of his request. She remarks that he knows far more than she expected and even considers whether she should eliminate him. Yet she observes that his expression has remained calm since entering her lair and wonders what gives him such boldness. Ultimately, she says his proposal sounds fun, agrees to the deal, and notes the world may end soon anyway. He realizes she also knows about the looming apocalypse, which makes sense given all the drones she deployed earlier. Satisfied with their agreement, she then asks him to leave her lab. She watches him as he turns toward the door. He wordlessly nods and starts to go. He walks out while she stays back in the lab, thinking about what just happened. He moves down the hallway, leaving her research area behind. The doors shut behind him with a heavy clunk. Immediately she calls another researcher, asking about progress on deciphering the demon somatic cells she is studying. Hearing that half the demon cell data has been decoded, she enthusiastically praises the other scientist's unprecedented achievement. She decides to come over right away, startling the other researcher with her urgency. Time passes silently. Elsewhere, someone calls out to his brother, asking how his alchemy attempt went. Jichiak replies it went okay, while his brother presses him to explain. Jichiak plants a tiny branch in a pot, saying he can grow it but currently lacks the required materials. When his brother asks about ingredients, he explains that although the elven growth enhancer he made worked well, the branch still is not absorbing it. A quest window appears, instructing him to further satisfy the tiny world tree branch using items like a demon heart and a fairy's teardrop to earn rewards. Jichiak receives the quest outside of any dungeon, and both brothers marvel at the rarity and potential of raising a world tree at home. The brother admits it sounds cool but asks what concrete benefits a homegrown world tree would bring. Jichiak explains that once the tree grows, they can harvest its valuable mana-boosting branches at will and possibly gain even greater powers. They reflect that the legendary world tree often appears in stories and could be incredibly powerful. The scene shifts to the Youngha Group's center, where the team later gathers. Jung Ji-hun begins a briefing about the government rewards they received for clearing the temple dungeon, including 10 years of tax exemption for his company and all of them. The others exclaim it is a great time to start businesses, and Ji-hun confirms even new ventures they create are tax-exempt under special hunter laws. Jichiak comments on how extreme these privileges are, noting how much society bends rules for hunters who risk their lives. Ji-hun adds that Jichiak also got separate compensation for clearing the Yodo plant dungeon, namely an advanced panacea that will affect the party's strength. The party reacts with shock, asking to confirm that he really received a panacea. They repeat that even the government granted him such a miracle medicine, calling it a blessing tied to his good deeds. Ji-hun's fox familiar explains that panacea's outstanding effects make it coveted by elites worldwide, usually snapped up before ordinary hunters get any. The fox further explains that panacea permanently boosts martial artists' energy, which led some nations like China to distribute it widely to strengthen fighters. One teammate quietly munches on a snack as the explanation continues. He remarks that such generosity shows how highly the government values Jichiak, whose power exceeds his current rank. Jichiak's system notifies him that famed hunter Jung Jibiak has congratulated him and given him a thumbs up. Another notification shows zealot Song Guang praising his luck too, while Song Guang himself tells Jichiak that his growth blesses the whole group. Embarrassed, Jichiak thanks everyone and insists he was simply doing his job. Watching this, Ji-hun thinks he now understands why another relative, Ji-hun, chose to work with these companions. He notes that none of them get jealous of others' success and instead sincerely celebrate it. He reflects that finding such genuinely supportive comrades is a rare stroke of luck. Ji-hun ends the reward discussion and shifts the meeting to planning their next dungeon. He announces their next target as the Fort of Hope, explaining there are no more level-restricted dungeons blocking their way. The others clarify that this tall castle-like dungeon is a defense-type instance, and confirms such dungeons usually come with special entry conditions. Ji-hun says they all know the basics from the hunter license test, preparing them for a defense dungeon. He explains that about 100 hunters will work together to defend the castle from waves of monsters, with rewards effectively limited to lower-level participants. Another teammate elaborates that hunters above level 56 rarely gain rewards or experience there, making it most attractive to levels 45 through 55. The muscular hunter adds that unlike emergency dungeon breaks, defense dungeons are so popular that people volunteer eagerly. Ji-hun confirms that this dungeon takes in 100 hunters at once for a massive joint defense. He describes how participants must hold the walls and repel monsters in a large-scale siege. Everyone is impressed by the spectacle such a battle will create. The fox tells Jichiak this dungeon is a perfect opportunity for his channel since high-level hunters seldom stream content from such places. She points out that clearing Fort of Hope has become almost a prerequisite for popular GodTubers due to the rare footage it provides. Jichiak worries that with so many existing videos, standing out will still be difficult. The fox agrees his video could seem mediocre without a solid plan, and he laments that being a GodTuber is not easy. She suggests they first listen to Jihan's strategy, and then tailor it to fit their own style. The group readily agrees to follow that approach. Jihan then announces they will split into 2 separate teams for the dungeon. Song Guang asks if attacking as 2 teams simultaneously is allowed. Jihan confirms Fort of Hope is a team battle divided into 4 directional groups with individual rankings. He explains that if the 6 of them joined one side it would be inefficient, but splitting lets each of them aim for top individual ranks. The others accept his reasoning. The fox summarizes that this strategy targets both team victory and high individual rankings. Jichiak adds that the top 3 hunters on each team receive special prizes, though competition can sometimes cause cooperation to collapse. Jihan assigns himself, Song Guang, and Muchiak to Team A. He puts Jichiak, Young Jibiak, and Baiyal Hana together in Team B. Someone notes that Team A lacks a tank and wonders if that will be a problem. Jihan says it will be fine because he himself will serve as Team A's tank, surprising the others. The teammates look at him in confusion, asking what has suddenly changed. Internally they question when he even acquired tanking skills. Jihan ends debate and tells everyone to focus as he begins presenting detailed information on the screen. The screen shows a list of potential Fort of Hope titles such as Massacrer, Destroyer, Guardian of the Wall, and others. He explains that earning these titles is the main reason he chose this dungeon and that they are his primary goal. The team reacts with excitement as he reminds them how vital titles are. Song Guang exclaims that they are finally starting to work on serious achievements. The muscular hunter jokes that his desire for titles is as big as his biceps while flexing enthusiastically. Jihan stresses that achievements are essential for becoming elite hunters and that this quest will determine whether they become obscure or highly sought after. Jichiak agrees, calling achievements like a third set of skills. Internally he is thrilled to finally get a chance at titles and feels giddy with anticipation. Jihan then proceeds to the theoretical part of his briefing and asks them to pay close attention despite some groaning. He continues explaining strategy while the others listen from their seats. Charts and data about the dungeon appear as he talks, and the team studies them carefully. The long planning session continues as he lays out every detail. Afterwards, Jichiak and his teammates leave the building together, wishing each other a safe dungeon clear and suggesting drinks afterward. Song Guang remembers he is underage, so Jichiak jokingly tells him he can drink milk instead of beer. Walking with them, Jichiak and the fox note that Song Guang's bright personality is good, since priest-class hunters often suffer guilt over teammates' injuries or deaths. They remark that this constant guilt produces the highest suicide rate among priests. Jichiak then says he already has an idea for how to film the upcoming video, surprising the fox with his quick planning. He resolves that it is time to get the show on the road. As the meeting disperses, Jihan expresses excitement to see Jichiak's plan and tells everyone to meet at the dungeon entrance. A swirling portal opens as the raid starts, and the group is drawn into the Fort of Hope. Colors blur as they travel through the dimensional vortex. The portal's light stretches into a horizontal streak as the transition finishes. Jichiak, Jibiak, and Hana land inside the Fort of Hope in new combat gear while system messages confirm their entry and party composition. Another message instructs them to eliminate otherworldly enemies and defend the walls of the fort. The system explains that all defensive actions earn points and assigns their team to protect the northern wall. Jichiak looks around in awe, taking in the Fort of Hope for the first time. Seeing the towering fortress in crowds, he notes many hunters have already arrived ahead of them. He also observes that hundreds of NPC soldiers are present. Hana estimates the tower's size at around 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide. She comments that although she had heard about this place, the structure looks even more intimidating in person. Jibiak proposes they split up briefly to gather information, and Hana agrees enthusiastically. Jichiak, energized, says it is time to get the party started. From above we see their small trio standing apart from the massed NPC army at the base of the tower. Jichiak analyzes that the accent shield soldiers will form the blocking front line against enemies. He continues that the archers will fire from behind them in the second line of defense. He adds that these NPC soldiers are magically generated and not very smart, so they will not be that reliable. The fox and Jichiak conclude that success will depend on the awakened hunters' tactics more than on the NPCs. Watching more hunters arrive via portals, they remark that it will take a while for all participants to assemble. Jichiak asks his companions if they should start streaming the raid now. They review how teams are formed. Everyone picks a random number and 20 to 30 people are assigned to each of the 4 sides, sometimes unevenly. A note explains that if one team gets overfilled or fills too slowly, the dungeon system will automatically rebalance numbers. Hana mentions she already saw Jihan's team heading to the opposite side, and they decide to prepare for battle now that distribution seems settled. The 3 agree to get ready, standing together on the northern ramparts. Jichiak draws his sword, raising it in preparation. Muchiak clenches his fists to psych himself up. Hana readies her crossbow with a click. Other hunters in the crowd recognize Jibiak from the Yungha family and Jichiak from his online reputation, grumbling that the pair might steal achievements. Jibyok bristles at the comments but is told by Jichiak not to worry about them. Hana notes that many hunters seem hostile toward them, while Jichiak dismisses it as simple jealousy, earning Hana's respect for his calm attitude. Suddenly Jichiak senses something and reacts in alarm. Jibyok and Hana also tense up, looking toward the sky as the atmosphere shifts. The sky over the tower turns vivid red as Jichiak observes that the real battle is about to begin. Monsters finally appear, rushing toward the walls, and Jichiak alerts his team that the enemy is coming. The defenders react in alarm as the ground starts shaking. A system alert announces that enemies have reached the Fort of Hope. Dark portals begin ripping open in the desert around them. A swarm of lights and energy rushes through the portals toward the fort. The mission objective appears, ordering them to defend the tower for 1 hour to save the Fort of Hope. Powerful blue energy barriers crackle to life around the central tower packed with defenders. Looking over the battlefield, Jichiak judges that he can maintain his sword aura for at least an hour. He notes that his endurance still depends on how strong these approaching enemies are. Focusing, he studies the oncoming threat. The portals fully open as energy and monsters surge toward the fort. Massive stone-clawed ants start emerging from the portals. The stone ants pour out and rush at the fort through the crackling barriers. The leading ants are struck by the electric defenses as they advance. An instructor identifies them as living stone ants with vicious, drill-like teeth. The instructor explains that they are numerous monsters whose jaws can bite through rock and armor. Strategy is set that elemental and unconventional attacks, especially earth and water mages, will work best against the stone shells. Jichiak steels himself and signals that the battle is about to begin. He kneels and slips his hand into his own shadow to activate a skill. Onlookers gasp as his arm vanishes into the shadow, amazed by the strange ability. The system notifies him that he has gained his first thumbs up from viewers. Jichiak sees the thumbs up notification and smiles, encouraged. More thumbs up notifications continue to chime in. He marvels that he is already earning likes before the real fight has started. Jichiak grabs a bulging sack and runs it over to Hana, entrusting its contents to her. Hana opens the bag to reveal many blue orbs and confirms she will handle them. She takes one orb, announcing that she is about to begin. Channeling her water magic into the orbs, Hana activates a spell called Trap of Tearing Blades. Energy concentrates inside an orb as her magic spins around it. The orbs turn into shining spheres of light that launch into the sky. Hana sends the enchanted spheres streaking toward the swarming ants. Spectators stare as the bladed spheres race along the electric barrier straight for the monsters. Hana continues grabbing and throwing more orbs to sustain the attack. The glowing, blade-filled spheres spread out beyond the walls, forming a devastating perimeter. They slam into the stone ants outside the tower, detonating on impact. The explosions carve huge paths through the ant horde. Shockwaves roar as more detonations chain together. Other trainees watch in disbelief, realizing how powerful Hana's and Jichiak's traps are and worrying about losing the rankings. Someone complains in frustration that this had to happen on today's evaluation. Jichiak grins, thinking that people like him can buy great achievements with money and planning. Umji, filming, notes that the new bombs are extremely effective and that Hana's use of them will make the stream even more popular. Inspired, other hunters surge forward, using lightning and fire abilities to join the fight. More teammates unleash their stealth and water-based skills as they charge. A barrage of elemental attacks races outward alongside the traps toward the ants. The multicolored elemental waves collide with the encroaching horde in a massive blast. The area in front of the fort is shredded by overlapping explosions and energy blades. Dust and stone fragments fill the air where the ants once were. Even so, more ants climb the tower walls as the ground continues to rumble. Jichiak notes with relief that now everyone has finally joined the battle. Realizing the fight has become a point race, he notes that they must now compete for kills. Hunters around the tower unleash continuous magical volleys into the swarm. The battlefield becomes a storm of colorful projectiles as everyone attacks at once. A notification informs Jichiak that he has quickly defeated 100 monsters. More alerts announce that Hana and then Jichiak have slain 500 monsters, each earning massacre-type titles. The description of the new professional massacre title appears, detailing its area of effect buffs and reduced mana cost. Hana excitedly celebrates obtaining the professional massacre title so quickly. Jibyok happily remarks that Jichiak's plan is working perfectly. Jichiak grins in satisfaction at how the strategy is paying off. He explains that in this dungeon, creators of traps and support skills are fully credited for kills even without direct combat. He narrates that his own alchemy, Jibyok's hauling of the trap bag, and Hana's activation of the bombs all count as shared contributions. Thus every time they kill a stone ant, all three of them gain contribution points. Still, ants manage to climb the tower, forcing more firepower toward the walls. The larger stone ants push upward in waves despite the attacks. Some hunters panic as the ants scale the tower, regretting not bringing more items to fight them off. Screams ring out as the swarm breaches parts of the wall and chaos spreads. Hana and Jibyok see the breach and realize that defenses in one section have given way. Jichiak notes that all of his traps are spent and declares that they will now move to phase 2 of their plan. He summons his monobike, mounting it as blue energy flares around him. Calling to his fox spirit Chiakliang, he orders the familiar to join the next phase of the assault. Chiakliang leaps forward dramatically, racing alongside the bike. The fox's eyes sharpen as it prepares to attack. Chiak Liang multiplies into several energy forms and dashes toward the tower wall. Jichiak rides the bike up the sloping wall with Chiak Liang running beside him, both blazing with blue aura. Jichiak jumps off the bike, telling Chiak Liang to handle things while he moves on. Hannah leaps onto the fox's back with her crossbow as it howls and charges. Jibiak shouts for action and runs to join Jichiak on the offensive. Riding double on the bike, Jichiak promises to kick off the next stage of the plan. Another hunter watches Jichiak's daring maneuver in astonishment. Jichiak rallies Chiak Liang, vowing together to bring the monsters down. The bike and fox race around the tower's slope, carving through clusters of ants. They slice a swath through the packed swarm at the tower's base. The bike's wheels grind and crush stone ants as aura blades whirl around them. Jibiak roars in effort as he smashes through the encircling ants. Their combined assault sends shattered stone bodies flying. They tear a vertical path up the tower wall, throwing ants from the surface. Below, Hannah fires repeatedly from Chiak Liang's back, shooting down ants that approach. Chiak Liang lunges and bites through another ant at high speed. From afar, their luminous trails show bike, fox, and riders racing around the tower, annihilating ants. Spectators atop the tower cheer at the sight of Jichiak's bike mowing down the enemies. Others snap out of watching, realizing that Jichiak's group is stealing most of the kill points and that they must fight harder. Inspired and worried about rankings, more hunters unleash their own attacks toward the tower. Elemental volleys rain down the tower's sides to blast away the remaining ants. A leader shouts that the portal itself must be sealed, and calls on Jibiak to execute his part of the strategy. Jibiak, still riding the bike with Jichiak, affirms that they can rely on him. He then launches himself from the bike, powered by his earth magic. Surrounded by swirling flames and aura, Jibiak rockets toward the ground near the portal. He casts his earth magic command to raise a wall. Burning with determination, he plunges straight at the area where the ants emerge. Stone ants still pour from the dark portal when he lands. Jibiak slams into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that upheaves the earth. Earthen walls erupt around the portal, crushing and trapping many ants. Massive stone pillars slam together, sealing the entrance and cutting off the swarm. With the portal contained, Jichiak declares that it is finally time for the climax. Rushing in with swords drawn, he tells Jibiak to keep pushing while he provides cover. As they fight together, Jichiak notices Jibiak's new skill that turns his summoned walls into stone spears. Jibiak demonstrates by transforming more walls into spears that skewer the remaining ants near the portal. A narrator or viewer exclaims that what Jichiak is doing is almost unbelievable. The viewer realizes that Jichiak is simultaneously defending the tower and wiping out the ants at their source. Another comment proclaims Umji as the greatest of all time for this performance. Chiak Liang continues racing around the battlefield, shredding ants with its aura. A large sponsorship notification appears, showing that a viewer has donated 10 million won. Hannah, riding Chiak Liang and firing, is cheered on by viewers shouting support for Umji. System messages inform Jichiak that he has gained new titles such as Guardian of the Iron Wall, Master Massacrer, Skull Opener, Intimidation of Slaughter, and Annihilator of Ants. Jichiak notes in amazement that he has already earned 5 additional titles from this battle. He focuses, resolved to use his growing power to finish the dungeon. He decides that with their momentum and titles, it is time to put an end to this mission. A massive final shockwave radiates out from the tower, obliterating the last pockets of ants around it. When the dust settles, the battlefield is clear and the exhausted hunters stand amid rubble. Survivors gather on the tower roof, confirming that the area has been secured. A final notification announces the dungeon clear and begins calculating each hunter's contribution. The hunters check their floating status screens and excitedly discuss their results. Rankings for Team A appear, listing Jung Ji-hun in first place, followed by Muchiak and Song Guang. Rankings for Team B show Jichiak first, Jung Jibiak second, and Bayel Hannah third, while a screen also lists the top contributors of Team C. Another screen begins to show Team D's ranking results. Someone recognizes Yom Radu among the high performers and remarks that he clearly has not abandoned his hunting career. A hunter notes that Mr. Jung has taken first place overall in contribution. They remark that it is surprising to see him care about rankings at all. A system window then informs Jichiak that he has received a quest reward. The reward description reveals an artifact shield called Hope of the Guardian, which is indestructible, while the user remains hopeful and automatically defends them. Jichiak summons the enormous glowing shield and marvels at its size and uniqueness. His companion comments that although it covers little of his body, its automatic defense and hopeful condition make it a superb item. Jichiak summarizes that the shield's power depends on his mental stability, and is told that it may one day save his life. Looking around, he observes other hunters also receiving their rewards. New announcements state that he has placed in the top 3 overall at the Fort of Hope and has gained the Guardian of Hope title. The Guardian of Hope title is described as an epic reward for outstanding defense of the fort that strongly resists negative mental effects, amazing Jichiak and Chiak Liang. With the portal stabilizing behind them, hunters begin returning to the outside world. Jichiak's team regroups on the field, congratulating each other on making the top rankings. Yom Radu praises Jichiak's performance, saying he was impressed by how Jichiak pushed all the way to the portal to eradicate the ants. Jichiak modestly replies that it was only possible thanks to his teammates' help. The strategist leader is pleased their plan succeeded and schedules a follow-up meeting in 3 days to review what happened. The others cheerfully agree to attend the debriefing. Jicheok then notices Mucheok looking dejected and wonders what is bothering him. Time shifts to a highway as buses carry the exhausted trainees back to the city. Inside one bus, Jicheok asks Mucheok why he is so quiet and distant. Mucheok silently activates his recording skill, bringing up a floating screen. He tells Jicheok to watch a video he captured with his ability. The recording shows Yongradu's team on the battlefield from earlier. Jicheok recognizes Jihan leading at the front of the formation. Mucheok explains that Song Guang strengthened Jihan and he supported with buff magic. The playback reveals that Jihan's trio had positioned themselves near the portal even before it opened, which Mucheok points out would have been incredibly risky with ants about to swarm. Troubled, Mucheok wonders aloud what Mr. Jung was really thinking when he chose that dangerous positioning. Mucheok agrees with his teammate's assessment of the scene but tells him to keep observing. On the battlefield, the silver-haired hunter stands alone amid barren ground. A massive web of blue energy crackles into existence before the hunter. The energy surges violently as something starts to emerge with a loud rumble. Countless ant-like monsters pour out toward the lone hunter beneath the glowing barrier. Watching this, Mucheok's eyes widen in shock. The silver-haired hunter whips his arm through the air, beginning to activate a power. He continues the motion as energy gathers around his outstretched hand. Surrounded by spiraling blue streams, he spreads his arms and invokes a skill called Barrel. The charging ant monsters rush toward him in large numbers. In an instant, their forms blur and vanish from around him. The hunter finds himself standing alone in an empty field where the ants used to be, stunned. Watching the feed, one teammate demands to know from Mucheok what just happened. Mucheok explains that everything around the hunter disappeared as if he had cut away the surrounding space. He adds that even though he was beside the hunter, he still cannot determine what kind of skill was used. Another teammate guesses it might be some sort of teleportation ability because the space around the hunter distorted. Elsewhere, a bespectacled observer quietly focuses on the scene. Adjusting his glasses, he silently activates an analysis ability called Regulator. Under this ability, shadowy impressions of ant corpses appear all around the spot where the hunter stands. Mucheok remarks that ant remains are now scattered everywhere, having appeared out of nowhere. He recalls that he could hardly believe his eyes when the hunter finished and stood in a ring of debris. He summarizes that from his perspective the ants simply vanished and then reappeared as remains. The two teammates in the vehicle share a brief, amazed laugh at the absurdity of what they saw. Mucheok notes that during the phenomenon both his and Song Guang's mana were completely drained. The others exclaim that their mana was taken by force, and Mucheok says they then received experience and titles equal to the number of ants the hunter killed. Processing this, one teammate realizes that everything they just heard occurred in what felt like an instant. Meanwhile, the protagonist drinks from a water bottle to recover. Mucheok muses that Mr. Jung is clearly abnormal and must have an unusual occupation. He tells his companion that Jung's power feels different from the companion's own time-related ability, which at least behaves more transparently. Chiak Liang, the fox spirit, concludes that Jung's dramatic display was intentional, since he would not reveal such an odd skill without a purpose. The protagonist agrees with Chiak Liang's reasoning. He speculates that Jung showed his abilities publicly as a warning so people would know his skill manipulates time. Watching recorded footage of Jung on a hologram, Mucheok narrows his eyes thoughtfully. He wonders if Jung's move means Jung is formally entering the succession battle within the Junga group. A black car speeds through the city, carrying another interested party. Inside, this person reflects that Jung's move was bold and arrogant, and wonders how it will reshape events. Jung sits in his own car, silently contemplating. Later at home, the protagonist calls to Chiak Liang and asks him to organize and summarize all the titles he has earned. Chiak Liang enthusiastically agrees to help. Hearing the tally, the protagonist is surprised by how many titles he has accumulated. A system list shows combat-oriented titles that boost his power and efficiency in various ways. Additional titles are displayed that enhance dungeon rewards, defense, and area damage with reduced mana costs. More titles, including Intimidation of Slaughter, Annihilator of Ants, and Guardian of Hope, provide aggression, bonus damage to ants, and resistance to mental attacks, which he studies curiously. He notices that Annihilator of Ants and Guardian of Hope lack numerical percentages and wonders why those titles are different. Chiak Liang suggests those might be special or that mental aspects cannot be measured precisely, pointing out that Lizardman Challenger is similar. The protagonist thinks back to an old beginner mental skill he still relies on and reasons that layering these mental defense titles will make his mind even more stable. Chiak Liang says it is time to contact the manager, and the protagonist agrees, deciding on his next challenge. He resolves to visit the Fort of Hope alone the next day. In a different broadcast, a fire-wielding hunter streaks across the battlefield on a blazing motorbike, incinerating stone ants. Chiak Liang informs his master that the live stream view count is surging. The fox comments that the master's fiery skill has astonished the audience. The protagonist praises fire-type skills, noting that his blaze walk ability is simultaneously obliterating ants and racking up likes. A notification shows a viewer with the ID full of vertical bars sponsoring 10 million won. That viewer remarks that he came because he heard the streamer had a similar skill to his, but finds it far weaker. Seeing the huge donation, the protagonist is shocked that someone sent so much money at once. When he recognizes the donor ID, he realizes it belongs to the top hunter on GodTube. Chiak Liang reacts in disbelief, confirming they are talking about that famous hunter. The protagonist is stunned to realize that the hunter with 150 million subscribers and the title of GodTube's GOAT is watching his channel. Chiak Liang cautions that an ID alone is not proof, since it could be an impersonator. The protagonist admits it might just be someone pretending to be that star. Another alert shows the same ID donating 10 million won again, reinforcing that this powerful viewer is still engaged. The donor explains he holds the same rare title the protagonist showed and did not know a Korean dungeon could grant it. The donor then pointedly asks if this is all the protagonist can do, provoking him. Irritated, the protagonist thinks the donor's comment really pushes his buttons. Chiak Liang admits he initially thought the donor was a crazy impersonator but, after reading chat reactions, accepts that it really is that hunter. Fighting on, the protagonist confirms in disbelief and continues burning ants while listening. The donor adds that he will leave unless something new happens but shares his email in case the streamer has interesting content later. The protagonist is amazed that this star hunter is about to leave an email address for him. Realizing the donor is genuine, pressure begins to mount on the protagonist to impress him. He accelerates through the dungeon on his flaming bike, determined not to waste the opportunity. He tells Chiak Liang he must obtain the hunter's email address no matter what. Resolving to put on a show, he prepares an especially spectacular stunt for the viewer. A massive fiery explosion rocks the area as his performance escalates. In a distant office, people watching the stream marvel at how insane and seemingly impossible the feat is. Inside that office, a young man asks his butler-like aide, addressed as Gramps, for his opinion. The aide reminds him that something proven to have happened once is no longer impossible and should not be ignored. The young man laughs and concedes the point, saying there is no reason to doubt what he has just seen. Identified as the A/B rank hunter Adam Bronze of the Bronze family, he decides they must now study how such a thing is achievable. The aide respectfully agrees to investigate. Adam stands before floating screens, reviewing data from the protagonist's run. He deduces that understanding how the protagonist moved over the fort's wall is the key to the mystery. Reviewing past attempts, he notes that teleporting, jumping, or flying over the fort's walls has never succeeded. He points out that the protagonist is likely the first person to attempt riding a bike up the wall like a spider. The aide confirms the data supports that conclusion, and Adam praises him for having researched it all during the live stream. Watching more footage, Adam excitedly asks if the stunt will earn the protagonist a new title. The aide thinks that since it is an unprecedented achievement, a new title is highly probable. Adam silently keeps analyzing the data stream. He reaches toward a screen, activating more complex calculations. Staring at formulae, he comments that the blaze walk used to roast stone ants is extremely powerful. He estimates that such destructive force requires at least a certain level of power. Adam stares through the equations, pondering what that level actually is. He asks his aide to verify his math. The aide promptly confirms all the calculations are correct. The result shocks Adam, who concludes the protagonist's power is at least equivalent to A-rank mana. The aide agrees that such mana is necessary to unleash that firepower and still climb over the fort's wall. Adam speculates that the protagonist may have consumed some potent elixir before entering the dungeon. He instructs the aide to investigate recent elixir trade routes, reasoning that only a few elixirs could cause such rapid growth. The aide powers up a cane wrapped in blue energy and affirms the order. His eyes glowing, he fully activates his own ability in preparation. A vortex of blue power appears, gathering data around Adam as he analyzes further. A map of the world forms within the energy vortex, marking several key locations. The aide explains that the image shows smuggling routes used by major auctions and families. He reports that none of the track trades involve elixirs capable of boosting strength so quickly. Adam listens in silence, absorbing that no external elixir explains the power. He becomes serious, realizing this leaves only intrinsic explanations. Watching the footage of the protagonist again, he wonders how the man can possess such potent mana. Adam tells Oswald his conclusion is based on process of elimination. He says that after ruling out other factors, two possibilities remain, prompting Oswald to ask what they are. Adam states the first possibility is that the protagonist is simply a once-in-a-generation genius. He elaborates that among billions of people a rare individual can be born who excels at both martial arts and mana, belonging to an exceptional rank. Oswald agrees such prodigies are rare but do occasionally exist. Adam presents the second possibility, that the man's occupation is unique and inherently lets him become overpowered, and says he has evidence. He notes that the man's level barely rises or increases very slowly despite his feats. Adam believes that drawback is offset by some mechanism that boosts mana, pointing out that the man uses martial arts, magic, summons, and shadow techniques all together. Summarizing, Adam concludes the protagonist is a martial arts prodigy with a job that grants many skill types, so even if his level stagnates, he can still become overwhelmingly strong. Slouching in his chair, Adam calls this unfair, while Oswald laughs that such a complaint is ironic coming from someone who also began far above normal hunters. Oswald jokes that in Korea there is a phrase for smug comments that make people want to pelt you with stones. Adam sheepishly asks if he sounded that obnoxious. He then says it takes one genius to recognize another, and decides to keep close watch on him. Jichiak. He orders Oswald to message every channel he has bookmarked, asking them to send him any footage of Jichiak. Adam sets a bounty of 10 million won per video until he gets bored of the search. When Oswald reacts to the amount, Adam insists he plans to recruit Jichiak as their guild's ace, saying the talent clearly justifies it. Back at home, Jichiak wonders aloud why that top hunter is suddenly interested in him. Chiak Liang explains it is clearly because of the live stream, where the hunter saw Jichiak's unusual mana recovery skill and wanted to compare it to his own. Jichiak asks if Chiak Liang really thinks so, and the fox adds that thanks to that hunter, their views and likes have spiked sharply. Jichiak remarks that live streaming truly brings unexpected events and acknowledges how influential that hunter is. Chiak Liang adds that the A/B rank hunter is highly intrigued by Jichiak's abilities and has even put up a reward for videos about him. Jichiak finds that random but turns back to business, suggesting they review his new title abilities before choosing another skill to buy. Chiak Liang agrees and begins pulling up the relevant information. The system lists titles earned for clearing the Fort of Hope first, starting with Protector of the Wall, which boosts structure durability in defense battles. Another title, Protector of Life, increases allied NPC abilities during defensive battles. Chiak Liang notes that Jichiak currently has over 723,000 thumbs up and that purchasing all 4 fire-type skills will cost 700,000. After confirming the purchase, Chiak Liang tells him everything is set. Jichiak happily declares that with these fire skills he can now burn down almost anything. Chiak Liang then brings up one final reward they still need to address. A description appears for a rare A+ notion-type item called Heart of Hope, the condensed essence of hope that shines in darkness. The glowing orb materializes, and Jichiak wonders aloud what purpose this Heart of Hope serves. Chiak Liang admits he has no idea either. Jichiak, who has never seen a notion-type item, stares at it uncertainly. He recalls that when he previously received a message that the gods had noticed him, it came during a run in the rain. He remembers that when that reward arrived, his surroundings turned black and white. He realizes that was the moment a god actually descended. He notes the same visual change occurred when the deity called the one who defies death appeared before him. During the fort run, a new notification had stated that Hope was watching him, marking his second encounter with a deity. Another description clarifies that the title Mortal acknowledged by Hope, of legend rank, was bestowed on him and grants total immunity to negative mental influences. Jichiak wonders anxiously if this means the god of Hope personally descended to meet him. As he reaches for the orb, Chiak Liang advises him to first check the thumbs up store for instructions, but Jichiak ignores him. Deciding to risk it, Jichiak declares that even if he does not know what it is, he will just eat it, and lunges toward the Heart of Hope. Chiak Liang and Jichiak both react with alarm as his body is engulfed in light. Jichiak feels himself falling through a realm of pink and blue energy, overwhelmed by an intense surge of hope welling up from deep inside. He sees a luminous heart forming and realizes the item is merging with his own hope, becoming one with him. The power surges through him, and he declares he has become the bearer of the Heart of Hope. A glowing humanoid figure manifests, emphasizing the activation of this new power. A system screen explains that the legendary Heart of Hope grants a constant fortitude effect that lets the user survive any otherwise fatal attack with 1 HP once. He excitedly reacts, and his spirit companion notes that this ability stops him from being knocked out while keeping his current status. The companion further explains that this unbreakable fortitude, rare in the world, prevents even lethal blows from killing him. He realizes that fortitude by itself will greatly raise his combat strength and marvels at how amazing the acquired skill is. He smiles in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his new advantage. Elsewhere, an office worker reviews documents at his desk. Reading the papers, he notes that Viga transferred her company shares to Jichiak, which explains why Jibiak was furious. He recalls Jibiak angrily complaining that Viga favors Jichiak despite being Jibiak's own relative. The office worker sits in thoughtful silence, processing this information. His phone vibrates, and he checks the incoming call. On the call he is informed that Jichiak is heading to a goblin-inhabited underground city with his brother Muchiak. Holding the phone to his ear, he listens intently. He internally wonders what Jichiak is trying to achieve this time.